Chapter 1176, Pentalink Stargate. This thing can get me into the system. Xia Fei was surprised and then inspected the item in Anzu Knight's hand. It was about the size of a peach, a pentagram had been carved into it, and it was pitch black, exuding mystery. Anzu Knight said sternly, "This is called the Pentalink Evenstar. It's the key to unlocking the system gate. In the collapsed expanse of Founders, besides those vortices that suck people in, there are many doors. Each one has a name and a special method to open it. The Pentalink Evenstar opens a door called the Pentalink Gate, but that door can only be opened once, and only those 5 people with the keys can go in. With this, you can enter the God-Demon system. As for whether or not you can find your friends, that will depend on your luck. After all, the reason behind the collapsed expanse of Founders' existence and its rules are an age-old mystery." Xia Fei smiled upon hearing Anzu Knight's words. This pair of siblings was truly being kind to him. The token was probably very important to them, but they decided to give it to him. Shaking his head, Xia Fei asked, "If you enter the appointed gate at the appointed time, will you be able to sweep through the God-Demon system? I don't believe that there's such a thing as a free lunch anywhere in the universe, nor do I believe that a weird place like that will have any loophole." Xia Knight saw that Xia Fei was refusing to accept their good intentions and said hurriedly, "While you may be unable to sweep through everything, you'll save yourself from taking a lot of detours. These warriors taken away by the system in the last few days mostly won't come out alive." "Who told you all this?" asked Xia Fei. "My grandfather, and he got this information from a trustworthy friend, or else he would never agree to risking me and my brother by sending us out here," Xia said seriously. "Your Knight clan is very big, and so you must have numerous elite warriors under you. Why is it that your clan just sent you two, and not anyone else?" Xia Fei countered. He had always been a very paranoid person. He believed that people had to advance on their own strength, and stories about money falling out of the sky were something only used to deceive children. It might be because my older brother and I have the highest cultivation among the youths in our clan," Xia mumbled somewhat unconvincingly. This truly was rather fishy. Cloud Knight had sent Xia and Anzu to the collapsed expanse of Founders very abruptly. They had only learned the critical information right before leaving, and from Cloud Knight's expression, he had presumably only recently learned of this information as well. Cloud Knight had spoken in a tone that would accept no objections. It was as if none of the other youths in the clan fit his conditions. He was certain that only Xia and Anzu could go. However, Venus of Eternal Night was one of the leading clans in the Alpha universe, and there were countless youths with excellent cultivation and good potential in its ranks. Why was it that Cloud Knight had not considered them at all, solely deciding to send his 2 precious treasures from the very start? Had someone else chosen Xia and Anzu, instead? Xia Fei had given a very simple analysis, but it had aroused the suspicion of the Knight siblings. Smiling, Xia Fei lit a cigarette and said lightly, "I'm no fool, and it's not my style to not exploit anything I can, but I'm afraid of death, so I don't get involved with anything till I understand it thoroughly. As such, I will accept your kindness but not this one." Xia Knight became a little angry, thinking that Xia Fei should not refuse this gift. "Don't you want to save your friends? You have to realize that this is an opportunity. We're giving you the best path." Xia Fei froze and then erupted in laughter. "You're saying that my friends need my saving? What a joke! You really don't understand who I hang around with. It's already good enough if they don't mess with other people. Those wolves, none of them is to be taken lightly. I want to go in because I don't want those guys to steal all the glory." Xia Fei grew happier the more he thought about it, and even verbal shot Xia Knight a glance. It was all true. Be it Fukan, Ulan, Oro, or Xiaoguanghai, none of them was to be messed with. Even the person with the lowest cultivation, Law God Oro, was an old monster who had dominated the Law realm for thousands of years. He had more schemes in his head than Xia had hair on her little butt. Xia Fei had absolute confidence in them. He was very powerful, and none of the people at his side was a weakling. In the end, Xia Fei still refused the kindness of the Knight siblings. Once they were gone, he remained in the command deck, puffing out smoke rugs as he pondered. His lips curved upward slightly. 5 people were about to enter the Pentalink Stargate. Xia Fei refused the Knight siblings' token, but that did not mean that he would not get one. After a dozen minutes passed, Xia Fei came out of his ship after sensing that Xia and Anzu had gotten quite a distance away from him. Using breath control, he vanished into the wilderness at once. 7 days went by in the blink of an eye. In this time, Xia Fei had followed the night siblings from the shadows. Different from what he thought, the two did not leave the planet. It turned out that the mysterious Pentalink Star Gate was right under his eyes. The time had come. An unstable light wave appeared on the bodies of Zisur and Anzu, a sign that the anti-scanning medicine was about to lose effect. This also meant that they would enter the God-Demon system within 1 hour. At the base of a cliff, Zisur Knight and Anzu Knight stood together, their faces slightly red with excitement. As for Xia Fei, he was hiding over 10 kilometers away, using his ocular cognition to surreptitiously observe the area. It would be a lie to say that Xia Fei did not want to go in, but as he did not understand the Pentalink Star Gate yet, he needed to act cautiously. Several minutes later, the bald Tianjing appeared from across the night siblings. "How is it you? How is it you too?" Tianjing and the night siblings spoke in unison, but none of them could answer the question, so they just awkwardly stood there. The pair of brother and sister had guessed that the various major clans would have their own shortcuts, but they clearly had not anticipated their acquaintance, Tianjing, to show up. "Should I kill the baldy?" Xia Fei thought to himself, but he shook his head quickly. As the saying went, when picking persimmons, pick the soft ones, and when bullying people, bully the meek ones. Tianjing was clearly no weakling, and killing him was bound to waste much of Xia Fei's precious energy. Moreover, Anzu Knight was already wary of Xia Fei, afraid that he was out to silence witnesses. If Xia Fei actually killed Tianjing, Anzu would undoubtedly grow paranoid. He decided to wait some more first. After some time, a fourth person arrived. Xia Fei frowned, for the fourth person was Chu Yang, someone even more difficult to deal with than Tianjing. The night siblings and Tianjing naturally expressed their surprise once more. Was this not too much of a coincidence? These people who knew one another all just so happened to gather together? It must be understood that they would all be enemies once they were inside. Even if they had mentally prepared themselves, the fact still left them rather uncomfortable. 10 minutes later, the halo around them had become extremely weak. It was only then that the fifth person finally arrived. Xia Fei did not recognize this last person, but the others were all shocked. This was Feng Jianting, the only one among the 6 celestial treasures who had yet to show his face. In this way, the 6 young masters with the highest potential in the Alpha universe, excluding the dead and missing, had gathered at the Pentalink Star Gate. While none of them said anything, all could not help but remark at how this could not be a coincidence. Anzu Knight recalled Xia Fei's caution and suddenly felt that the latter was truly a formidable figure. There really was something fishy going on here. Chu Yang called to the others warmly, smiling breezily. It was as if the imminent struggle between them was of no concern to him. Some people could not help but shrink back as the moment approached. The collapsed expanse of founders had been open for a whole 14 days, and those who should have entered the God-Demon system had entered long ago. They were already far behind the rest of the pack, so they needed to go in no matter what. Before they had left for the collapsed expanse of founders, their clan heads had said many encouraging words. If they were to back away now, they would undoubtedly become the target of much criticism. While they were struggling with these thoughts inside their mind, Xia Fei was in an excellent mood as he waited patiently for the Pentalink Star Gate to open. As for who to kill, he had already made his decision. The time has come. Let's follow the instructions and open this Pentalink Star Gate, Chu Yang said, taking a look at the time. The others said nothing, only nodding as they took out their tokens. Chu Yang could not help but lick his lips. The so-called Pentalink Star Gate could actually take more than 5 people. Otherwise, Zisur Knight would not have been holding a 6th token. All of this was a plot that the Chu father and son had come up with. Others did not know, but each door actually had a fixed pressure and reward. If too many people went in, the difficulty would fall, and so even if Chu Yang reached the end, he would find it hard to get what he wanted, but if he went in alone, the difficulty would be set too high, and things would get dangerous. This was like a game. Since these 5 people all had high potential, the Pentalink Star Gate was bound to adjust to the high reward setting, and since Chu Yang was the strongest of the 5, the system would make him a seeded player, allowing him to face the lowest difficulty and obtain the greatest reward. It was a plan long in the making. The strongest geniuses of Alpha had all been fooled by the Chu father and son, and they were all completely clueless. One by one, they placed their pentagram tokens on the stone wall, with Chu Yang being the last. In truth, only Chu Yang's token actually worked. The rest were just shams. Chu Xingbang had only found all this out after coming out of the collapsed expanse of Founders. The position and opening method of the Pentalink Star Gate was one of the rewards he had received for passing the collapsed expanse of Founders. It was an opportunity. Chu Xingbang had no reason not to give this opportunity to his son. Rumble. The stone wall opened. A door was revealed behind it, containing the same pentagram. Everyone felt inexplicably excited at the sight of it. Rumble. There was another clanging, and the metal door rose from the ground as everyone looked on in disbelief. At this moment, there was a howl of wind as Xia Fei charged out of his hiding spot. The white dragon's screech was being dragged by him from behind. As his eyes flashed with a vicious light, fiend energy exploded from him. Since this accursed system won't let me in, I'll kill your people and force my way in. Xia Fei viciously said inwardly, glaring. Chapter 1177, Break. Whoosh. Xia Fei's sudden descent shocked everyone. On one hand, the Pentalink Star Gate was slowly opening, on the other hand, Xia Fei was murderously charging over. Everyone shivered instantly and then began to subconsciously put up their defenses. As the elite scions of top-rated clans in the Alpha universe, Chu Yang and the others possessed rather high cultivation and had even learned the traditional offensive and defensive techniques of their various clans. All of them were outstanding in various ways. In the blink of an eye, they had finished setting up their protective barriers and armor of dark energy. Only Xia Knight made no defensive measures, believing that Xia Fei definitely would not aim for her. It seemed like a complicated process, but battles between experts were highly abnormal, and everything happened within a very brief span of time. Xia Fei rushed toward the group like a beam of light. Only then did everyone realize that he was actually targeting just one person, Feng Jianting. His eyes erupted with light, and he appeared very confident. This was because the Xia Fei of the present knew the important trick that the Ghost Eye Fiend clan used to see through their enemies, energy surveillance. In Xia Fei's view, Feng Jianting was covered with flaws. When one thing rose, another thing fell. Feng Jianting came from the legendary Fu Feng clan, which had risen because it had obtained some legacy from the Ghost Eye Fiend clan. Alas, Xia Fei had the full inheritance of the Ghost Eye clan. As they came from the same heritage, they countered each other. It was not a combat technique, but it was a technique that could dissemble anything that used energy as a core. A shocking scene played out. The white dragon's screech howled and then turned into a white light as it accelerated with Xia Fei and flashed past Feng Jianting. The pitiful Feng Jianting's widened eyes were like those of a dead fish. He looked down and saw a large bowl-sized cavity on the left side of his chest. There was no blood, for the attack had come so quickly that there was no time for blood to spill out. Xia Fei stopped and put away the white dragon's screech. As he squinted and lit a cheap cigarette for himself, a corpse thumped to the ground. The moment he lit his lighter coincided exactly with the fall of Feng Jianting's body, and it was also at this second that the Pentalink Star Gate fully opened. It was as if all of this had been rehearsed. Everything had been absurdly timed. It was truly an incredible ambush. All fell silent, everyone still reeling in shock from that lightning-fast kill. Xia Fei killing Shui Shengsheng had already made everyone view him in a new light, but this was simply godlike. It must be understood that Xia Fei had still gone through a lot of effort to kill Shui Shengsheng. It had required a meticulous and enormous energy to pull off that lethal attack. However, this time, Xia Fei had just run over, waved his hand, and taken Feng Jianting's life, and Feng Jianting was just as strong as Shui Shengsheng. So strong. Xia Fei is this strong, howled Chu Yang mentally. He seemed to be dreaming, for he found this impossible to believe. Feng Jianting had died just like that. It was no different from a stray dog. Had Xia Fei held back 7 days ago? Had his real strength already reached such a superb level? Smiling, Xia Fei breathed in the smoke of his cigarette and swept his cold gaze over the group. Regardless, the Pentalink Star Gate was open. He was infinitesimally close to getting into the God-Demon system this time, but he wasn't sure if this door would actually let him through. Suddenly, Xia Fei felt a powerful force on his back. It was as if an invisible hand was pushing him into the door. It was such a savage and bizarre sensation that Xia Fei got pushed to the door before he could react. At the same time, the Pentalink Star Gate began to reject him. This was an equally powerful force pushing him out. Xia Fei was squeezed between these two powerful forces, and he instantly found it hard to breathe, as what felt like a mountain weighed on his chest. Fortunately, it was a very brief moment, and after a few microseconds, before anyone could react, Xia Fei was gone. At the same time, on the ground, Feng Jianting's corpse broke apart. Experts of this level had seeds of life, and Xia Fei would not allow Feng Jianting to revive and get revenge. Thus, he had struck him with the law of primal chaos in the passing. As for what effects the law of primal chaos would have on Feng Jianting, whether he would change species like Oro or not, Xia Fei did not care. Not good. Chu Yang was stunned and then rushed inside. In a flash, he had entered the Pentalink Star Gate, and his entry was very smooth, encountering no obstructions at all. As Chu Yang looked around, he found that Xia Fei was already gone. There was no sign of him at all. At the same time, Tianjing and the Knight siblings ran in. Hey? Where did Xia Fei go? Sir Knight's eyes widened as she exclaimed in disbelief. She had barely finished speaking when a beam of light engulfed her and whisked her away. Everything had happened far too fast. In the space of a few seconds, everyone was teleported to different places without even being given the chance to resist. This was the God-Demon system. Once one was inside, the system had say over everything. As Chu Yang opened his eyes, a bone-chilling murderous rage erupted from them. His eyes were red with bloodlust. He could have never imagined that Xia Fei would suddenly charge in, let alone that he was not actually the warrior with the highest potential. Chu Xingbang had clearly told him before he left that the first person to disappear in the Pentalink Star Gate was the seeded player and would be given the best path and best reward. Chu Yang knew that because Xia Fei had been the first to disappear, he had lost the chance to become the seeded player, but he really could not understand how he was not the second seeded player, for the person to disappear after Xia Fei had not been him but rather Sir Knight. Argh! He let out a howl full of grievance, and it was as if he had gone completely mad. The meticulous planning, perfect arrangements, countless years of effort put in by the Chu father and son had all vanished upon contact with Xia Fei. A battlefield. A gory and gruesome battlefield. After around 5 seconds of weightlessness, Xia Fei felt his feet hit the ground, and he knew at once that he was in the middle of an intense fight. In his momentary dazedness, a crescent wind blade brushed past his ear with a howl, causing his heart to leap half a meter. Countless strange warriors battled in the ruins, and all kinds of bizarre weapons flew about in the air. Someone was dying or letting out terrible wails every second. The God-Demon system was truly vicious, not even giving Xia Fei the slightest time to catch his breath. The first stage was a cruel test right from the get-go. Crafty approach. Xia Fei reacted rather swiftly, unleashing his full power at once. He dodged using crafty approach and speed while observing the battlefield. It was an inexplicably realistic battlefield to him. Some warriors were humans, and some were not. Some were founders and others had barely reached loss age. Some were using cold weapons, while others were not, several were even using old-fashioned laser guns. Xia Fei could not see any problem in the variety of races, ranks, or weapons. The problem was that these warriors had no alignment. It was a chaotic brawl. Two people who were just working together to kill a common foe would turn against each other a second later. There were no friends on this battlefield. It was a meaningless melee. Plush plush. Several warriors closest to Xia Fei were felled instantly. He showed no hesitation, killing anyone he saw. Whoosh! Traveling in a beautiful curve, Xia Fei charged out. In his mind, remaining on this crazy battlefield was not a very smart decision. He needed to get out of these ruins so that he could calmly ponder what was going on. Alas, Xia Fei was on the wrong track. The God-Demon system would not give him this chance. These ruins were endless, as were the fighting warriors. No matter where Xia Fei went, someone would always be trying to ambush him from the shadows. These were not fatal attacks, but they stretched his nerves taut and caused his brain to work overtime. Running out of energy was only a matter of time. Just when Xia Fei felt like he was making no progress, he suddenly spotted two children at the base of a shattered wall. They were hugging each other and weeping, their bodies shaking. Upon closer look, he found that this pair of kids was a pretty little girl and a fat kid with a rather strong and dignified face. They were both wearing rags and looked rather pitiful. Xia Fei was startled and then flew over to the duo. The two pitiful children raised their heads to look at him with tear-filled eyes as if they were begging for his help. The girl even wept as she hugged his leg like a kitten seeking attention. It was such a sad and heart-wrenching sight that even Furball could not take it, hiding behind his masters so that he did not need to look at these pitiful kids. There was nothing to be done. War was always a cruel affair toward children. Plush! A shocking development. Xia Fei's eyes went cold as he swung his blade and killed the two kids on the spot. The pleading, pitiful, and surprised faces of the children as his weapon approached stirred no hesitation in Xia Fei, and that white bone sword came down. Whoosh! At that moment, the ruins disappeared. The battle vanished, and everything fell quiet. The first threshold of the god-demon system had been broken. In a method no one could have expected. He had only taken 4 minutes and 15 seconds to pass the first test. In front of Xia Fei was a white light that prevented him from seeing anything. A moment later, he found in the middle of a formation a deeply worrying formation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There were 6 experts in a circle, including Xia Fei. Each had their arm extended in parallel, releasing large amounts of spirit energy and counterbalancing one another. Xia Fei had seen situations like this before. This was the phase where techniques had not gotten the combatants anywhere, and they had decided to settle things with sheer force. It was very simple. The person with the most energy, with sufficient strength, would emerge victorious from this perilous situation. Knowing that this was a test from the system, Xia Fei fully unleashed his 7th brain region. He pushed out a vast sea of spirit energy as he sought to rout the 2 foes closest to him. Strangely, the 2 strangers strengthened the spirit energy they were sending in Xia Fei's direction, and on the exact same level as his. This was a balance, and it was also a predicament. The first one to break free would undoubtedly suffer an energy backlash that would leave them dead or heavily injured. There was not a need for a lot of testing. After making one attempt, Xia Fei dropped his spirit energy output, and the other 5 dropped their output as well, maintaining the balance. Xia Fei smiled in understanding. His opponents were seeking to drag him down with them to death. Chapter 1178, Break Again and Again. The collapsed expanse of Founder's system was called the God-Demon system. Xia Fei did not know who came up with this name, nor did he know who had set up and was operating such an enormous and deep system, but he was sure about at least one thing: the first attribute of the God-Demon system was cruelty. Yes, the God-Demon system was cruel and crazy. The first trial had caused him to realize the system's unusual design. To get through the trial, Xia Fei had had to kill 2 rather pitiful and innocent children. Fortunately, he was Xia Fei, and when the time came to be cruel, he could be even more ruthless than any devil. With one swing, he had taken 2 heads, and the first threshold of the God-Demon system had been broken. It had only taken 4 minutes and 15 seconds, too. Xia Fei soon had to face the second trial. In less than a second, he was placed in a life or death struggle. This struggle had nothing to do with skill, only a contest where one's life was on the line. 6 people had formed a circle of energy, which was linked to their lives, attacking and defending against one another. For a warrior, particularly a speedster like Xia Fei, this was the worst method of combat possible, since speed warriors were all about being agile and flexible, constantly changing their position to catch their enemies off guard. However, Xia Fei had no chance to use his speed now. This was a case of leading by a hair. If he made his move, the equilibrium of the circle would be broken. Xia Fei would not have to endure his energy backlash but rather the energy of 5 other people, all of whom were more or less on par with him. Awoo! Furball let out a frenzied howl. Although he was cunning, he was also smart and loyal. He had very quickly realized that his master was in possibly the worst situation in history. Moving was death, but not moving would result in death from running out of energy. It was death no matter which path he chose. Nonetheless, despite his predicament, Xia Fei was not as panicked as Furball. That familiar smile appeared on his lips as he once more found a solution to the problem. Staring at Furball, Xia Fei sent over a decisive and crazy order. Furball was startled, and he backed away and shook his head. "Don't waste any time. Do what I say!" Xia Fei roared, refusing to accept any disobedience. Furball gnashed his teeth, looking at Xia Fei in sorrow and rage. "Awoo!" Furball once more roared and then pulled back, covered himself with energy and charging forward. His target was Xia Fei's right arm. This was truly too crazy. Xia Fei clearly knew that breaking the energy circle would deal him severe damage, but he had still given Furball the order to bring everything down. The moment Furball accelerated, peacock blue burst forth from Xia Fei's right arm, instantly reaching a length of several kilometers, flailing in the air like a monster. Rumble! Furball slammed right into the intersection of energy, and the equilibrium crumbled swiftly. Crazy amounts of energy swiftly began to surge towards Xia Fei. This was a terrifying energy backlash that could kill any expert. As this boundless energy was about to touch Xia Fei's arm, Peacock Blue suddenly bunched into a ball, like a gnarled tree root. It was using its body to block the energy backlash. Bang! Blue blades of grass filled the air. Peacock Blue was only able to buy a little time, not truly able to stop this energy, and the powerful energy surge had torn Peacock Blue apart. Drain! Xia Fei used this brief opening to retreat swiftly. At the same time, he opened up his seventh brain region and sought to absorb the energy that had infiltrated his body. Break, block, absorb, and retreat. This was his entire plan, and while it was meticulously calculated and a product of repeated and complex simulations, could he really escape unscathed? Whoosh! The debris of bluegrass floated in the air, blotting out the sky. The absurd power of this energy had left Peacock Blue into tens of thousands of little chunks, severely damaged, but as it was the universe's most tenacious weed, provided that its roots still lived, it could be reborn. Surrounded by this bluegrass, Xia Fei showed a savage expression. His arms were both bleeding, and his legendary armor Celestial Soul Warning was covered in countless fine cracks. This was the price. In order to get out of that dire situation, Xia Fei had accepted being severely wounded. Nonetheless, he had done it. He had not had a fruitless death in that inescapable energy equilibrium. Everything had a price. Xia Fei only needed a few seconds to think about it before reaching a conclusion. No one could escape this situation unscathed, and the more they delayed, the worse things would get. After all, every second left maintaining that energy equilibrium consumed large amounts of energy. A warrior knew when they needed to cut off their hand. This moment demanded courage and madness. Thus, Xia Fei had ordered Furball to serve as the vanguard in breaking the circle of lethal energy. This was his resolve. After 17 seconds, the God-Demon system's second threshold had been broken. Whoosh! His surroundings disappeared again, but this time, the system did not take Xia Fei to the third trial at once, instead, it paused for around 2 seconds. This was very strange. It must be understood that the God-Demon system had been pressuring Xia Fei from the very first second. It had moved from one scene to the next without giving him even 1 second to catch his breath. Not just Xia Fei, even the people in other trial grounds experienced a temporary pause, but it was very brief and did not earn much attention. In a place not far from where Xia Fei was, there was a chart. On this chart were various dark red bars, each pillar indicating a warrior in the system. The chart was huge, and the dark red bars were of varying heights. Tall bars meant that the person was quickly passing through trials, while short bars meant that the person was having a tough time advancing through. The bars disappearing meant that the person had died. The last 5 names on this chart had no points at all, indicating that these people had just entered the system. After a brief pause, the numbers under one person's name began to rise crazily, the numbers climbing higher and higher, and that dark red bar rising to heavens. The speed was simply unheard of. After going through what seemed like a spatial tunnel, Xia Fei found himself on the earth that he was so familiar with. The streets were thronged with people, and everything was just as lively as before. Those little food stalls were even awash with alluring aroma. Everything was familiar and realistic. Xia Fei felt no excitement toward his old home. His face darkened, and killing intent rapidly began to form around him. Xia Fei, it's really you. You're finally here. We've been waiting almost a month. This place is really awful. I can't get out no matter what I do. Xia Fei, you might have a way of bringing us out of here. A second later, Oro, Xia Guanghai, Fukan, and Yulan rushed out of the crowd, their eyes glowing with excitement. However, Xia Fei seemed to be very angry, his bleeding arms beginning to tremble. I'll bring you all right. Bring you to death. Xia Fei roared suddenly, the veins on his forehead bulging. Rumble. The white dragon's screech roared as he charged at Oro, showing neither fear nor hesitation. Xia Fei actually did not have too many friends. He was always very cautious, and he believed in the darker side of human nature. He would not trust anyone unless he had known them for a few years and gone through life and death with them. This was precisely why Xia Fei cared a lot about the friends he did have. Now, the God-Demon system was trying a mental battle, attempting to use Xia Fei's friends to stir up his emotions so that it could shake him to self-destruct. This made him very angry. This was not the first time he had run into such clumsy methods. Entering someone's mind, stealing their most precious thoughts, and then hitting them while they were down. Xia Fei had only one reaction to this: frenzied revenge. Every person had their sore spots, and this was the worst one of all for Xia Fei. Plush. Xia Fei instantly killed the 4 illusions, yet the god-demon system appeared not to have noticed how contorted his face had become at this point, for it still simulated Avril and Xiao Yu emerging from the crowd. Whoosh! Xia Fei jumped in the air, his eyes exploding with light. Ocular cognition. The ultimate secret of the Ghost Eye Fiend clan, energy surveillance, was activated at full power. Countless imperceptible white lines appeared, connecting these various human figures. The god-demon system was using these energy lines to control the movements and forms of these illusions. There were countless lines, and it was difficult to find the control mechanism for all of the illusions. However, through observation, it was not hard to find out that the illusions were concentrated at the base of the old city wall, in an area covering a radius of 5 kilometers. Whoosh! Xia Fei descended from the sky like a shooting star, at the same time switching out the white dragon's screech for a pair of unremarkable leather gauntlets. Twin Ring Roar. The most brutal offensive weapon in history. The Twin Wing Roar had no other goal except to deal the opponent a fatal strike. There were no techniques. The only technique the Twin Wing Roar had was an iron punch. Rumble. A flurry of punches descended. Several thousand in a split second. The wall collapsed and the earth fissured. It was very difficult for Xia Fei to find the node in a 5-kilometer radius circle, so Xia Fei decided not to look for it and just destroy everything. There was a deafening boom of thunder. Xia Fei had opened a huge wound in this city, causing countless pieces of debris to fly in the air. Before this debris could land, new debris was sent in the air. The Twin Wing Roar's power was immense, and there was also the frenzied assault of Peacock Blue and Furball. Although they did not know what Xia Fei was trying to do, both knew that nothing would go wrong if they just followed what he had just done. Attack, attack, and attack. In a few seconds, a pit as deep as the Grand Canyon had appeared. Whatever had been done there was thoroughly destroyed. Since the god demon had touched Xia Fei's reverse scale, it could not escape his frenzied assault. Rumble. With the last punch, Xia Fei felt like he had hit something, but he did not know exactly what. His surroundings disappeared instantly, and the third threshold of the god-demon system was broken. Time, 9 seconds. From 4 minutes and 15 seconds to 17 seconds and then to 9 seconds. Xia Fei had broken through 3 thresholds in a row, and he was only getting faster and faster. In faraway darkness, that dark red bar, after accelerating twice, accelerated again, the numbers crazily climbing. It was moving incredibly fast and was about to exceed the system's limit. Pa! Suddenly, the chart froze completely. Xia Knight, who was in the middle of a tough battle, wiped off her sweat and looked around in confusion. Those people wearing weird masks had stopped moving, as had all the snowflakes dancing through the air, turning into frozen white dots. What's going on? She wrinkled her nose and muttered. She reached out, poked the nearest masked assailant, and found him to be as hard as stone. Smiling, Xia said, "Can't move anymore? Wow, this is rather interesting. It seems like even the god-demon system can run into problems." In the middle of another trial, Chu Yang had an ashen expression as he delivered a savage punch at a vicious demonic beast. He punched it again and again, but there was no reaction from the creature. In a raspy voice, Chu Yang asked sternly, "The god-demon system has crashed? Who did it? What's going on?" "The system crashed." "It really crashed? What happened?" Countless shocked and frightened voices came from every corner of the system. All of that had been Xia Fei's doing. In 4 minutes and 41 seconds, Xia Fei had charged through and broken through 3 thresholds. The god-demon system had crashed. This was something that not even a god could have envisioned. He was a whole 28 days later than the dark spiritualists and 14 days later than the elites of the Alpha universe. However, Xia Fei was Xia Fei. He might come late, but he would get there eventually. Chapter 1179, Whitebeard and No Beard. Reality had proven that every system had a flaw, and this collapsed expanse of founders was no different. Under Xia Fei's vicious assault, the system had crashed. The countless warriors within the system stopped fighting and looked around them in confusion. For countless years, the god-demon system had been the only shortcut available for those people without much talent to ascend to the heavens in a single step. Stories of ordinary civilians, good-for-nothing wastrels of rich families, and puny minor characters achieving meteoric success had encouraged these people to cast themselves into this vast region of space. They saw only the glory of the successes, forgetting that the chances of achieving victory were minimal at best. They were incredibly tiny. Only those familiar with the details knew that whenever the collapsed expanse of Founders opened, only 3 people would grow famous overnight, no more and no less. Of course, some people would improve in small ways, like rising by 1 or 2 ranks or becoming part of the soul practitioner or spiritualist lineage. However, in the end, the more detail-oriented person would discover that the number of people who could emerge from the collapsed expanse of Founders and truly stand tall in the Alpha universe, becoming highly influential people, was fixed to 3. Many seemingly standout figures from before would gradually be lost to the river of history. The chances of success were too low, which was why the great clans of the Alpha universe were not too happy about the collapsed expanse of Founders. The great clans naturally possessed extraordinary genes and outstanding potential, so they would never risk it for these 3 spots that only appeared once every several thousand years. However, this time was an exception. The most outstanding young scions of the Alpha universe and Xia Fei had come to the collapsed expanse of Founders, and even the long-forgotten dark spiritualists had joined in, creating a storm within the collapsed expanse of Founders. As the god-demon system crashed, the dark red bar that had been crazily rising came to a sudden halt. This was someone who had entered the god-demon system at the very end, but the height of the bar was amazing, almost on the verge of catching up with the others. Yellow warning lights began to flash, casting this command center located in parts unknown in a strange light. 2 hasty sets of footsteps began to approach, and then 2 elders came in. They were dressed very casually and had surprised looks on their faces. It seemed that the crashing of the god-demon system had been completely unexpected. The massive chart was like a river, stretching into the horizon. After all, there were tens of thousands of warriors being tracked here, each person occupying their own little space, and when put together, they could blot out the sky. It would truly be a problem if they had to look through them one by one for the error. Fortunately, the god-demon system had a rather advanced AI, and a very long arrow pointed the way, the 2 elders rushing off to the end of the chart. Whoosh! The 2 old men had reached the middle of the chart in a flash. Alas, the arrow was still going. Whoosh! In another flash, the 2 of them arrived at the 75% point of the chart. The warriors displayed here had all come in at the later stage and were lacking in potential, so there was no comparing their points to those at the front. What's going on? It's even farther back. The old man with a rather long beard scratched his head in confusion. The other one did not have a beard, but his face had many black spots, and he was sporting a hawkish nose. He shook his head and said, "It's strange. Usually, those who come in first are the good seedlings, while those who come in at the end are mostly trash. How could they have caused the system to malfunction? Could it be?" The 2 of them both trembled in shock, their faces turning grave. "Has a fiend gotten in?" the white-bearded old man blurted out. The 2 of them looked at each other, their breathing stopping. Whoosh! They no longer dared to be slow, the 2 of them quickly moving to the back. This time, they showed off their real ability. Speed. Absolutely incredible speed. Speed that exceeded 10 million meters per second. However, if one looked carefully, one would find that they did not move in the same way Xia Fei did. Xia Fei's speed was the proper kind, relying entirely on the power of his legs and body to carry him through space and reach maximum speed. His movements were akin to him running on his 2 feet. In comparison, the legs of these old men did not move at all. They just slid along the ground like kites in the wind yet still achieved high speeds. Both methods had their advantages. Xia Fei's movements were very intense, the wind blasts he created could shatter eardrums and break the morale of his foes. He was as majestic and mighty as a god among mortals. If this formidable movement was mixed with crafty approach and breath control, he would achieve an effect similar to these old men, as silent as a ghost while also being incredibly fast. In short, when it came to movement techniques, Xia Fei, who could hold his own in both the Alpha universe and the Lower realm, was not necessarily a match for these 2 old men. Their movement techniques were simply wondrous to behold. Finally, the 2 old men reached the end of the chart. They saw Xia Fei's name, and those flashing numbers and the blinking red bar all proved that this challenger was the perpetrator of the crash. They stared at Xia Fei for 2 whole minutes before exhaling. The white-beard one sighed and patted his chest. "That scared me to death. I thought that a fiend had managed to get in." "Humph. Even if he's a fiend, so what? There's nothing to be afraid of." The beardless one scoffed. The white-bearded one laughed and pointed at the beardless one's head. "Keep acting. You were running faster than me just moments ago. You were clearly terrified out of your mind." The beardless one's face turned red, and he quickly argued back. Absolute nonsense. I'd naturally be worried since the system has encountered a problem. Fortunately, this is only the first phase. If something happened in the second or third phase, both of us would be in trouble. The beardless one was rather good at changing the subject, quickly pulling the white-bearded one back onto the main subject. Let's have the system recover first. It's not good to delay things for too long, the beardless one said. What do we with that Xia Fei? He's passed too quickly, causing so many points to be added that the system has experienced data overflow. Once we restart the system, as long as that guy is still around, the system will probably crash again, the white-bearded one said worriedly. The long string of numbers under Xia Fei's name had left him both surprised and concerned. We can't be worrying about that too much. We'll just stop his trial process and then intervene, the beardless one said through clenched teeth. Intervene? Are you crazy? Stopping his system is essentially letting him pass the first phase. There are 9 god-demon heavens, and he's only passed 3. Plus, be it us, our seniors, or our seniors' elders, I've never heard of anyone who was sent to monitor the system intervening in it. If this gets out, we're both finished, the white-bearded one shouted, a look of terror on his face. Clearly, this god-demon system belonged to some unknown higher plane. These 2 elders were existences beyond the comprehension of the Alpha universe, apparently. The universe had its rules, and sapient life forms of a higher plane normally did not intervene in the evolution of lower life forms. Life needed countless eons to evolve from simple single-cell life forms to primitive savages that could hunt and think, and even more countless eons to evolve into intelligent life. More eons were needed to step into the sea of stars, and even more eons were needed to reach the limits of biology. Countless eons after that were required for the energy of intelligent life forms to ascend to a higher plane. The evolution of life was an extremely long process. It was only a few years ago that the people of Earth had been talking about the primitiveness of the ancients and the idiocy of the dinosaurs, but today, they were experiencing the sea of stars and were witnessing super warriors who had unlocked their 7th brain regions, with some of the greater warriors able to use dark energy. This was impossible to imagine in the past. This was just how things were. While they were all life forms, the gap was akin to 100,000 light years. When the beardless one spoke of intervening in Xia Fei's progress, the white-bearded old man was very hesitant, for this went against the rules. Who cares? If the system is out of commission for a long time, we'll die an even more miserable death, the beardless one shot back in a very determined tone. Pointing at the long string of numbers under Xia Fei's name, he said, look for yourself. This rascal isn't a fiend but a monster. He's done something even a monster couldn't do, shattering the heavens. This data overflow is on the verge of eruption. If we don't move to handle it, the system will be done for. Nobeard spoke in a harsh tone, and the whitebeard began to calm down and think about it. The numbers under Xia Fei's name were truly frightening. He took up a large chunk of the chart, even forcing up the names of the people around him. Ugh! This devilish guy! Just what did he do to cause such severe data overflow? Fine, we'll do as you say. Whitebeard gritted his teeth and finally acquiesced. Don't worry. There are always weirdos in the universe. According to the elders, it's not like this system hasn't crashed before. It's just that nobody talks about them afterward, and nobody has ever dealt as much damage as this guy, Nobeard said in a whisper. You're saying that similar things have happened to the system in the past? Whitebeard asked in shock. The god-demon system was incredibly formidable, so only a heaven-defying monster could make it crash, and it seemed like Xia Fei was not the only such monster. Precisely. Nobeard glanced at Xia Fei's name and spoke viciously. There's nothing to be done. These unreasonable guys appear once every few epochs to cause trouble, and it seems like we happen to have run into one. Since they had made up their minds, these 2 mysterious old men got to work, restoring everyone's testing processes but pulling Xia Fei out of the system. This could be considered a blessing out of a curse. Through manual operation, Xia Fei had been advanced to the 2nd round without any need to take part in further testing. 4 minutes and 41 seconds. Xia Fei had arrived later than everyone else, but he was promoted faster than all of them. Wiping off their sweat, the 2 old men went to the end of the chart, where that name they had pulled out of the system was. 14 minutes and 32 seconds. The system was down for nearly 15 minutes. Even if something like this happened a very long time ago, this is still probably the longest, Whitebeard muttered, shaking his head. Probably, Nobeard replied weakly. Waving his finger in the air, Whitebeard said, let's see what this monster did. Whoosh! A screen appeared, and Xia Fei's time in the collapsed expanse of founders began to replay from the very first second. The two of them followed Xia Fei as he worked through the tests, and the more they saw, the more alarmed they became. Xia Fei had no idea that, besides bringing himself trouble, he often got other people into a lot of trouble as well. Chapter 1180, Sent directly to Devil Shadow Dragon Tower. Ha! No wonder this Xia Fei was rejected by the system. Who made him dabble in so many fields, even learning a few fiend arts? His blood is also a mess. It seems like one of his ancestors had a connection with the fiend lineage, though not one that's too serious. This little blood wouldn't have posed a problem. After all, the fiend race was powerful in ancient times, and ancient clans with long legacies couldn't escape being connected to it at some point, but he also learned fiend arts, which is a grave mistake. It's only natural for the system to reject him. The white-bearded elder was pointing at the long string of numbers on the screen when he said this. Xia Fei had learned numerous things in his lifetime, so it was hard to say which two Whitebeard was referring to. They were actually from the fiend race. This was something that Xia Fei could never have imagined. He did not even know what the fiends were. The beardless old man snorted. I only want to know how he managed to get in even after the system rejected him. The two of them fell silent, both shaking their heads. The screen showed very clearly that Xia Fei had been rejected by the system all this time. Even when he killed Feng Jianting and tried to get into the Pentalink Star Gate, he had still been rejected, but in the blink of an eye, he had somehow gotten in. Did something go wrong with the system? Impossible. The 5 higher universes have been operating on this system for countless years, and something like this has never happened before. At that instant, the system lost its function as if it had taken a nap. The system's momentary break let this problem in, and now the unfortunate us must suffer. We've clearly lost out because of Xia Fei, but we can't do anything to him. In his view, Xia Fei was a huge problem. He was clearly a human, yet he had somehow learned the skills of the fiends and almost caused a system breakdown. They were not the owners of the system, and they only had the authority to deploy countermeasures, not to edit the system records. If they removed Xia Fei, someone might come to inspect and find out easily what had happened. Sighing, Nobeard said, forget it. Since the trouble has entered, let's just keep watching. Whitebeard nodded, and the video continued to play. As the two of them watched Xia Fei tear through the trials, they grew more and more shocked, their eyes widening and their jaws dropping. Frowning, Nobeard said sternly, it's now very clear what happened. Rapidly passing the trials has a multiplier effect on the points, and using unusual methods to pass has its multiplier, too. These numbers have increased exponentially and appeared explosively, so the calculations must have been simply too convoluted. However, not even the complexity of the calculations could make the system crash. The bigger reason was Xia Fei's use of extraordinary methods to pass each trial. Take that first trial as an example, it's actually a very ordinary combat trial. He just needed to kill enough people to pass smoothly, yet Xia Fei did no such thing. Be it a matter of luck or something else, he found that pair of children hiding and killed them. Heavens! The battle was so intense, and no normal person would pay any attention to 2 harmless children, let alone kill them. That second trial, too. It's a very normal test of patience. Anyone who can endure the pressure for 30 minutes will be granted the right to pass, and the longer one lasts, the more points they'll get, but Xia Fei. The moment he saw that it's a stalemate with no way out, he resorted to a self-destructive method just so he could break out. Crazy. Only a crazy person would do such things. Does he know how much danger he's just put himself in? Getting off with his 2 arms severely wounded was actually quite lucky. If I were there and as crazy as he was, I would have died tens of millions of times. The system went to great lengths to design this exquisite stalemate as a form of an endurance test, but he broke it. In the third trial, I loathe him so much. It's a test of judgment, and Xia Fei only needed to realize that those illusions were fakes to pass. It's such a simple test, but the result? Xia Fei used some method to somehow find the hidden nerve hub, and then he destroyed it. According to the normal process, destroying a hub is extremely against the rules. The system should have immediately expelled him. The problem was that he had attacked too quickly, too viciously. If he had kept attacking, he would have started attacking the system itself. Following the principle of avoidance, the system decided to let Xia Fei pass in order to protect itself. The system is intelligent. It originally didn't plan to let Xia Fei pass, but because Xia Fei was too violent, it had no choice but to let him through, otherwise, the system itself would have been finished. This is something that has never happened before. How should Xia Fei be scored? How many logical calculations would the system have to go through to reach a result? Considering that the system is already under immense pressure from how fast Xia Fei got through the first 2 tests, when a problem appeared on the 3rd test, the system couldn't keep up. The number of calculations needed to score Xia Fei surpassed all the other 890,000 warriors put together, and that's how the system crashed. No Beard grew more agitated the more he talked, and by the end, he was yelling and waving his fists in the air. He clearly hated to his bones the unconventional Xia Fei. In truth, Xia Fei's methods would leave anyone angry, turning simple tests into complicated ones, but that was just how he was. Xia Fei was like a stubborn cockroach that had an extremely intense desire to survive. He preferred to use his own methods to resolve problems. Following the rules? He had never followed the rules in his life. Stomping his feet, No Beard turned around and walked away, muttering, "It's no good. I have to find out what's going on, or else my head is going to explode." Xia Fei was very bored, for the system had suddenly stopped. Unlike the others, who were still in the middle of their tests when the system had paused, with everything else around them frozen, Xia Fei had been thrown into a dark and silent space. Whoosh! 2 beams of white light shot over, and 2 blurry figures appeared. They were none other than the mysterious elders Whitebeard and No Beard. Xia Fei, who had just lit a cigarette, seemed not to care about their abrupt arrival. "You are Xia Fei?" No Beard straightened up and asked. "Yes, who are you?" "The operators of the God-Demon system." Xia Fei asked back. "The God-Demon system? That's a pretty good name. Unfortunately, it's not accurate," Whitebeard said. "Don't think too much about who we are. First, we have something to ask you." Seeing that Xia Fei had no reaction, No Beard asked, "In the test, why did you kill those 2 innocent children?" Xia Fei chuckled. "Innocent? If those 2 were innocent, then there's probably nothing in the world that isn't innocent. 2 little children in the middle of a battlefield? That just doesn't make sense. Plus, they were silently observing the battlefield. If an ordinary child was left on the battlefield, they would be scared to death while frantically looking around. Those warriors killed anyone they saw, so why didn't they attack those 2 kids? There's definitely a problem there." Whitebeard frowned and asked curiously, "Maybe those 2 kids were the bolder and more curious sort, and the others took pity on them. You think that everyone is as ruthless as you are?" Xia Fei replied calmly, "There's a tattered backpack on the ground, and there were several books inside. The one on the very top was a physics book. That's a little too early for a little kid, right? The book was light yellow and green, indicating that it had been coated in poison. When I got close, that girl hugged me while the boy went for his backpack. So? Do you need me to go on?" Whitebeard and No Beard were both rendered speechless. Xia Fei's analytical abilities were just shocking. In that brief moment, Xia Fei had noticed many strange details. This was the real reason he had killed those 2 children. "What about the second test? You knew that you had only a 1 in 10,000 chance, but you still broke free of the energy link, suffering heavy injuries. Why is that?" Whitebeard asked. "Survival." Xia Fei replied firmly. "Survival." The 2 elders repeated Xia Fei's words in surprise. "Yes, survival is the #1 law of the jungle. Other than taking a risk for my survival, I couldn't think of anything else. Besides, a 1 in 10,000 chance is still a chance. If I had just kept using up my energy then, I wouldn't have even had that." Xia Fei admitted this frankly. The 2 elders were shocked once more, for the entire process had only lasted tens of seconds. In other words, Xia Fei had needed only around a dozen seconds to finish analyzing the situation and did what he needed to do. While his analytical abilities were impressive, what was even more impressive was his decisiveness. Without even blinking, he had chosen that thin chance of survival. Whitebeard was about to ask another question, but No Beard suddenly stopped him, and the 2 projections disappeared. "Why did you stop me?" "I was going to ask him about the 3rd trial," Whitebeard asked unhappily. No Beard sighed. "There's no need to ask. He's one of those legendary freaks. He's not a fiend, but he's got a fiendish personality. He's capable of doing the craziest of things." The 2 elders both sighed. How had they run into a monster like Xia Fei? To tell the truth, the system was built in consideration of people who were not of a particularly high level, and so the first phase had been very simple. They were all basic tests for combat power, judgment, perseverance, intelligence, and so on. Alas, Xia Fei was an extremist, making these simple things very complicated and catching even the system off guard that it crashed. After all, this system was designed for millions of ordinary people, not for a monster like Xia Fei. What should they do? The two elders began to think. Although they had pulled Xia Fei out of the system, they had to give him some points so that he could go into the second round. However, they were troubled by just how many points they should give him. Suddenly, Whitebeard's eyes twitched, and his body froze. The SY system, Whitebeard stammered. What's wrong with the system? Nobeard turned around and followed Whitebeard's gaze. Xia Fei's name had somehow returned to the chart, and it had gone from fourth from the bottom to the very top, flying past all of his 890,000 challengers. The dark red bar shot straight into the heavens. The number displayed was an astronomical number that nobody had seen before. The Whitebeard and Nobeard had manually pulled Xia Fei out of the system, but the system had skipped over them and once more accepted Xia Fei. It had even given him an unbelievably astronomical score that had never been seen before. It was shocking, but this was not all that the two elders were surprised about. What truly left them surprised was that small line next to Xia Fei's name. Chapter 1181, in the collapsed expanse of Founders, everyone receives different treatment. Devil Shadow Dragon Tower. This name alone was enough to indicate what an unusual place it was, a valley of wickedness. The Whitebeard and beardless elders were both dumbfounded, their eyes going wide. They quickly went up to that massive chart and began to look at Xia Fei's name over and over again. I don't care how Xia Fei managed to get pulled back into the system, nor do I care how many points he got, but what the hell is the Devil Shadow Dragon Tower? Nobeard placed his arms around his head and shouted. A marvel! A miracle! Things were getting stranger and stranger. The Devil Shadow Dragon Tower that Xia Fei had gone to was a place not even the collapsed expanse of Founders' supervisors had heard about. Was this not too absurd? A crescent moon shone over two azure pools of water, its blurry reflection visible on their surfaces. As the two elders were about to go crazy, Xia Fei had arrived at a rather pretty place. A dam made of white stone divided a lake into two. At the center of the lake was an ancient pagoda built in the style of the Wild Goose Pagoda. The blue moon cast down a mysterious azure light, projecting the pagoda's image onto the lake surface, and when this reflection was joined by the reflections of the trees along the white dam, they created a scene straight out of ancient poems. Such a rare and beautiful sight would have had the Xia Fei of the past clapping his hands in praise, but at present, Xia Fei could not bring himself to be happy. There was only one road. In other words, Xia Fei could only head toward that pagoda or else jump in the lake. It was as if the system had set everything up so that Xia Fei had no choice but to head toward that ancient and mysterious tower. Frowning, Xia Fei decided to pollute the environment and threw his cigarette into the lake. He headed off toward the pagoda, occasionally glancing at the reflections on the two lakes. What made Xia Fei uneasy was none other than the reflections. The moonlight had made it so that the pagoda cast two reflections, one on the left and one on the right, divided by the dam. However, these two were opposite reflections. The right side was a normal reflection, exuding the freshness of spring and making one want to jump in the water and swim around, whereas on the left, it showed a distorted shadow. The pagoda's shadow was straight as a sword, but once it entered the water, it became terribly distorted. All that was not even considering the chill of the lake water. This was a freezing sensation that reached deep into one's bones. Xia Fei even felt like a vicious banshee would jump out of the lake and attack him at any moment. When things were abnormal, evil was afoot. Composure. A true warrior had to coldly and calmly face down everything no matter the time. Xia Fei had 10,000 questions on his mind, and his senses were constantly telling him that this was no storybook landscape but rather a wicked land that would take his life. While Xia Fei managed to remain calm, that characteristic harmless smile of his had long vanished. Beneath the pagoda, the dissonance grew even more obvious. Xia Fei's left side felt like it was in an icy hell, while the right side felt like it was in heaven. Lighting a cigarette, Xia Fei looked at the wooden placard hanging above the entrance. Upon it were written the words Devil Shadow Dragon. Xia Fei muttered these words, and the moment he spoke, the front door of Devil Shadow Dragon Tower opened. The wooden doors parted to the sides. From the outside, the tower seemed to have a diameter of no more than 50 meters, but it seemed like there was a whole different world inside. It was a vast plain that stretched to the horizon. This isn't an illusion. Some sort of spatial technique. Xia Fei said in surprise. Spatial abilities would require an absurd amount of energy to create a vast plain. The person who had made this tower was not simple. Correct. The Devil Shadow Dragon Terror is made from spatial energy. You have good eyes, meaning that you're a good match for this tower. I've been waiting far too long for you. I almost couldn't take it anymore. An ethereal voice suddenly spoke. Waiting for me. Xia Fei smiled. Do you know me? No, but I do now. Every person who can reach this place is an extraordinary existence, and I've been waiting for someone like you. What about me? Xia Fei asked. You're very fiendish, the voice replied after some thought. Xia Fei was amused. Fiendish? Why is that? Your strength was not the reason you obtained the chance to enter Devil Shadow Dragon Tower. From what I know, solely within the collapsed expanse of Founders, there are around 50 people with greater combat power. But no matter how strong they will have no opportunity to come here, for they walk the same road as others while you do not. There are 890,000 people in the system, at different ranks and knowing different things. To tell the truth, they're a pretty decent lot. Alas, we're not looking for warriors that follows all the rules but rather the freaks like you, the voice very explained earnestly. It's not like I have 3 heads or 6 arms. I'm no freak, Xia Fei shrugged and refuted. You say you're not a freak, but I happen to know exactly what went through your mind just moments prior. What was I thinking? When you heard me use the word we, you determined at once that I wasn't alone, so you used your ocular cognition to scan the lake bed, shore, and this entire space. When you discovered that there's no place to go except Devil Shadow Dragon Tower, you intentionally threw your cigarette into the water. This was to determine what direction the water and at what speed. Alas, this water is stagnant. Normally, you would enter the tower and try to break through it, but I happen to know that as you were making your way here, you were actually estimating the length and quality of the dam, calculating how much energy it would take to destroy it. Right now, that elemental weapon of yours is at the bottom of the dam. This is the backup plan you left for yourself. Annoying. So annoying. It's a perfectly fine dam that separates the energies of dark and light, and you're here for less than 3 minutes and are already thinking about how to destroy the place. Would a normal person think like that? Who would do what you plan to do? Tell me, what would you call such a behavior if not fiendish? The speaker grew more and more agitated. What appeared to be a lake actually comprised waters of 2 entirely different attributes, and this dam existed to divide these 2 types of energy. The moment Xia Fei arrived, he had readied himself for the possibility that he would not get away unscathed. If something really did happen, Xia Fei would definitely topple this dam and drag his enemies into the grave with him. As such, Xia Fei had casually thrown that cigarette butt into the water not because he did not care for the environment but because he was investigating a very small detail. In that subtle act of his, Xia Fei had actually made numerous preparations. This was how Xia Fei had always behaved, frequently leaving himself a backup plan. In his mind, there was nothing wrong with it. Of course, to outsiders, his actions were utterly insane. Smiling, Xia Fei said lightly, if Peacock Blue hadn't hidden itself in the dam, you wouldn't have come out. Thus, there's nothing wrong with my actions. The speaker was rendered speechless for some time. Xia Fei had compelled this voice to speak. The speaker had been worried that Xia Fei would destroy the dam in a fit of madness, causing this entire space to collapse. I don't want to argue with you about this, the voice grumbled. In any case, you've reached a crucial point. Devil Shadow Dragon Tower will be the great opportunity and greatest challenge you'll ever face. Devil Shadow Dragon Tower was initially erected here so that people could appreciate this gorgeous sight before taking on the challenge, witnessing this world being divided into light and dark. You've finished appreciating the view, and you've experienced the powers of light and dark, so prepare to take on this fiercest of challenges. At the mouth of a volcano, lava surged in great waves, geysers of heat shooting into the sky. 2 warriors wiped their sweat from their foreheads as they searched the black rocks, but it seemed like they could not find what they were looking for. Weird. Where's the body? I clearly killed him, and his body rolled down the summit. It should be around here. Could the corpse have been burned up by the lava? The 2 were looking at each other in confusion when, suddenly, 2 white and fair hands emerged from a nearby ball of darkness. They moved quickly, seizing the necks of the warriors. Whoosh! The veins on the arms bulged, indicating that their owner was exerting incredible strength to smash their heads together. Bang! Brains splattered, the skulls cracking open like melons. Dared to ambush me? This is what happens. Pa! Oro cursed, his face pale as he emerged from the darkness. The law of darkness was his specialty, and he knew all about ambushing people from the darkness. Unfortunately, Oro was now a human, not a tall and formidable lion. Such a crude and barbaric voice contrasted very heavily with his scholarly demeanor and could easily stir up feelings of revulsion. Oro was about to leave after killing these two when his body suddenly turned red hot as if it had been set on fire. Boom! A soul mark had suddenly appeared inside Oro, and his seventh brain region exploded with a pounding headache. A soul mark had appeared. It was a signal that dark energy had been unlocked. In other words, Oro was now a founder. Oro was so excited that he became speechless. Unlike others, he did not have a seventh brain region that was 100% open. Many people had said before that Oro, no matter how talented he might be, would forever remain at peak law god. The flaws in his seventh brain region had limited his potential. However, today, in the mysterious collapsed expanse of founders, Oro had completed an inconceivable reversal. Founder. I'm a founder now, too. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Throwing open his arms, Oro raised his head and laughed. The collapsed expanse of founders was brimming with death, but it also brimming with opportunity. Oro's improvement stood out a lot, but he was not the only one. Xia Guanghai and Yulan were all getting decent grades, and even that little Lionheart priest, Risod, had also improved a little. However, because their ranks were already high or because their potential was too low, their improvement was not as dazzling as Oro's. Reality had proven that all of the people at Xia Fei's side were built differently. Even in the higher level Alpha universe, they were still fierce. They were lucky, unlike Xia Fei, who had been inexplicably sent to the Devil Shadow Dragon Tower to face an unknown fate. However, Xia Fei was already numb to it, having had the propensity to run into new trouble every so often. In some place, there was a dark and dank water prison. An old man had been locked up in this water dungeon. A giant claw, like that of an evil dragon, had kept him pinned on a giant and cold rock. Around him was black and stagnant water, countless white and wicked eyes coldly stared at him from it. What sort of crime had this old man committed, which resulted in him being locked up in such a hellish place? If one got closer, one would find that this old man seemed to be rather familiar. It seemed like he was. Fuckin'. Chapter 1182, Killing Radix and Nirvana. 3 people stood in front of Xia Fei, their backs to him. They all exuded carefree and impressive auras. Xia Fei frowned. He had not noticed any people here when first entering the Devil Shadow Dragon Tower. These 3 had seemingly come out of nowhere, but from the angles they were standing at and their postures, they were probably illusions. Only 3 people have walked out of Devil Shadow Dragon Tower in all its history. If you do it, you will be the 4th, the voice continued excitedly. It sounded like it was very proud of those first 3. Xia Fei did not respond, instead looking around warily. These plains were vast, and while they seemed calm, he kept feeling that something was hiding in the grass. Even the lazy furball had opened his eyes wide, showing a rare curiosity. You sound so excited. Do I get something good out of getting out of this dumb tower? Xia Fei asked absent-mindedly. Something good, the voice chortled in disdain. You should think about how to survive first. After saying that, the voice finally vanished, and at the same moment, a sudden gale swept over the plains. So much dust was kicked up that it was difficult to open one's eyes. In the middle of this dust storm rose a plaintive howl. Although the collapsed expanse of founders only opened once every 1,000 years, it didn't last for long, only a month. It was now the 4th week, and the collapsed expanse of founders was about to close. Gradually, signs of human life began to appear within the domain. According to the rules of the collapsed expanse of founders, the first to come out would all be warriors who had not obtained anything and had only managed to keep their lives. There were also some people who had been completely neutralized by the system and been reduced to ordinary people without any sort of combat strength. Thus, none of those people were particularly happy, and they were mostly sighing. However, there was no need for them to be downcast. They were very lucky compared to all the people who had died. At this moment, many other people were like Xia Fei, facing an unknown future and battling with their backs to a cliff. Xia Fei ascended a narrow stairway with heavy steps. The ceiling was so low that he had to bend down at some points to get through. His face was very pale. It was clear that the week of battle had left him very tired. Turning the corner, he arrived once again at a world created from spatial energy. Again and again, Xia Fei had towed the line of life and death, consuming energy, fighting perilous battles, and killing countless enemies. The protracted fighting had left him rather numb. Furball used this rare moment of peace to clamber up to Xia Fei's shoulder and take a nap. He seemed even more fatigued than Xia Fei. Furball had truly had a tough time. The guy was a slacker, but he had accompanied Xia Fei through all these trials and was now utterly exhausted. Xia Fei didn't have any extra energy to share with Furball, as he only had 14 units of spirit energy left. Energy had always been one of Xia Fei's very important trump cards. Back at the Spiritualist Association and when he had gained the Origin of Heaven legacy, Xia Fei had obtained more than 3,000 units of spirit energy. 3,000 units! Even a heaven-defying master spiritualist like Fukin or Ulan had never owned such a vast fortune. No amount of money, crystals, or soul weapons could match up to that amount of spirit energy. Xia Fei hadn't been acting cocky for no reason. That huge reserve of energy was his greatest trump card. 7 days. To survive, he had used up enough energy to buy up half the universe. It was hard to imagine just what had happened in those 7 days. And how had Xia Fei managed to make it out? Sighing, Xia Fei lit a cigarette, using this moment before the battle started to place Furball on his head and slowly transfer spirit energy to him. Xia Fei couldn't fight without energy, and Furball, as an energy-type holy beast, definitely couldn't go without it. Xia Fei decided to share some of his remaining energy with Furball. Furball soon began to open his eyes. He shook his little head, indicating that he could endure and Xia Fei should not waste his spirit energy. As Xia Fei's holy beast, Furball was well aware of the predicament they were in. "You brat!" Xia Fei smiled as he scolded Furball. Furball was truly a strange creature. He was normally so crafty and lazy, but when things got serious, he was so kind and understanding. "I really didn't think that you would be able to last until the final level," that voice spoke again, conveying its surprise. Xia Fei pursed his lips. Wasting so much energy, this deal was a huge loss. "If I had known this beforehand, I would have destroyed this stupid tower." The voice laughed and said smugly, "You can't say that. You've obtained far more than that measly amount of energy you paid out. Think back carefully. What level of energy control were you at when you entered Devil Shadow Dragon Tower, and what level are you at now?" Xia Fei was startled, and then he took a deep drag of his cigarette. "You truly have used a lot of energy on this journey, but as you've advanced through the battles and tests, your control over energy, particularly high-level spirit energy, has reached an unprecedented level. Energy is the foundation of everything, and energy control is the foundation of the foundation. I'm sure you don't need me to tell you that no one can surpass you in terms of energy control. If your energy foundation was originally enough to build a tower, your foundation now can support a city." Xia Fei didn't argue, and began to mull it over. He originally had pretty good control over energy, so he knew very well how his energy control had improved. It was just that he had been fighting so much that he hadn't paid it much attention. Now that this mysterious voice had mentioned it, Xia Fei finally realized it. While Xia Fei's level hadn't increased and he had lost so much energy, he had actually made a breakthrough. A warrior's development was ultimately based on their foundation, just like how the depth of a foundation would determine how high one could erect a building. But there was something Xia Fei didn't understand. His energy foundation hadn't been bad, and now, Devil Shadow Dragon Tower had increased it to an absurd level. Was that on purpose? If it was deliberate, what was the goal? As he shifted his finger back a few centimeters, Xia Fei's eyes suddenly brightened. There was a white line connecting him to Furball. This was spirit energy. As if he was performing a spell, the spirit energy suddenly thickened, and then it shrank. It was all under Xia Fei's control, transforming as he wished. His control was many times greater than before. In the past, Xia Fei could only control the energy in his body, but now, this control had extended to his surroundings. He smiled. This surprise discovery left him quite pleased, all of his depression being swept away. His efforts had been rewarded. After 7 days of hellish combat, Xia Fei had obtained supreme control over spirit energy. This is the last level. You just need to win this battle to become the 4th person in history to pass through Devil Shadow Dragon Tower. But I also have some bad news to tell you. If you lose, With a mighty roar, a glossy black object suddenly flashed through the air, striking down a white goose. Thud! The white goose, as long as a human was tall, dropped to the ground. There was a bell-like object on it. It was silver, a soul weapon. That was a sound-type soul weapon. You've been tricked, a voice suddenly spoke. This came so suddenly that someone was wary, as Xia Fei should have been instantly on his guard. But Xia Fei was actually delighted. Raising his head, Xia Fei became so excited that he began to tremble. He shouted, "Radix! Nirvana! You're alive!" A cross-shaped black blade was spinning in the air, the fiend blade Nirvana. A person stood atop the blade, Radix. Woo! Nirvana landed, delivering Radix to Xia Fei's side. One human, one soul, and one fiend blade gazed at each other, all of them rejoicing at this reunion. What sort of joke is this? I'm an immortal soul while Nirvana is a fiend blade. How could either of us die? Radix replied casually. Xia Fei said gleefully, so long as you're okay, it's fine. Why did the two of you suddenly disappear? I was so used to having the two of you next to me that having to rely only on White Dragon's screech all this time left me extremely uncomfortable. Radix replied nonchalantly, White Skull, Jade Green, the Swift Wind Fan Leaf, the Twin Dragon Roar, the Dark Crystal Soul Gathering Pagoda, aren't all of those top-class weapons? All of them are plenty strong. You've got plenty of treasures in your spatial ring. How could you lack weapons to use? Take the White Skull, as an example. We went through so much effort to get that heaven-defying weapon, and how many times have you used it? A subtle light flashed in Xia Fei's eyes, and he said softly, weapons are like a chef's knife. Whether it's sharp or not is one thing, and whether one is accustomed to using it is another. Among all my weapons, my favorite is still Nirvana. Xia Fei glanced over at the fiend blade Nirvana, which was less than 4 meters away. Let's not talk about this. Where have you been all this time? Why appear now? Without any warning. Xia Fei struck out at his old friend Radix. The law of primal chaos. The power of reversal could truly scatter Radix's soul to the winds. The world must have gone crazy. Xia Fei clearly had only 14 units of spirit energy left, but he had unleashed such a frenzied attack. In this long-awaited reunion, Xia Fei had unleashed his most lethal move. What had happened? How did the world end up like this? Rumble. When primal chaos emerged, no one could contend against it. At such a close distance, Radix had no hope of escaping. As Xia Fei's attack approached, suddenly an even more domineering energy pushed Radix and the fiend blade Nirvana aside, forcing Xia Fei's howling fist to brush past them. Xia Fei! Is this how you treat your brother? I went through so much effort to find Radix and Nirvana in the chaotic space and bring them to you, but you try to kill him, that voice roared angrily. I want to kill you as well. What did you do? Forcing Radix and Nirvana to betray me. Xia Fei turned his head and replied savagely. Furball was dumbstruck and was clearly at a loss. After a pause, that voice asked in confusion, how did you see through it? This is really Radix and Nirvana, you know. Xia Fei snorted, speaking in a raspy voice that was brimming with killing intent. Just now, Radix said that the Dark Crystal Soul Gathering Pagoda was my weapon, but he clearly knows that it had never been a weapon for me at all. I merely use it as an energy crystal. That could work too? Are you a human or a fiend? The voice cried out in disbelief. Not even in his dreams could he have imagined that such a small detail let Xia Fei see through the entire plan. Chapter 1183, The True Power of the Origin of Heaven. The situation couldn't be any more worse. Radix and the fiend blade Nirvana were actually standing opposed to Xia Fei, and while it wasn't of their own will, Xia Fei didn't have any options, either. The voice exclaimed in surprise, with just that one detail, you were able to determine that Radix is actually under my control. That sort of judgment is truly fiendish. After a pause, the voice added, in truth, I can't be blamed for this. You were the one who sent your own weapon into chaos. It's not like anyone made you dabble in so many things, even learning fiend laws. Alas, you have no idea that fiend laws and ordinary laws simply don't get along. I'm just using your own things against you, it's just that simple. This is a kind of counterbalance, and also a kind of test to see how you do without your most powerful and most familiar weapon. I have to admit that you still possess impressive combat power without Nirvana, which is why you have the right to stand in this Devil Shadow Dragon Tower. The test of Devil Shadow Dragon Tower's final level was Nirvana and Radix. You don't have much energy left, and your opponent is your friend and familiar weapon. I'm looking forward to this ultimate match. It's only in an extreme situation like this that I can understand where your bottom line is. Whoosh! As the voice finished speaking, something seemed to fly off, and the battlefield fell silent. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and looked at Radix and Nirvana with a complicated gaze. The situation was very clear. Xia Fei had to fight a decisive battle with Nirvana, whether he was willing or not. The Devil Shadow Dragon Tower was truly an eerie place, and the last problem it had presented was ruthless to the extreme. Xia Fei placed a hand behind his back, his expression very calm. And on the other side, Radix seemed very dejected. To tell the truth, he had already done everything he could to hint to Xia Fei that he was being controlled. Thus, he had done his duty and upheld his loyalty as a guard of the Aurora clan. The Fiend Blade Nirvana was quite restless. High-grade weapons had their own intelligence, and while Nirvana hadn't resisted as fiercely as Radix, it still sensed that something was wrong. It constantly flew in circles, seemingly growing more and more concerned. Suddenly, Radix froze as if he had received an order. He then frowned and sternly said to Xia Fei, "If I don't act, the clan will be dragged in." "Understood," Xia Fei said lightly. His face didn't show anything, but the hand hidden behind his back had clenched into a fist, his fingernails about to dig into his flesh. Xia Fei had always been a loner and hated being ordered around, but this Devil Shadow Dragon had forced Xia Fei to attack his own hands and feet. This had violated Xia Fei's greatest taboo. "Calm down, calm down," Xia Fei warned himself, but the flames of anger still ignited in his eyes, which turned red like a volcano, on the verge of eruption. "I'm sorry. I'm about to attack," Radix whispered. Whoosh! Radix disappeared, merging into the Fiend Blade. He was an immortal soul, and he had been living in Nirvana for some time now. Rumble! Under Radix's command, the fiendish blade Nirvana lunged forward. Without Xia Fei's control, it was no longer light and nimble, instead becoming fierce and savage, charging around everywhere. Xia Fei chose to dodge. He didn't have much energy left, and the Fiend Blade Nirvana's expertise was in absorbing energy. Let alone being hurt by Nirvana, even using White Dragon's Screech to block it would instantly allow Nirvana to absorb much of his remaining energy. There was nothing he could do about it, for the Fiend Blade had always been abnormal. This could be considered the most problematic situation Xia Fei could possibly imagine. It wasn't just White Dragon's Screech. Even if it was Peacock Blue or Furball, Xia Fei couldn't use a single one of the weapons available to him. Peacock Blue was linked to Xia Fei's right arm, so Nirvana absorbing its energy was the same as absorbing Xia Fei's energy. Furball was an energy-type holy beast, so Nirvana was his mortal foe. Dodging was the only option. Rumble! The Fiend Blade Nirvana was quite violent, its every strike causing the ground to shudder. Countless pieces of debris exploded in every direction. Fortunately, Xia Fei moved very quickly, and his movement technique was very swift. The Fiend Blade Nirvana could threaten Xia Fei, but it couldn't catch up to him. This place was full of stones, each one about half of the size of a soccer ball. They were like eggs laid by some giant beast, scattered around all over the place and possessing rough but uniform exteriors. This terrain wasn't actually suitable for dodging, as even the heaviest stone couldn't block the Fiend Blade Nirvana. Once the boulders shattered, sharp pieces of debris would fly around like little knives, presenting quite the threat to the swiftly evading Xia Fei. The legendary armor Celestial Soul Warning had suffered significant damage in his previous fights, and it was covered in scars. A fierce attack could obliterate it at any moment. The battle started with an overwhelming advantage from the very start, but alas, Xia Fei wasn't the one with this advantage. Rather, it was Radix and the Fiend Blade Nirvana, Xia Fei's strongest combat combination, who had it. Even without Xia Fei's control, they were still extremely powerful. One frenzied attack after another left Xia Fei with barely any time to breathe. All he could do was rely on his speed to constantly move around. Awoo! Furball lost patience. Holy beasts had their dignity, and Furball couldn't remember the last time he had felt so suffocated. In short, he was in a rage over being suppressed. His little eyes glared, and he flew into the air and prepared to use the Shatterstar Strike. Whoosh! Xia Fei leaped off the ground, grabbed Furball, stuck him under his armpit, and prevented him from taking such a risky action. Furball was naturally very angry, for he felt that if he didn't risk it all, Xia Fei would forever remain on the back foot, which was something he never wanted to see. The combat space was the top floor of Devil Shadow Dragon Tower, an artificial region made from spatial energy. It was a rocky shoal around 100 kilometers in width and about 20 kilometers in height. These dimensions were rather small for Xia Fei, preventing him from fully utilizing his speed. But it greatly compensated for Nirvana's lack of speed, and Nirvana's strikes and the exploding debris were everywhere one looked. Within a few minutes, this place had been completely transformed. There were no more scattered boulders, only meteors raining down and peppering the ground with craters. The voice seemed to notice something, muttering, "Are they putting on a play? Using this battle to destroy everything with a mind to destroying Devil Shadow Dragon Tower." It was inevitable for one to suspect something from this battle. Under Radix's control, the Fiend Blade Nirvana was holding nothing back. Each strike would leave the space shaking for some time, and the damage was rather intense. Xia Fei had actually used similar methods before, wearing down the enemy before delivering the lethal strike and collapsing space. Was Xia Fei trying to dismantle Devil Shadow Dragon Tower? The thought made the voice chuckle. Impossible. Xia Fei only has 14 units of spirit power left. Trying to destroy Devil Shadow Dragon with such little energy? Keep dreaming. As the owner of Devil Shadow Dragon Tower was rejecting the idea, Xia Fei's lips suddenly curved upward. He was smiling. This was the first time Xia Fei had smiled since entering the final floor of Devil Shadow Dragon Tower. His gaze chilled as he stopped in the very center of the space. Ocular cognition. Origin of heaven. Whoosh. His eyes grew brighter and brighter, like a flashlight in the darkness, radiating a blinding white light. The ocular cognition of the Beast Spirit Codex and the strongest observation art of the Triclopean Fiend race overlapped one another, filling Xia Fei's eyes with magical power. His last bit of energy was all sent out his eyes. The debris around him started to float as if the magnetic pull from Xia Fei's body was fixing them in the air. This was the first time Xia Fei had used ocular cognition and the origin of heaven to this degree. Not only was Xia Fei's vision getting stronger, he was creating howling gales that surged out from his location. What is he trying to do? Was it really worth it to use so much energy on ocular cognition? The owner of Devil Shadow Dragon Tower had countless questions. A second later, Xia Fei stroked a finger across his spatial ring, taking out a white weapon. The White Skull. This was the last weapon Xia Fei had made in the Lore Realm. It was a fusion of thousands of high-rank weapons, like the Dragon Scale Hecto Slasher and the Ode of 100 Spirits. Xia Fei neither liked nor disliked the White Skull. It wasn't because it lacked power, but because he simply had too many weapons. Nirvana, White Dragon's Screech, and Peacock Blue were all strong to a horrifying level, so Xia Fei had barely used this weapon. Xia Fei was finally using the White Skull. Was it finally time for this weapon to show its power? Xia Fei's left hand clenched into a fist, and his arm made a sublime arc through the air, light and nimble, but brimming with the power of the law of primal chaos. The heavens and earth paled in shock. No one could have imagined that Xia Fei would destroy his own weapon. Rumble. If someone had been standing outside Devil Shadow Dragon Tower, they would have seen the entire pagoda fiercely shudder at the moment the White Skull exploded. What level of power was that? As a top-class weapon, though the White Skull didn't have some particularly outstanding battle record, it had proved the value of its existence solely through a savage storm that could tear apart space. It instantly became clear that Xia Fei wasn't targeting Radix or Nirvana, but this imposing tower. This was the true power of the Triclopean Fiend race's origin of heaven. The law of primal chaos had the power to violently reverse the heavens and earth, and the origin of heaven allowed this power to be maximized. With the help of the origin of heaven, Xia Fei was able to quickly find the energy node of the weapon and destroy it, using the explosion from the destruction as his method of attack. And that attack wasn't without a target. Xia Fei was currently standing on the weakest part of Devil Shadow Dragon Tower. If he could break this part, Devil Shadow Dragon Tower was certain to fall. Any person or item had some value. Xia Fei didn't have much energy, so it was impossible for him to break Devil Shadow Dragon Tower with his own strength. But he had a spatial ring that contained far too many wondrous weapons. Rumble. There was another boom as the Aurora clan's soul weapon, Jade Green, and the Inverse race's Swift Wind Fan Leaf both exploded. This method of attacking was like throwing grenades. The soul weapons would be thrown and destroyed, and their explosive power would batter away at Devil Shadow Dragon Tower. This was an insane course of action, as each soul weapon was extraordinarily valuable. But Xia Fei was destroying them without even blinking. Everything had a price, and Xia Fei was a madman who didn't care about prices. Anyone who makes me unhappy shouldn't even dream about being happy. Xia Fei bellowed madly, his eyes red with bloodlust. Rumble. Another soul weapon was destroyed. The Devil Shadow Dragon Tower shuddered. Chapter 1184, Blue Blood Soza. Rumble. Intense collisions made the so-called invincible pagoda tremble. From the outside, it was possible to see several small plumes of smoke rising from the top floor of the pagoda. It was a sign of just how fierce Xia Fei's attacks were. What are you doing? Stop! Are you planning to destroy my Devil Shadow Dragon Tower, even if it makes you broke? I can just let you pass, the voice resounded, though its owner was no longer as composed. It was now evident that a Xia Fei without energy was just as frightening as before. Like a madman, Xia Fei took out all the weapons he had stored up over the years. Whether it was the White Skull, or Golden Soul Eye, he took them all out. They were all treasures that could sweep over the world. Under this savage assault, Devil Shadow Dragon Tower really was shuddering. The moment the individual managing the pagoda saw the situation was bad, he immediately resorted to psychological tactics, trying to make Xia Fei stop his crazy and senseless assault. He took aim at the value of these soul weapons, reminding Xia Fei that the price of using those soul weapons as explosive tools was immense. Too late. Xia Fei made no sign of stopping, yelling, "Everything has its price. You made me unhappy, so even if I have to go bankrupt, I'll make sure that you're not happy, either." Not only did Xia Fei not restrain himself, he grew even more vicious, throwing out those top-grade soul weapons with absolutely no regard for their value. He was avenging every wrong. This was Xia Fei's personality. Xia Fei had never liked recklessly spending money, but he was also no miser. How could a person who pinched every penny achieve great things? When it was time to pay, Xia Fei had never cared about the price. With a mighty rumble, the Devil Shadow Dragon Tower broke apart. The ceiling of the pagoda was blasted into the air, and then a crazy amount of energy began to pour out, like an erupting volcano. The entire area was thrown into chaos. Whoosh! Xia Fei jumped out of the pagoda, the fiendish blade Nirvana in his hand. For some reason the guardian of the tower had suddenly lost control over Radix and Nirvana, and Xia Fei naturally needed to bring his beloved weapon with him. At the same time, the blue moon disappeared, transforming into a human figure who rushed up to the pagoda. It turned out that the controller of the Devil Shadow Dragon Tower was a high-level matter expert. By pretending to be the moon, he had avoided Xia Fei's search. It was truly a frightening ability. Xia Fei now had a clear look at the person's face. He wasn't all that different from an ordinary person, but his body was entirely blue, which made Xia Fei recall Aquamarine. She had also been a person with very strange blue skin. Could Aquamarine and this person be of the same race? Aquamarine had said before that she had come to Alpha from another universe. If Xia Fei's theory was right, then this person, Devil Shadow Dragon Tower, and the entire collapsed expanse of the Founders were the work of a civilization from another universe. This blue person was very fat and short, barely reaching up to Xia Fei's waist, making him look much like a stool. Glaring at Xia Fei, the little blue man yelled, "What are you gawking at? You scoundrel, you've destroyed my Devil Shadow Dragon Tower. There's too much energy being released too quickly. If you can't stop this energy surge, all of us, together with all of the collapsed expanse of the Founders, will be done for." Xia Fei was startled, and then his lips curved into an unfathomable smile. Xia Fei could naturally see what was happening, and he didn't want the collapsed expanse of the Founders to be destroyed, either. Not only would he not be able to escape, but Oro, Ulan, Fukan, Xia Guanghai, and Furbal would all be doomed, as well. Smiling, Xia Fei sat down cross-legged on the grass, raised his head to the sky, and opened his eyes wide. Whoosh! The energy began to gather over Xia Fei's head and was quickly drawn into Xia Fei's body, and his seventh brain region. As he had used too much energy, his seventh brain region was like a dried-up sponge, desperately drinking in all the energy in the area, restoring what it had lost. Furbal also opened his mouth wide, and excitedly ate up the energy. Peacock Blue quietly spread itself out on the ground, also absorbing energy. There was also the fiendish blade Nirvana. Its attribute was absorption, so it also greedily drank up this energy. In the blink of an eye, Xia Fei and his crew became like 4 hungry tigers, devouring energy at an astonishing speed. While the blue person was unhappy, there was nothing he could do. After all, he did require Xia Fei's help on this. Devil Shadow Dragon Tower was ancient and contained a vast amount of energy. He alone would truly not be able to clean up this situation. Furbal's white fur quickly grew glossy once more, and peacock blue and the fiendish blade Nirvana grew much more energetic. On the other hand, the blue person gradually grew weaker as he did his utmost to suppress the energy eruption. He had no other choice. Someone had to step forward and control the energy explosion, and Xia Fei had made up his mind to ignore it. He and his crew of gluttons did nothing but eat, and as it went on, the gap between Xia Fei and the blue person began to shrink. Devil Shadow Dragon Tower gradually stopped swaying and became much more stable. The blue person sighed as if a great rock had been lifted off his chest. Whoosh! At that moment, Xia Fei jumped up like a fish and shot at the blue person in an arc, punching at him. Bang! That person was sent flying into the air, spitting out 2 teeth as blue blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. This punch is for Radix. Bang! This punch is for me. Everything had calmed down. Xia Fei had absorbed enough energy, and Furball and the other gluttons had also eaten their fill. Only that blue person was sitting sullenly on the ground across from them, a hand over his mouth. Kid, you really dared to attack me? Do you know who I am? The blue person shouted at him. You're lucky I didn't kill you. You put me and Radix through so much suffering that killing you 1,000 times might not be enough, Xia Fei replied coolly, lighting a cigarette. Don't go acting all well behaved after getting so much. If not for Devil Shadow Dragon Tower, would you have your current control over energy? Just now, you managed to take in 10,000 units of spirit energy, and that's even not counting those gluttons next to you. All of them had massive appetites. When it comes to loss, I'm the one who suffered the greatest loss here. The blue person continued grumbling angrily. Furball made an untimely burp, leaving the blue person even more depressed. Xia Fei alone had taken 10,000 units of spirit energy, so he couldn't have been considered to have suffered a loss. How many weapons on White Skull's level could he make with 10,000 units? Not even Xia Fei himself was sure. Changing the topic, the blue person asked curiously, you clearly had the chance just now, but you didn't kill me. Why not do the deed while I was too busy to defend myself? Smiling, Xia Fei said unashamedly, taking advantage of a person's weakness isn't my style. Besides, you didn't have any intention of killing me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have shown you any mercy. They were nice-sounding words, but Radix was on the verge of exploding in laughter. Xia Fei loved taking advantage of people's weaknesses. Striking the enemy while they were down was practically his motto. The blue person was startled, and some respect appeared in his eyes. Xia Fei's acting was just too good, and the blue person was yet another victim of Xia Fei's harmless demeanor. My name is Souza. My clan built this Devil Shadow Dragon Tower in the collapsed expanse of the Founders. Whenever this place opens, my clan will send someone here, the strange blue-skinned Souza informed him. Xia Fei frowned slightly. He asked, in other words, it was your clan that built the collapsed expanse of the Founders and the God-Demon system? Souza shook his head. Why would we ever do something as troublesome as that? Only this Devil Shadow Dragon Tower is our clan's duty. We don't need to involve ourselves with the rest. Xia Fei asked swiftly, so you're saying that your clan consists entirely of blue-skinned people like you? Yes. Are all blue-skinned people members of your clan? Xia Fei's eyes flashed with a subtle light. All of these questions were prep work to find out if this guy was together with Aquamarine. That's both correct and incorrect, for there are many people in our clan. We all have the same grand ancestor, but our clan is only one of many. We don't represent the entire blue blood race, Souza answered after some thought. Xia Fei slowly breathed out a smoke ring. I have a friend in Alpha Universe called Aquamarine. Like you, she has blue skin, and when she fights, she can use a powerful technique called Cerulean Soul Gem that turns her entire body into crystal. Xia Fei observed Souza's reaction as he spoke. Souza didn't seem very surprised. Moreover, he hadn't recognized Xia Fei's peacock blue or ocular cognition. Those were things that Aquamarine had brought from her universe, so if she had been part of the same clan as Souza, then he should have known about the immemorial mystical armaments. Once Xia Fei was finished, Souza shrugged and answered, our blue blood race shouldn't be going to your universe. The person you speak of might be a traitor of our race, but I'm not an ordinary blue blood race member. We are the Tsadans, and have our own duties, so we don't ask about the other affairs of the race. Thus, I don't know this person you're talking about at all. Sighing, Souza added, but I must warn you that this Aquamarine might not be your friend. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given you a fake name. Aquamarine is a fake name. Xia Fei feigned surprise. Most certainly. It doesn't match the naming conventions of our race at all, Souza answered vaguely and hesitantly. Speaking badly about someone of his race behind their back wasn't a good thing, so he was warning Xia Fei out of kindness to not be fooled by Aquamarine. Xia Fei smiled. Aquamarine had been killed long ago, by him, Cloud Knight, Fukan, and Tongjin Liang. Souza was at least being sincere in his warning, so much of Xia Fei's wariness disappeared. The God-Demon system is itself a major test, but your place is basically a test within a test. What's the purpose for it? Xia Fei asked curiously. Souza stared at Xia Fei for a bit, his eyes becoming spirited once more. The praise in his eyes was obvious. To find an evil shadow dragoon. Souza replied in a whisper. Chapter 1185, The Devil Shadow Dragoons. A Devil Shadow Dragoon. Xia Fei was puzzled after hearing the name, so he asked, Devil Shadow Dragoon? What is that? Is there a purpose for you all to go to the effort of creating the collapsed expanse of founders, involving millions of warriors? Souza shook his head. I wouldn't go so far to say that. The collapsed expanse of founders is an even higher level universe that inspects the potential and strength of lower level warriors. As for this tower of ours, it is nothing more than just a very small portion of the collapsed expanse of founders. Since its inception, you're only the fourth person that has made it through the Devil Shadow Dragon Tower. Xia Fei did not really understand what was being said, so he continued along his line of questioning, what happens after you make it through? Others have gone to other places to grab treasures and martial techniques, but you snatched me to this place and made me undergo a series of crazy trials. How is that fair? Souza smiled. Xia Fei could tell that it took quite the effort to smile, but his blue face lit up with a strange smile nonetheless. There are a total of 9 universes in existence. One of them has sealed an ultimate creature, called Dragon, Souza explained softly. Xia Fei was startled. The evil dragon was something Xia Fei had already learned about, and he was also aware that it was the most powerful of the 3 supreme evil beasts. It was a monster that claimed to stand at the top of the biological food chain, an existence that superseded everything else. Unfortunately, everything Xia Fei had heard along the way had just been rumors. Perhaps it was because Xia Fei was not yet at a sufficient level, so he had never been able to hear any more information regarding the devil dragon. But now that Souza had mentioned the dragon, Xia Fei instantly had plenty of thoughts. Without a doubt, this mysterious and distant creature was ultimately a threat to everything in known existence. Swoosh! Souza swung his arm grandly, and pulled out a star map. There were 5 stars on the bottom of the star map that were in a formation together, then 2 stars above, and they were all linked. Souza pointed to the map and said, look here. Every star represents a universe. The 5 below that are connected to each other are called the lower 5 stars. The Alpha universe you reside in is one of these important nodes. Through Alpha, you're able to enter a higher plane, the Gemini stars, which refer to the 2 stars above. I'm from the left, the one shining brightly. It's called the Annihilation universe. The dim star next to it represents the Dragon Valley where the evil dragon resides, also known as the Dragon Universe. Xia Fei was startled after hearing Souza's words. The legendary evil dragon is in the Dragon Valley. You're actually so close to Dragon Valley. Souza folded his hands behind his back and nodded, that's right. The Annihilation Universe is the closest to the evil dragon, and is just a legend where you're from. There are countless ruins and ancient battlefields that the evil dragon left behind in the Annihilation Universe, as well as the descendants of those war gods from the ancient past. Xia Fei shook his head in disbelief, that's too outrageous. You previously said that there are a total of 9 universes in existence, and there are only 5 depicted here on your star map. I have no idea what the rules are for the sequence of universes, but your universe seemed to be the only one that has a direct connection to the Dragon Valley, which also means that if the evil dragon were to ever to emerge once more, it will be the Annihilation Universe between the Gemini stars that would be the first to suffer. Meanwhile, the Annihilation Universe has countless paths that lead to the plane below, so if the warriors of the Annihilation Universe fail to fend off the evil dragon, catastrophe will soon descend upon the Alpha Universe, and my old home of the Lore Realm. Souza looked at Xia Fei with grim satisfaction and nodded slightly, that's right. Annihilation is the first line of defense against the Dragon Valley, and it is the only one, as well. We have a very heavy responsibility. As for the universal sequence, because of how much time has passed, it is already impossible to calculate. No one can figure out just why those super experts that were victorious over the evil dragon back then arranged it like this, or whether the structure is something completely beyond their control. Xia Fei lit a cigarette. This conversation he had was very stimulating. This was the first time Xia Fei had learned where the terminal point of existence was. He'd had no idea it was actually so close. There were many paths from the Annihilation universe, all leading to the lower 5 stars. They had always been completely exposed to the evil dragon's firepower from the very beginning. As long as it could break past that first and last line of defense, then there was nothing else to stop its rampage. Then what about the final 2 universes? Xia Fei asked again. Whether it was the Triclopian fiend race's legacy, or Saza's description, both had verified that there were only 9 universes in existence, so Xia Fei was very curious about the 2 universes that were not shown anywhere on the star map. Shaking his head, Soza answered in a solemn tone, "We lost contact with the other 2 universes eons ago. No one has any idea if they still exist." The situation was becoming more and more mystifying. Xia Fei recalled the cosmic gate he went through when entering the collapsed expanse of Founders, and how there was an image of 5 connected stars on it. Xia Fei had originally thought it was 5 connected planets, but to think it signified the 5 universes, each of them inextricably connected to each other through the cosmic gate. Rubbing his chin with one hand, Xia Fei suddenly burst into laughter. "What are you laughing for?" Soza asked curiously. "Of course I'm laughing. At the very least, I've now learned the entire structure of existence. Thinking back to when I first set foot off Earth, I had believed that the Alliance was a grand and encompassing domain. Honestly, even I am quite surprised to find myself to have reached the point that I am currently standing at right now," Xia Fei replied as he reminisced. "I'm not at all surprised. Given your extreme personality, I doubt you've ever suffered a loss," Soza said, shaking his head. This blue blood warrior from the Gemini stars felt a great headache when he considered Xia Fei's personality. Sly to a fault, and brutal to boot. It was as if every extreme element could be found in him. "I've suffered some losses here and there, but not much. Most of the time, it is those who provoke me who end up losing out," Xia Fei replied, not in the least bit humble. "Oh right, I almost forgot if you hadn't mentioned it. What is the fiend race you speak of? And the Devil Shadow Dragoons?" Soza lifted his head up to look toward the skies and frowned. "I'd have told you even if you had not taken the initiative to ask. A very, very long time ago, sapient life forms all worked together and stood up against the evil dragon. Back then, the fiend race was one such affiliate, and they shared the same battle lines as the Hero Alliance. They were comrades, completely equal. The Hero Alliance was very strong. Humanity had a balance of warriors with both wisdom and strength. Blue Bloods had outstanding energy users, fiends were the most cunning and unusual hunters, and there were countless other sapient life forms of every shape and size. Everyone worked together, and while we were no match for the evil dragon alone, we were able to emerge victorious because of our numbers. After countless years of extended fighting, the evil dragon's weakness in fecundity gradually had them at the disadvantage, and so the Hero Alliance began to make preparations for the ultimate battle, all in an effort to completely eradicate the evil dragon. The battle started at dawn. The Hero Alliance split into 2 groups, with humanity taking charge of the main force, while we Blue Bloods acted as the reinforcements to the main force. The other group was led by the master strategists, the Fiends. They were in charge of the encirclement. That battle was an unprecedented fight of calamitous proportions. The Hero Alliance was so named because it comprised the strongest warriors from the various life forms. No, every single one who had the qualifications to see this fight could be called war gods, each and every one of them. At this point, Soza was getting animated. It was almost as if that ancient battle was happening right before his eyes. Meanwhile, Xia Fei realized that the battle situation Soza described was similar to the memory the three-eyed fiend war god had left, so it appeared everything was true. Countless war gods were killed every second, and while it was grueling and tough, everyone held an immense passion and hope inside them. That was because each and every one of them firmly believed that the most maverick battle tactician of the fiends would come in swinging at the most crucial moment. He would then lead the entire alliance to their ultimate victory. Alas, the war gods did not end up hanging on for the fiends to arrive, but were all met with disaster. It turned out that the evil dragons also had warriors waiting in ambush, and it was a black, supermassive dragon that no one had ever seen before in their entire lives. Right at that point was when it suddenly dawned on the war gods of the Hero Alliance that they had been betrayed by the fiends. The fiends were not only outstanding warriors and strategists, but they also possessed a fiendish personality that the average being could not comprehend. They were at times crazy, at times crafty. No one could make sense just what those people were thinking, and the Hero Alliance should not have trusted them in the first place. Taking a silent drag of smoke, Xia Fei asked, "So the fiends were actually that powerful, hey?" Souza nodded, "Powerful and immoral." Finally, as the number of men on the Hero Alliance's side dwindled and they were left with no other choice, they could only resort to the most extreme method, paying the price with their lives in the process. They severed the universe, and sealed the evil dragons beyond the battlefield. Because the fiends were traitors, the entire Hero Alliance was wiped out. The price they paid was insurmountable, and most importantly, after all the super experts had died, they still failed to completely vanquish the evil dragons. All they did was seal them in the seventh universe. There will come a day when we will have to face off against the most evil beings across these universes, while the super experts that could fend them off are no more, any longer. With that, Souza's expression revealed a hint of misery and sadness. After all, he was someone from the Annihilation universe, and was aware of what had actually happened. What he was feeling was only normal. "So what about the Devil Shadow Dragoons?" Xia Fei asked again. Souza coughed and perked up. There were several squads who made up the main force for the Hero Alliance back in the day, and they all shared the Dragoon name. For example, the human squad are called the Holy Light Dragoons, and we Blue Bloods are called the Destiny Dragoons. Meanwhile, the Devil Shadow Dragoon was the original designation for the fiends. Xia Fei was shocked. The fiends' designation. The Hero Alliance were betrayed by the fiends, so all of you ought to hate them deeply. Why would you still keep their name alive? Souza chuckled bitterly. Of course we hate them to the core, but no one could deny that the fiends were the greatest strategists and tacticians among all sapient life forms. Without the fiends, it's hard to imagine just how we could have faced off against the brutal and savage evil dragons. As such, people thought of a solution, which was to pick out the mavericks of all the different sapient life forms, and let them take on the codename of the Devil Shadow Dragoons. Unfortunately, the various sapient life forms have all kinds of talents, but how many true mavericks are there? The Devil Shadow Dragon Tower's secret has been hidden in the collapsed expanse of Founders for such a long time, and you're only the fourth that has fulfilled its criteria. Xia Fei was left speechless after hearing everything Souza had told him. After all that, Souza and his people had gone through all this trouble all for the sake of letting him, a human, take over the vacancy left by the fiends. Chapter 1186, A Pair of Fiend Wings. Xia Fei could no longer hold back his laughter as he blurted out, "After all that, you want me to take over the mess that the fiends left behind?" Souza wrinkled his brow and replied solemnly, "How could you call it a mess? The four Grand Dragoons each have their own expertise and their role in the battle. Right now, the new Hero Alliance lacks the power of its Devil Shadow Dragoon, which makes it no different from a lame, three-legged horse. How could we hope to defeat those evil dragons? The entire alliance views the re-establishment of the Devil Shadow Dragoon as a matter of great importance, and every powerful clan in the alliance was sent to accomplish this task, searching throughout the Annihilation universe, and even going to the lower 5 stars universe to search for a suitable warrior. We of the Tsadans were placed in charge of this location, the collapsed expanse of Founders." Xia Fei pouted, "It's been so many years, and your clan has only managed to choose 4 candidates, and that is only including myself. That is a depressingly low rate of efficiency." Souza waved his hand dismissively, "Xia Fei, don't forget how important this is. The Annihilation universe is the plane above the 5 connected stars universes, and there are a lot of warriors there. They are already the descendants of the original Hero Alliance, and their combat strength far exceeds what you find here in the Alpha universe. You've been chosen despite only having 4 soul marks. You must know that most of the candidates that are selected from the Annihilation universe are an entire level higher than you." Xia Fei nodded silently. According to Souza's line of thinking, becoming a Devil Shadow Dragoon was not an easy feat, as Xia Fei had found himself abruptly pulled to the same battle lines as those experts from the Annihilation universe. Annihilators. Xia Fei had heard Aquamarine mention that name before. They were the peak experts who knew how many times stronger than Founders. It remained unknown if there was a war god at the Annihilator level out here anywhere in the enormous Alpha universe. The fact that Xia Fei was given the chance to fight alongside such super experts meant he really should not be picky about the circumstances. After a pause, Souza spoke up again, and what he said pushed the already tempted Xia Fei right toward the brink of excitement. Devil Shadow Dragon isn't just a designation. Though the fiends have since been rendered extinct, they left plenty of precious treasures behind. If one day you do attain the title of a Devil Shadow Dragoon, you'll be able to obtain the wealth the entire race left behind. The fiends were known for being weird and adaptive, and the soul weapons they used are all considered first-rate due to how extremely unique they were. Just think about it. This is a treasure trove that an entire sapient race had accumulated, as a whole. Zing! Xia Fei's eyes instantly sparkled. He had always liked unique martial techniques and weapons, and he hated those generic items that lacked any personality whatsoever. Becoming a Devil Shadow Dragoon to obtain the legacy the fiends had left behind? That suited Xia Fei's appetite perfectly. Who cared that they were the fiends? Being able to eliminate his enemies made them the greatest race. Say no more, I'm in. Xia Fei waved his hand resolutely. Souza seemed to have seen the countless money signs appearing in Xia Fei's eyes. It seemed like the temptation of the fiend's legacy was far more effective than the labored explanation Souza had given him. Clap! Souza clapped, and laid a palm heavily on Xia Fei's shoulder, loudly declaring, "Okay, from today onward, you're a new Hero Alliance's neophyte dragoon. I'll send your information straight to the Alliance." Hold it! Xia Fei's expression changed as he held a hand out to keep Souza from leaving. He asked in his puzzlement, "What did you just say? Neophyte dragoon? Does that mean I'm not an official dragoon yet?" Souza shook off Xia Fei's vice-like grip and said evenly, "It's not as if we Tsadans represent the entire Hero Alliance. All I can do is make my recommendation to the Alliance, and whether you'll be accepted into the Devil Shadow Dragoon will all depend on the will from above. Of course, you're not the only one who will be given the title of Neophyte Dragoon." Seeing Xia Fei looked very dissatisfied, Souza hurriedly added, "Whatever you do, don't underestimate the word dragoon. All those years back, every single one of those dragoons were indomitable war gods that were capable of anything. One could imagine just how powerful they were, strong enough to split apart entire universes in half. Until now, not more than 200 individuals have attained the title of dragoon, and that's across 5 universes, including the Annihilation universe that I hail from. Out of all of those 200 warriors, those with the lowest cultivation are high-ranked annihilators." Xia Fei was surprised, muttering to himself, "So that's how powerful the dragoons are. But of course. However, a neophyte dragoon title is enough for you to dominate the Alpha universe. Plus, look here." Souza took out a clear crystal bead that was not too large in size. However, its color was akin to pure water, with not even a hint of impurity, and it was giving off a very tempting scent. "This is the Life Advancement Bead, something that could be considered a miracle drug. After taking this in, not only will you experience a complete purification, you could even find your 7th brain region enlarging again, without even any adverse side effects. The value of this Life Advancement Bead already surpasses even a top-grade soul weapon in the Annihilation universe. Even if the price was an entire clan's life in exchange for this bead, there would be people out there who would fight over the chance to take it." Souza had said a lot, but it was obvious that this Life Advancement Bead that could expand one's 7th brain region was a super item of astronomical value. Aside from the Life Advancement Bead and the Neophyte Dragoon title, you'll still receive a third gift, and that is opening the inheritance treasury of the fiends, allowing you to pick 3 weapons from within. Souza glimpsed at that battered celestial soul warning that Xia Fei was wearing, and he said, "That war armor you have on is at the high-grade founder tier, which was originally not too bad. But unfortunately, it has since been ruined, and it will never reach its previous standard, even after repairs. If you wish, you can also pick an Annihilator-grade war armor from the inheritance of the fiends." Whoosh! Xia Fei was originally fretting over that. After all, the Neophyte Dragoon title was not anything practically impressive, but if he could pick out 3 treasures from the fiend's inheritance treasury, that was definitely a fatal temptation. Just thinking about using a super war armor at Annihilator grade while still being a level 4 founder excited him greatly. Seeing Xia Fei was enticed, Souza handed over the Life Advancement Bead in his hand to Xia Fei, and somewhat unwillingly said, "While you have just obtained an ocean's worth of energy, eat this Life Advancement Bead. It'll help you purify your entire body once, and eliminate all the useless impurities inside you." Xia Fei took the transparent bead and rolled it about in his hand. After hearing everything, Xia Fei was completely convinced of Souza's background, so Xia Fei opened his mouth, tossed the Life Advancement Bead in, and chewed. The bead looked like it was a gem of sorts, when in fact it had a very soft texture to it, like he was biting into maltose candy. However, he did not taste sweetness after breaking it, but the sweet coolness of ice from an iceberg. If Fukin were around, he would surely be shocked in his ecstasy, as this taste is really pure, Xia Fei thought to himself. Whenever he came across anything that tasted unique, he would always think of that gourmand, Fukin. Suddenly, the pure ice water sensation began to rapidly fill his bones. It was like there were countless rivers coursing through his body, driving Xia Fei's metabolism to cleanse his body over and over. Sa's words were by no means an exaggeration. He felt like he had been reborn. Xia Fei spread out his arms wide, letting out a satisfying bellow. The muscles all over his body tensed, and he was on his tiptoes, his entire body straight as a javelin. Round after round, time and again, the life advancement bead kept cleansing Xia Fei's body. He suddenly thought of how Wuxia novels would describe the Buddha cleansing workout, and he wondered if it was the same sensation he was now feeling. After an entire quarter of an hour, the life advancement bead finally stopped its purification of Xia Fei's body and began to work on Xia Fei's seventh brain region. Whoosh! Like the feeling of a rushing river, he had no idea just what was gushing right for his brain region, but Xia Fei's seventh brain region began instantly expanding. Rumble! This surge was akin to a cosmic explosion, powerful and overbearing. Years back when Xia Fei had consumed purple jade, it had not been as explosive as this even when it broke the barrier of his seventh brain region in one go. However, the Xia Fei of today was by no means the same as the Xia Fei of before. Just his brain alone was making him feel a little lightheaded. Right at the moment when Xia Fei was feeling slightly woozy, no one noticed that the corner of Sa's lips curled into a strange smirk. A 500% increase in the brain region. That is essentially 5 times the normal limit of an average human. This is remarkable. Truly remarkable. Radix was yelling loudly, completely excited after having not said a word for a very long time. Because he had been controlled by Soza to attack Xia Fei, Radix felt rather humiliated, and was too mortified to speak. But after the life advancement bead increased the size of Xia Fei's seventh brain region, Radix could not bottle up any longer. That was because Xia Fei's seventh brain region had already achieved an unthinkable 500% size increase, well beyond the limit. Even Soza was agape. He knew that Xia Fei's seventh brain region would grow after consuming the bead, but he was still shocked to see it increased to such a degree. Smiling, the feeling of this widening of his seventh brain region naturally made Xia Fei pleased as a peach. All of a sudden, even as the tip of Xia Fei's toes touched the ground, he went speeding off at great speed. Speed. Insane speed. The ultimate skill that Xia Fei had become famous with had improved once more. In just a second, Xia Fei's top speed broke the 30 million meters per second limit. Level 8 Law of Speed, broken. Compared to the expansion of his brain region, this increase in speed was much more apparent, and Xia Fei was even more excited by it. Improving on speed as the most heaven-defying combat technique, was harder than ascending to heaven. This time, Xia Fei had relied on the miraculous power from the life advancement bead to break through level 8 in the blink of an eye. He now had a speed that surpassed 30 million meters per second. That was close to light speed. For some unknown reason, Xia Fei's footsteps did not stop. He was getting faster and faster, almost as if the increase in speed was not his only goal. Circling around the lake, Xia Fei made it around like a streak of lightning, stirring up the dust and soil behind him enough to cover the sky. Radix was very excited, but Sa's expression was gradually turning grim. It looked like Xia Fei's speed increase was not something he had wanted to see. A strange and powerful force was exerting on everything around, chilling everyone right down to their bones. It was Xia Fei's inner demon. Radix's expression turned from pleasant surprise into even greater elation. He hoarsely croaked, "Could Xia Fei? Don't tell me!" Kaboom! Before Radix could finish his sentence, the inner demon inside him exploded out. After the dust settled, the entire world was enveloped in a majestic fiendish aura. On Xia Fei's back, a pair of wings had materialized. No. They were not wings. They were fiend wings. Chapter 1187, Fukin in Danger. What had grown out on Xia Fei's back was none other than the most powerful set of wings from the Skywing clan, the Fiend Wings. After Grand Ancestor Xia Gukan, Xia Fei was the second in his entire clan to have his own pair of Fiend Wings. Xia Fei only had the one Fiend Wing before, so he had been very much inferior when compared to Xia Gukan. But today, Xia Fei had finally displayed his second Fiend Wing. His fiendish aura was not inferior to Xia Gukan's anymore. Even more impressive was when Xia Fei had his two Fiend Wings out, along with his level 8 Law of Speed. This was not something that even Xiaogukan could do. Furball and Radix were both very excited. They knew how unmatched in combat the Fiend Wings were as an upgrade. A warrior's quality would largely decide the final outcome of a fight, and anyone who flinched in a fight, no matter how high a cultivation they had, the moment they wavered, how could they ever clash successfully against their enemy? That was why strength was not the only quality that was important when it came to fighting. They needed to give off the right demeanor as well. The fact the Skywings would yell out their slogan was by no means superfluous. Souza did not appear to be happy as he stood on the sidelines, the expression on his face turning grimmer by the second, which was very strange. Several minutes ago, he had been praising Xia Fei to be a rare talent, yet why was he hesitant now that he saw Xia Fei whip out his set of Fiend Wings? After testing out the limits of his inner demon, Xia Fei returned to where Souza and the others were standing, a bright smile on his face. Even ignoring the fact that he had managed to make a breakthrough with the very difficult law of speed, Xia Fei had even managed to obtain over 10,000 standard units of spirit energy from Souza. He was starting to realize that his trip to the collapsed expanse of the Founders had not been for naught. Feeling a lot better, Xia Fei turned to face Souza. When do you think we can head to the Fiend's treasury to take a look? Souza appeared to have been lost in thought just now. He was startled and came back to his senses, replying, "Yes, you deserve to pick out 3 of the Fiend's inheritance. But I have to first make a report to my superiors about you. The view here is decent, so why don't you rest here for now, and wait for me to make my report and come find you after." Xia Fei nodded. The fierce battle had left him very exhausted, and he ought to take a rest for a bit. The door to the water prison slowly opened, and Fukin lifted his head. He saw several people enter and furiously spat, "Shu Yuhi, you coward! Relying on Nanshazi's power to get me locked up here. If you have the capability, let me out and let us have a fight to the death." Shu Yuhi waved his hand and sent the people beside him away. He closed the door behind him and scoffed, "Nanshazi is my master, so what's wrong with having my master come in to lend me a hand with my business? If you're capable, you should also find someone to aid you." His words were very glib, and Xia Fei could feel a wave of pain in his chest. Indeed, it was none other than the dark spiritualists who had locked Fukin up in the water prison. These people had not only entered the collapsed expanse of the Founders, they had even wrestled away control of a portion of the system. Fukin had not expected the dark spiritualists to be prepared to such an extent. He had ended up in his enemy's trap not long after entering the collapsed expanse of the Founders. Shu Yuhi stood on the surface of the brackish water and considered, "My master said that though you spiritualists are considered the elites, so if you are willing to submit to my master, everything is up for discussion. All the trouble that you people have caused us, my master is willing to bury the hatchet and forgive, which is already extremely benevolent of him." "Benevolent?" Fukin screamed back at him. "You treacherous people dare have the face to mention benevolence. I spit on you." The spiritualists and dark spiritualists had never stood on the same side since ages past. "Enough with your nonsense. If you wish to take my life, then just do it already. As long as I still live, I'll forever stay at odds with you scumbags." Shu Yuhi sighed and taunted him ominously, "Those are your words. Had my master not made such arrangements, I would not have cared to bother myself with you. You think you're still that lord among your unrestricteds? Don't be a fool. Your sect senior has already chased you out. You're not even worth a dog's fart right now. Furthermore, those pathetic sect brothers and disciples of yours had even become pliant to the spiritualist guild. What a disgrace! Everyone knows that you unrestricteds often call yourself the orthodox spiritualists, seeing yourselves as being a tier above the rest. Yet now, you're nothing more than a puppet for the spiritualist guild. Considering such matters, you unrestricteds aren't anywhere near us dark spiritualists. At the very least we did not turn into the guard dog of the guild." Those words made Fukin's face turn purple, and he was trembling with rage. Shu Yuhi threw open the heavy metal doors and left, just as Fukin coughed out a mouthful of blood. The exclusive soul of Fukin's appeared once Shu Yuhi left. Wraith looked at Fukin, seeming a bit heartbroken. "Why must you suffer so? Just let his words go in one ear and out the other. Shu Yuhi has always been an extremely petty man, and now that he holds the upper hand over you, of course he's going to try and humiliate you." Fukin gritted his teeth and hissed, "Humiliating? Absolutely humiliating. Unrestricteds, spiritualists of purity, purple jade, and dark spiritualists. Out of us 4, we are the only ones who have given up our dignity and capitulated to the spiritualist guild. What utter humiliation! Wraith said grimly, speaking of which, that was not because of you. It was all thanks to your disciples and your senior setting you up, forcing you to secede on the spot. Otherwise, the unrestricteds would not have entered such a state. Thinking about it now, Xia Fei isn't a bad choice. If we had a few more stubborn souls like Xia Fei in the sect, it wouldn't have at least been taken over by others. Fukin heaved a long sigh. After he had been expelled from the unrestricteds, he had always been searching for someone to take over his mantle. It was only that merciless nature of Xia Fei that kept him hesitant. With how the chips have fallen at this point, it is too late for us to wallow in our regrets. Nan Shizi won't be letting me off, and it's even less likely for Shu Yuhi to do that. If I was given a chance, I'd definitely transfer everything I know to Xia Fei. Fukin sighed again. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to do that this time. With that said, Fukin shut his eyes. The melancholy he was feeling swirled in his thoughts as silence overwhelmed him. Xia Fei was completely unaware of just how much danger Fukin was currently in. Fukin and Yulan were among the top 10 strongest individuals out of everyone who had entered the collapsed expanse of the Founders. Even if Xia Fei was worried for Oro and Xia Guanghai, he would not have been worried for the two spiritualists. Souza left Xia Fei, and swiftly transported himself back to his home in the Annihilation Universe through the spatial traversal system. He went searching for the Blue Blood Satin clan's leader, Roderick. Roderick was a lot more normal-looking than Souza. He was almost 2 meters tall and extraordinarily burly. He even had a very grand blue beard extending proudly from his chin. Souza related his encounter with Xia Fei to Roderick. The moment Roderick heard that there was a qualified Devil Shadow Dragoon in the collapsed expanse of the Founders, he was thrilled. But the expression on his face turned puzzled, as if he was baffled by something. Roderick slapped his thigh in disbelief and asked, "You said this warrior by the name of Xia Fei not only did not lose his inner demon after consuming the life advancement bead, it instead became even stronger?" Souza nodded, "It is as you said. According to the rules, the life advancement bead I gave him ought to have cleansed him of his inner demon. After all, there are too many people who are prejudiced against the fiends, and if Xia Fei were discovered to possess that fiendish ability, there would be many who would start pointing fingers at him behind his back, so I figured it was best to just get rid of it completely. That was why I gave him that precious life advancement bead that you initially gave me." His 7th brain region width not only expanded to 500%, which was a good sign, but it even improved his fiendish law of speed, as well. Roderick nodded, his eyebrows knit together. This is indeed rather strange. The law of speed is extremely difficult to master, and relying on the energy from the life advancement bead to make a breakthrough isn't impossible. How is Xia Fei right now? Is he past 10 million now? Cultivating speed was very difficult, and was truly heaven-defying. Even in the more advanced Annihilation universe, 10 million was still a very major threshold. Roderick felt that it would be fairly impressive if Xia Fei could clock a speed of 10 million meters per second. Souza let out a bitter chuckle. "Patriarch, Xia Fei's speed is already over 30 million meters per second." Roderick's face changed drastically as he buzzed in excitement. "Over 30 million. Heavens! No wonder you're having such problems dealing with this matter. After all, this is one rare super-speed warrior." Souza agreed, "That's right. While those above have said it nicely, wanting to re-establish the Devil Shadow Dragoons so they could assist the main force, the prejudice they have ingrained toward fiends is too great, and they do not want people to learn any leftover legacies from the fiends, either. It would be fine if Xia Fei was just a normal warrior, but given how his speed has already turned into his combat strength, I really do not wish to give up on such a talent. Every level that a speedster advances sees their combat strength increase many-fold. While he may only have 4 soul marks, he already possesses a combat strength that is comparable to a peak founder. I have no doubt that his strength will only increase with time." Roderick appeared to be rather troubled by the circumstances, as well. He mulled over the facts before asking, "Xia Fei's main strength is speed, but what about his energy composition?" "Unrestricted soul spirit, a first-rate energy composition," Souza answered promptly. Roderick sighed once more. "This is truly quite the hassle. Unrestricteds are an ancient sect among the spiritualists, and they provide some of the best energy support. It seems like his future will be limitless." Speed was Xia Fei's weapon, while his spirit energy acted as the energy that he used to wield his weapon. Energy was the basis of everything under the stars, and only a first-rate energy composition could power a first-rate combat technique. If he had been a warrior who utilized soul energy, even if he was a speedster he would not have been able to reach that highest apex. That was because the energy he used would not have been enough to push the limits of speed, resulting in a bottleneck. This logic applied much like fuel for cars. No matter how efficient a car's engine was, if its fuel was subpar in quality, there was no way it could ever truly run fast. A warrior needed not just a good martial technique, but they also needed powerful energy to sustain its use. Xia Fei had worked hard, and his speed was heaven-defying. His law of primal chaos was conversely subversive of all things, and even his energy composition was unrestricted. With all these top-tier conditions coexisting, his combined combat strength was more than impressive. Smiling, Roderick seemed to have come to a conclusion as he instructed Souza. The circle does indeed have some deep-seated bias toward warriors that practice fiend arts, but it is not like there's no way they would make an exception. He had simply learned it by accident, and it is not as if he is truly a remnant of the fiend race. Forget about it. I'll take a personal trip to make the report, and you can rest easy letting him choose the weapon he needs. Souza nodded, visibly relieved. All of a sudden, after Roderick had taken several quick steps away, he turned to ask, "Oh right, you said that Xia Fei had learned 2 fiend arts. One was the fiendish law of speed, what was the other?" Chapter 1188, Law of Chaos, Level 7. Roderick turned around and asked, "Oh right, you said that Xia Fei had learned 2 fiend arts. One is the fiendish law of speed, what's the other?" Gritting his teeth, Souza answered, "It's chaos." Zing! Hearing the word chaos, the expression on Roderick's face changed completely. He asked in a trembling voice, "You mean the Fiend's King Law, Chaos? The Chaos Codex, capable of turning black into white?" Souza nodded, "That's right." Roderick sucked in a cold breath and said, "I remember clearly that it was we, the Blue Blood clan, who were placed in charge of safeguarding that tabooed manual, so how did it end up in the 5 stars, and Xia Fei even managed to learn it?" Souza answered, "I did my investigations before coming here. It seems someone in the clan lost the manual, and had also lost another codex, the Beast Spirit, as well as the Draconification Encyclopedia, and so on." That shocking series of names made Roderick blow a gasket, anxiously demanding, "Just what is up with the race? How could they have lost such an important inheritance? If anyone were to pursue this matter, people would be in deep trouble." Roderick was extremely angry. Though they were all blue bloods, the Tsadan clan were seen as the elites among the blue bloods, and were independent from the majority of their race. They were not in charge of the matters pertaining to their race, and at most sent a representative or two whenever they were having a grand meeting of the clans. Now that he had learned that their race had lost such an important codex, while it was not Roderick's fault, he could not rid himself of the connection. Souza spoke grimly after a long pause, "It's no use blaming the race, either. What has happened can't be undone, and we Tsadans have always tried not to ask about the matters of the race. If we go around looking for the guilty party at this time, outsiders will surely treat us as a laughingstock." Roderick nodded slightly, agreeing with Souza's assessment. Changing the topic, Souza added, "Besides, some of these codices were not completely lost. The Draconification Encyclopedia was a manuscript, and will be automatically destroyed once read. Meanwhile, the Beast Spirit Codex and Chaos Codex are both in Xia Fei's hands." Xia Fei had indeed read everything Souza had mentioned. The Draconification Encyclopedia referred to the dragon induction formula Xia Fei had found in Aquamarine's laboratory. It was designed to artificially create a great dragon, and happened to have been a complete failure. As for the Beast Spirit and Chaos Codex, Xia Fei had already learned them, and had even completely cultivated the former. Roderick found this matter to be both hilarious and infuriating. He shook his head slightly and asked, "Doesn't it seem like everything has been monopolized by this Xia Fei? A warrior that's still fighting around in the 5-star universe actually learned a power that was considered an ultimate codex in the Annihilation universe. That must be the main reason why you're so troubled, right?" Souza nodded. Patriarch is right. Codices are the quintessence of law powers, and should be things that are learned after mastering a law, before they proceed to working hard on the codex. Of course, there are also geniuses out there who could just skip the tiers and learn a codex directly, but this is the first time I've seen someone who could do that from the lower 5 stars, the lower rung universes. Just this fact alone means that we might have underestimated the potential that these warriors from the lower 5 stars possess. Xia Fei would have been flabbergasted if he was here to hear all this. It turned out that he had a codex, not a law, an upgrade above laws. Xia Fei had found the law of primal chaos something very difficult to learn right from the very beginning, yet it was already on its way to catch up to his law of speed. This was because the law of primal chaos was not an ordinary law to begin with, but a codex. Something that was a tier above a law. The law of speed was the toughest out of all the laws, and was also the most powerful one. Meanwhile, the two codices of Beast Spirit and Chaos Law were a middle rank and high rank codex respectively, their difficulty comparable to the law of speed. That was why Xia Fei had found primal chaos too difficult. Of course, the Beast Spirit Codex had been a fluke, and it seemed like Xia Fei had been born to learn that codex, and had not wasted too much energy on mastering it. Roderick contemplated all this some more and asked, "How many techniques has this Xia Fei kid learned?" Souza paled and answered in a small voice, "He has learned quite a few." "How many?" Roderick's interest was piqued further as he asked, curious. "The Fiend Law of Speed is his bread and butter, and then there's the two codices, Beast Spirit and Chaos. He also has the secret manual of the Three-Eyed Fiend, Firmament Source. Plus, he's proficient with machinery and pharmacology. He has grasped plenty of the little tricks of the unrestricted spiritualist lineage." Roderick's expression grew even more incredulous the more he heard. He gasped, "How is that just quite a few? It's too much. Of the assorted techniques you mentioned, is Xia Fei proficient with them all?" "He's at the very least adept in them," Souza confirmed. Roderick heaved a long sigh and lowered his head to think. Xia Fei had completely changed Roderick's very low impressions toward the lower 5 stars universes. Whether Xia Fei was supposed to have those codices or not, the key was that he had managed to do so. This was definitely something unbelievable. "Perhaps this is an opportunity," Roderick said after taking a good long think, his brow furrowed. "What opportunity?" "An opportunity to change the people's view on the lower 5 stars. Roderick went on. "Perhaps, it isn't because the warriors of the lower 5 stars lack talent, but that we fail to give them enough opportunities. Don't make a noise about this matter for now. Just let Xia Fei continue to exist down there." "What do you mean?" Souza asked, somewhat perplexed. "It's simple. No one helped Xia Fei, and he has gotten to where he is solely by his own hard work. The best solution here is to continue feigning ignorance. Let him have free rein. You tried to cleanse him of his inner demon, and that is already going against the greatest law of all, the law of nature. Matters of life and death are predestined and unfathomable. There are some things that no one can ever change. Bring Xia Fei to the Fiend's third treasury. I'll say a word to those above, letting them know there's someone of such caliber in the lower 5 stars, and that no one should bother him," Roderick said in a firm voice. It seemed the patriarch of the Tsadin clan had steeled his heart and was giving Xia Fei free rein, allowing him to develop freely. "We're not bringing him up?" Tsadin asked, just to be sure. "Not at all. He's a perpetually restless person. Too controversial," Roderick affirmed. A single conversation, and Xia Fei had lost his opportunity to move up to annihilation. But Xia Fei had also gained something that was very precious to him, freedom. There was no need for him to see those descendants of heroes roll their eyes at him. He could continue to use his fiend inheritance as openly as he wanted. If Xia Fei was given the choice, he most likely would also choose freedom, without a hint of hesitation. Giving up the heaven-defying laws of chaos and speed? There was no way Xia Fei would be willing to do so. Killing everything and everywhere he went, Xia Fei still had high hopes for them. In this day and age, it mattered not if it was a black or white cat, the only thing that mattered was if it was a good Mauser. Souza returned with a troubled face, only to find Xia Fei quietly seated on the ground, his legs crossed, almost as if he were cultivating. Rumble. The most up-to-date novels are published on Fruitnoelo. Xia Fei suddenly unleashed a black and white glow from within him that could obscure half a mountain. The triangular burst of light shone toward the sky as the black and white color divided itself cleanly into two halves. It made for an impressive sight, even from far away. Souza rushed over, exclaiming, "You were promoted." Xia Fei slowly stood up, worked his muscles a bit, and somewhat excitedly answered, "Yes. I felt like I was bursting with energy while you were away. It was most likely due to absorbing that mystical bead of yours and the overabundance of energy that accumulated in my brain region. I had nothing else to do, so I thought I might as well spend my time cultivating instead. You didn't even tell me how good the energy here was. I managed to forcibly make a breakthrough and attain the level 7 law of primal chaos." Xia Fei knew that Souza was someone from the Annihilation universe, and was considered a higher being, so he did not hide anything from him. Here in the collapsed expanse of the Founders, the mystical system had probably already made a clear analysis of everything Xia Fei had learned. Souza pursed his lips as uneasiness crept up inside him again. On the one hand, Xia Fei had managed to break through by his own efforts. The evil Shadow Dragon Tower had nearly been collapsed by Xia Fei, and the reconstruction of the place would definitely cost far more than 10,000 standard units of spirit energy. Of course, Souza was also disgruntled after learning that Xia Fei had used energy seized from the Blue Bloods for his own cultivation. On the other hand, Xia Fei's law of primal chaos was actually a codex. It was the ultimate technique that the fiends had left behind all those years back, and the number of warriors who had comprehended it could be counted on one hand. Xia Fei had no clue just how precious and rare this codex was. Souza knew, but he could not say it out loud, either. With a dismissive wave, Souza said, starting at level 7, it is considered to be an advanced power. Between the levels, there will always be a leapfrog growth in power, so the next time you use the Chaos Codex, no, I mean the law of primal chaos, you'll understand what I mean. Come, follow me. We're off to the third treasury right now, so you can pick out the weapons you need. Third treasury. Xia Fei crooked his head to ask, a flash of excitement in his eyes. This could not be any plainer. Since there was a third treasury, that meant that there was a first and second treasury as well. Souza grunted, you greedy human. These items that the fiends have left behind can't be used by others, and they won't be running away anytime soon, either. I guarantee, if you concentrate on cultivating, giving it your all to qualify to become an evil shadow dragoon, the items inside the first and second treasury will sooner or later belong to you, as well. Xia Fei smiled and remarked softly, that's right. What is mine, and whatever I lay my eyes on will be mine, as well. Souza was not in the mood to argue with Xia Fei. Of course, he could not beat Xia Fei in that respect, anyway. Xia Fei sheathed Nirvana properly and followed Souza through the spatial transference system. Xia Fei was feeling a lot more secure now that Nirvana was back in his grasp again. Exiting the spatial array, Xia Fei came face to face with a door that towered high into the skies. What a ridiculous set of metal doors, built into a mountain and occupying an entire cliffside. The mountain itself was well over 10,000 meters in height. Fiendish energy emanated from the mountain peak, and the faint sounds of monstrous roars could be heard echoing from above. Anyone could tell at a glance that the place where the inheritance of the fiend race was being kept was anything but ordinary. Xia Fei was taken aback by the view as he gasped, what an atmosphere! Just what is this place? The Thousand Fiend Peak. This was a training ground for the fiends long ago, and now is where the many inheritances of the fiends are being stored, Souza explained. Seeing how relaxed Xia Fei looked, while Souza himself was experiencing a conflux of emotions and thoughts inside him, he could not help but feel that was the reason why Xia Fei had managed to comprehend the fiend's inheritance, and thought nothing more of it. Arriving at those tall metal doors, Souza took a stance, drew a deep breath, and thrust his palm out. Rumble. Blue light shone. Souza sent a barrage of palm strikes at the door. Each thrust flickered like light, leaving Xia Fei dumbfounded. Souza was no doubt an expert from a higher tier, as the technique he displayed was by no means hot air. As Souza continued, Xia Fei observed that more than half of the 70-80 palms that Souza was brandishing were feints. He was simply trying to obfuscate that he was really only striking 3 particular points, each location struck 7 times, totaling up to 21 palm strikes. Bang! The moment he was done, a sound exploded from the mountain. The doors to the fiend's third treasury had opened. Chapter 1189, Fiend Scar, Fiend Lock, and Fiend Tier. With a great rumbling, the treasury of the fiend's inheritance finally opened. Xia Fei was stunned. He saw that beyond was a super-sized treasury room, with countless weapons and manuals neatly arranged inside, of such an amount that he had difficulty counting them all. Aside from combat equipment, there were also plenty of daily living necessities inside that were once used by the fiend race, such as small shuttles, single-seated mecha suits, and so on. There were even activity cabins used by children for play. Souza coughed lightly. The fiends were by no means an ordinary sapient life form. Their personalities were extremely eccentric, and what they learned was also very strange. The thick fiendish aura that he sensed upon entering the treasury room made him extremely uncomfortable. Head on deeper inside. The items on the outside are less valuable, Souza said as he covered his mouth. Xia Fei nodded and followed along the broad cobblestone path leading deeper inside. He kept looking around, saying, you cleared out even the daily living items of the fiends? Looks like they must have harmed you rather significantly. Xia pouted and said in a deep voice, harm? If we're talking about harm, then the betrayal of the Hero Alliance by the fiend race would be much deeper. They were all apex experts who would only appear once every who knows how many thousands of years. Because of the fiends, the greatest combat strength that the Alliance possessed was wiped out overnight, and we've yet to recover from that setback even after several 100,000 of years. The strength of the new Heroes Alliance today is not even 10% of what it once was. Xia Fei agreed somewhat with Xia's words. In addition to the talent and hard work that those super experts had put in, they were also indispensable when it came to their words and deeds. Without those super experts, descendants would have to blindly probe their way through unknown waters, making progress based on their own strength. The difficulty of that would of course be greater than if they had someone guiding them. Besides, we only confiscated everything they owned and brought it all under our control. We did not really eradicate them. Doing it this way is already fairly honorable of us, Xia added. Xia Fei frowned. Since the fiends could still have descendants, why not just pick from among their people to be Devil Shadow Dragoons? After all, that company originally had the fiends as its foundation, so I believe no other race would be better suited for it than the fiends themselves. That's difficult, Xia sighed. A race that was previously traitors would have a very hard time gaining people's trust again. Besides, practically all of the assets that the fiends owned have been confiscated, and they are now made to suffer a life of cold and hunger. You know as well yourself that an outstanding warrior requires an enormous backing of resources. Without any of these assets, the fiends have become even more destitute, and their people are gradually losing the martial prowess they had in the past. The outcome they are in right now is something the people above very much want to see. They do not want them dead, but for them to lose their prowess. That way, the fiends will never be a threat to this world. Xia Fei did not say another word. If Xia Fei had been betrayed by someone, he would have already raised his sword and slain their entire clan. Xia Fei did not feel even a hint of sympathy to the fiends, but was more concerned about what he could obtain from the fiends' inheritance. After walking for several kilometers, they had still not reached the end of the treasury. However, the assortment of items on display here were nowhere as disorganized as when they had first entered. Every item was placed in individual display cases, with the notes on each item more descriptive than the last the deeper they went. The field of vision also opened up too, as the distance between items increased as well. Xia frowned somewhat sadly. I'll accompany you only to this point. Everything inside is an item of note, with plenty of weapons that are of annihilator grade. As for how you make your choice, I'll leave that up to you. I'll just stay here, since the powerful fiendish aura is making my head hurt. Xia Fei nodded nonchalantly and quickened his pace. He could already tell that the most precious items were deep at the end of this enormous warehouse. Whoosh! Xia Fei dashed ahead and reached the end of the room in a flash. It could not be helped, that was just how fast a speedster was with his cultivation. The place looked as if it had been a very long time since anyone had been here. The items were unexpectedly not as well organized as the places he had passed. There were some metal alloy storage racks that had already toppled over. From the signs of breakage, it did not seem like they were caused by people. Instead, it looked like they had fallen because they could not withstand the weight, breaking as a result of the passage of time. Xia Fei was startled. He looked at the storage rack that had already broken in several areas and said, "Looks like the items placed on this rack were very heavy, otherwise there is no way for such a sturdy metal alloy rack to collapse like that. Perhaps we can find something here." Radix asked curiously, "Do you know what you're looking for here?" "Of course not. In any case, the more strange and powerful a weapon is, the better. But first I have to find myself a new suit of war armor. Though Celestial Soul Warning is good, it is too bad that it is ruined now. Xia is right, after suffering so much damage, even if I get it repaired, its defensive capability will be reduced," Xia Fei said, thinking about matters. This was not the first or second time Celestial Soul Warning had been damaged, and like trying to patch up an old shirt, no amount of exquisite skill could repair such heavy damage. Equipment was something very important to warriors, and when it was time to get it replaced, then that should exactly be what should happen. A patchwork repair job would only end up endangering his life. Now that he had been given such an opportunity, Xia Fei was of course not about to let it go to waste. It was just that Xia Fei was not very confident about just what kind of war armor he should be choosing. There were tens of thousands suits of war armor or more to choose from here in this treasury, and Xia Fei was left overwhelmed. It was quite interesting, come to think of it. The equipment from the fiend race seemed to be proportionate to their weight. Many of the racks that contained the high-grade equipment had all collapsed, which just went to show how heavy those weapons and armors were. Xia Fei saw an example on his left side, where a rather ordinary rack, no different from those around, did not appear to be crushed in any sense. In fact, there was not even any significant sag, which would most likely appear if bearing something of weight. Xia Fei smiled. He lit himself a cigarette and made his way over. There were 3 items placed upon the rack. There was a set of silk armor, a flexible metal manacle, as well as a strange circular and flat item, looking very much like a spiral shell someone could find from the sea. Look at their names. Fiend Scar, Fiend Tear, and Fiend Lock. It sounds like a set of 3 items used by evildoers. Their names are plain and unpretentious, Xia Fei smiled. Radix remarked, just their names isn't that big a deal, but that armor appears to be made of soft silk, and the manacle and chain of metal, while the shell appears calcified. They don't seem to be a set. There were plenty of set weapons in the world, able to demonstrate astonishingly miraculous effects when used together. However, those sets would usually use the same materials, such as a suit of armor and weapon that were both made with cold steel. These 3 items were clearly of completely different make and properties, so if they were truly a set, they would be considered an anomaly among set equipment. Xia Fei glanced at the description of these 3 items, and saw that they were all very vague. All that was stated was the fact that the 3 were Grade 1 Annihilator, something that they had come across when they were doing a check of a fiend hero's old home, and had taken them from the clan's ancestral tomb. They seemed like the burial goods of some old monster. Because their grade was not high enough, they did not make it into the 1st or 2nd treasury, and were left to gather dust here in the 3rd. These 3 items were not the highest grade items here in this warehouse. Xia Fei had already realized that the highest grade found in the 3rd treasury was at Grade 3 Annihilator, with only a scant few around. Meanwhile, there were quite a few items here that were at Grade 1 Annihilator. Xia Fei frowned as he reached out to touch that silk armor. The few treasures that he had touched before were all extremely heavy, which was why Xia Fei very naturally put in a bit more force when he reached out. After all, it would have been very embarrassing if he failed to pick it up in one grab. Whoosh! Xia Fei scared himself. This silken war armor was as light as the air itself, there was absolutely no weight to it at all. Xia Fei was quite startled by it. So light! Xia Fei exclaimed. Aren't you exaggerating a bit too much? That war armor is made of silk, so of course it would not be anything heavy. Radix commented. Xia Fei shook his head, no, this is different. This fiend scar is clearly a lot lighter than silk. With that, Xia Fei proceeded to don the war armor fiend scar. All high-grade armor has automatic alteration, meaning it could freely adapt to the body frame of the user. Xia Fei realized it was a rather comfortable fit after donning it, unlike other war armor he had worn. There was a tight feel to it, as if he was wearing a silk undershirt, flexible and close-fitting. Isn't this a bit too comfortable? Xia Fei mused to himself. From what Xia Fei understood, the primary job a war armor had was defense, and comfort was at best secondary. The truth was, most war armor would indeed sacrifice comfort for the sake of increased defense. Those warriors that displayed their shiny armor to show off their might were actually very tense and uncomfortable wearing them. A person who had never worn war armor would never understand why Xia Fei was so surprised. After letting Furball attack him a few times, Xia Fei felt that this war armor that went by the name of Fiend Scar was very different from everything else. While it was as comfortable as an undershirt, it did not sacrifice its functionality at the same time. It was a perfect harmony of both form and functionality. Anti-deep water pressure, resistant to fire, ice, slashing, and piercing. It was comprehensive to a fault. This is good stuff. Definitely high-quality war armor. Radix gasped after the series of tests. A flexible armor is most suitable for you to bring your speed to bear. This suit of war armor is perfect for you with its Grade 1 Annihilator defense and a silk-like toughness and weight. Xia Fei felt very satisfied with his pick as well, so he next picked up the weapon there, Fiend Lock. To put it plainly, Fiend Lock was a metal alloy wire. It was formed from a great number of slim and almost imperceptible metal threads, with a clasp at one end that could be wrapped around the wrist, while the other end had a silver metal hook that glinted malevolently. Fiend Lock's workmanship could only be described as fascinating. Only the gods knew how those thin metal threads had been made, and just what sort of skilled craftsman it had taken to combine them all into a weapon. Xia Fei brandished his wrist and threw out Fiend Lock. Swish! A flash of silver, and Fiend Lock cleanly cut through a metal rack to his right. There was not even any sound from the attack, as if he was slicing through tofu. Even the armor that was on the rack was cut in two. Well, this item's called a lock, but it's actually a knife. Xia Fei exclaimed in shock. It's like a quick blade that was made with flexible materials, designed so that the edge of the knife can twist arbitrarily. I wonder who could have come up with such a design. After he said that, Xia Fei suddenly had a wondrous idea. He used his energy to control Fiend Lock's shape and whipped it out with force. Swish! Another flash of silver, and a human shape was cut out from the hard granite wall. The clothes and hair were all finely defined. Are you attempting to make a sculpture? Radix asked, amused. Xia Fei's whimsical ideas had always left Radix pleasantly surprised. Using Fiend Lock to engage in sculpturing isn't bad. This chain knife is far too flexible, and really easy to control. If I really were to use this as a weapon, if I wanted to cut off a single strand of hair from my opponent, I would definitely not cut off two. Xia Fei smiled. Aside from being sharp, Fiend Lock also allowed fine control. Xia Fei had already come up with plenty of ideas on how he could use it. For example, when used for torture, Fiend Lock would allow him to flense off his enemy's flesh, bit by bit. Taking off Fiend Scar and removing Fiend Lock, Xia Fei withdrew a gravimeter from his spatial ring and placed the two items on it. What are you doing? Radix was very curious. He came around and stared at the number display, and got the shock of his life. All he saw on the display was a big fat 0. That meant that Fiend Lock and Fiend Scar had no mass to them at all. No wait. How amazing! After all, even air has mass, yet these two weapons don't have any. That's impossible, unless they are not even material to begin with. A flash of light glowed in Xia Fei's eyes. He turned his head expectantly and set his eyes on the third treasure, Fiend Tear. Chapter 1190, a set of 3 Fiend Soul weapons obtained. It was hard to believe that Fiend Scar and Fiend Lock would actually have no mass. Xia Fei's logical mind was instantly thrown into a scrambled mess. Even air had mass in this world, so how could these two mystical items have 0 mass? Just what were they made of? Lifting his head, Xia Fei's eyes turned toward the final item, the Fiend Tear. Fiend Tear did not appear to be a weapon. It looked like a shell anyone could find out in sea, silent and adorned with pretty white patterns all over it. It looked as mesmerizing as a whirlpool, involuntarily drawing everyone's gaze right to the heart of the swirl. Xia Fei got up and took the Fiend Tear in his hand, fiddling with it carefully. Radix poked his neck from the side and asked inquisitively, "What does this thing do?" "I have no idea," Xia Fei shrugged. In the blink of an eye, 30 minutes had passed, and Xia Fei was getting somewhat annoyed. He grumbled, "Is this thing testing my intelligence or something? It clearly has no use whatsoever, and there's no way to get it open, either. Who knows just what is being stored inside?" Radix was snickering from the sidelines, "And I thought that you were a very intelligent person. Who would have thought this little shell would leave you stumped?" Xia Fei rolled his eyes at Radix, "Tone back on your sarcasm. If you're so smart, why don't you have a go?" "Sure," Radix said happily. Just as he said that, Xia Fei saw Radix disappear. He turned into smoke and seeped into that shell through its lip. Understanding dawned on Xia Fei. Radix had already thought this through. He was a soul, and had no corporeal body of his own. Of course he could get into Fiend Tear. Suddenly a bang was heard. Radix came shooting right out of Fiend Tear like a ricochet bullet. "Oh no!" Xia Fei was startled, and quickly went to aid Radix. Though Radix was an immortal soul, that did not mean that he was truly a spirit that could not die. It was actually the exact opposite, since the energy power that Radix was the most afraid of was an attack with dark energy. All it would take was being just a moment too slow and he would dissipate into nothingness. Plus, it just so happened that the energy wave that came from Fiend Tear had dark energy mixed in it, which could be fatal to Radix. Not caring about how much energy he was expending, Xia Fei quickly opened his hands and gathered spirit energy in them. As a seldomly seen spiritualist of healing, Xia Fei's spirit energy contained a powerful healing capability, and was practically unbeatable when used against the damage done by dark energy. Whoosh! A ray of light shrouded Radix. Nearly dissipated, Radix was like a kite that had become possessed, jerking left and right. It was a good thing that Xia Fei had used enough spirit energy and managed to forcibly protect Radix's soul from harm. Several minutes passed, and Radix gradually stopped twitching. His complexion was pale and his eyes were dull, as if he had seen a ghost. "What did you see?" Xia Fei asked him directly. Radix was silent for a good while before answering in a trembling voice, "I have no idea what, but two eyes that looked very much like bells glared at me with great hatred. My heart nearly leapt out of my throat, and I immediately found myself ejected right out of fiend tier." Xia Fei furrowed his brow, confused. "At the end of the day, you're still a warrior, how could you be afraid of anything?" Radix ignored Xia Fei's comment and grunted indignantly, "Why don't you give it a try, if you're so bold?" Xia Fei shook his head, "There's no need. I believe you. Looks like there's something inhabiting the fiend tier. How very interesting." Getting up, Xia Fei took Fiend Lock, Fiend Scar, and Fiend Tear into his hands and said, "Let's go. I'm choosing these 3 items. Though I have no idea what the Fiend Tear is for, what I can tell from both the Fiend Lock and Fiend Scar tells me that it should be at about the same level of power as they are. Besides, the 3 of them are a set, so it makes no sense for me to leave one behind." Radix nodded casually, "Well, looks like you've gotten your hands on something mysterious again." "No, I got 2 things." Xia Fei corrected him. "What's the other thing you got?" Radix asked. Xia Fei simply rolled up his pants leg, to reveal that black water droplet on his calf. Radix stared at it and gasped in shock, "That's the water mystical armament." "That's right, that's the 6 waters of terror Genesis. How did you end up becoming the host for the water mystical armament?" Xia Fei proceeded to tell the process by which the 6 waters of terror Genesis had latched onto his body when he killed Shui Shenshen back then. After hearing the tale, Radix exclaimed loudly, "This immemorial mystical armament is truly amazing. It has developed in a manner that we've not expected, and now you have to be even more careful, since there's no telling when the other 3 mystical armaments might come find you." Xia Fei shrugged, "What ought to come, will come. I just can't imagine how the 5 elemental mystical armaments will transform once they are all gathered together." Radix said nothing more. There were always plenty of secrets on Xia Fei. Taking the 6 waters of terror Genesis as an example, it was completely beyond Xia Fei's control, and it had still managed to mysteriously find its way to Xia Fei. What could he have done about it? "Oh, that's right. You've yet to tell me where you've been, and how you ended up in Soza's control," Xia Fei asked as he made his way back to where Soza was waiting for him. Xia Fei was not in a rush to return, and asked Radix very thoroughly about what happened to the fiendish blade Nirvana in him. During combat, when Xia Fei had thrown Nirvana with all his might, it had ended up tearing an opening, and Radix was tossed out into nothingness, along with Nirvana. Radix had no choice but to drift along in the emptiness, until one day Soza found him, and proceeded to threaten the lives of the entire Aurora clan, forcing Radix to fight against Xia Fei. The entire process was just a complete jumble in Radix's mind. Soza was the only one who knew about the truth of what had happened, so what that space of emptiness was, how he had located Radix, and just how he brought him back out was where the unknown crux of the matter lay. Soza said that it was because my technique was too much of a mess, so it could very easily create spatial turmoil in extreme situations. I'm afraid that was the reason you were thrown into that empty space. Meanwhile, that space happened to be within the locus of control of Soza and those experts, Xia Fei concluded after some thought. Radix lowered his head sheepishly, "In any case, just don't throw Nirvana around randomly anymore. I have no wish to go back to that darkness and end up controlled by someone else." Xia Fei chuckled and nodded. Now that both his speed and his martial prowess had increased, it would naturally be easier for his attack to create a spatial tier, making this a problem that he really had to pay attention to in the future. Soza had already left the treasury by this time, heading outside for some fresh air. The fiendish energy that permeated the place had been unbearable to him. Seeing Xia Fei exit, Soza approached him. He pulled out a device that looked very much like a notepad and gave Xia Fei a once-over. "Fiend Lock, Fiend Tear, and Fiend Scar? Are you certain these are the 3 items you want?" Xia Fei nodded. Soza waved his hand, and the 3 items disappeared from the catalogue. "You're not the first to enter the number 3 treasury, but you're the first to choose this 3-piece set." Xia Fei was curious, "Are you implying that these 3 aren't good?" "Oh no, but they are not the highest graded items available in that warehouse. Usually, people will do their best to pick out the best items they could get their hands on. Plus, that item known as Fiend Tier, even now none of us know just what exactly it is, Souza informed him. Xia Fei laughed, there's a saying from my old home, suitability is prime. After all these years after leaving Earth, I still enjoy eating fried bean paste noodles and smoking the cheapest cigarette, nothing else. Some things are just things that suit my tastes best, and it's the same for weapons, too. Souza did not make any further comments. Xia Fei's choice was by no means poor. In fact, it was the exact opposite. He was much smarter than anyone else that had come before him. The other weapons from the fiends were heavy, and for a speedster like Xia Fei to pick those heavy items would have been the definition of stupidity. Stowing away the notepad, Souza looked over Xia Fei meaningfully and said, "Okay, our affairs have come to an end here. I need to return to Annihilation. I wish you good luck in Alpha, as well." Xia Fei frowned, "You're heading back on your own? That means I won't be tagging along." Souza coughed twice and interrupted Xia Fei's words, "Don't be so hasty. Your situation is somewhat complicated, and your level has yet to reach the baseline standard in Annihilation. Presently, Alpha Universe is still more suitable for you. Of course, I'll personally come and look for you when it's the right time. Oh right, if you have any needs in Alpha, go look for this person. I have left the method of contact in this Bixia orb. You can use this orb to directly contact the representative for Annihilation in Alpha," Souza explained as he handed over a shiny jade orb to Xia Fei. The orb was rather hefty, and seemed to be a specialized communication device. Xia Fei stored away the orb and asked, "Then what about the collapsed expanse of the Founders? I still have some friends out there." Souza asked, "Who are they? I'll help you take a look. If you want, I can even go against my duty a little and secretly lend your friends a hand. As for you, it's best if you don't return there anymore. After all, you've already obtained plenty of things that would make others eye you enviously, so you don't have to head back and compete with the other warriors for measly rewards." Xia Fei was speechless. Honestly, he really wanted to return there to vie with the others. In this day and age, who would actually complain about not having too much treasure? Since Souza had already forewarned him, Xia Fei did not bother to argue any further. It made sense when he thought about it. 10,000 standard units of spirit energy, the Fiend 3-piece set, and even Radix and Nirvana had come back to him. The harvest he had made from the collapsed expanse of the Founders had been huge. Telling Souza all their names, he even added Xia Knight and Anzu Knight to the list as well. The old donkey from Venus of Eternal Night had treated Xia Fei well, and so Xia Fei planned to return the favor. Since Souza was volunteering to help, he figured it was a waste not to use him. "Let me take a look," Souza said while he pulled out a screen filled with strange symbols which Xia Fei could not make sense of. "These are your friends?" Souza asked. "Yes." "Amazing." Souza gasped. That person known as Oro had already left in advance, reaching the Founder tier, and is able to use dark energy. His 7th brain region has expanded by 200% as well. He was originally someone without any potential to reach Founder cultivation, which would have lasted his whole life. But now that his potential has been unlocked, how far he can go from here on out will depend entirely on his hard work and good fortune. The one called Xia Guanghai is about to clear, going up by 1 level. Not bad. He obtained a level 6 soul weapon, so this had been a good trip for him. This lady called Xia lacks any fighting sense, and the system has failed her. The end result should be a safe exit out of the collapsed expanse of the Founders. The unluckiest ones are Anzu, Ulan, and Fukin. Ulan was too old and too high level, and basically has no more potential, so the system has given up on him. Anzu picked a very tough route and her life is at stake, and as for Fukin. Souza suddenly frowned, seemingly a little confused over what he saw the moment he mentioned the name. "What happened to Fukin?" Xia Fei asked anxiously, a foreboding feeling washing over him. Chapter 1191, Rescue. Souza's brow was furrowed. Upon mentioning Fukin, he became somewhat hesitant. "What happened to Fukin?" Xia Fei repeated. "Among all those I know, Fukin is also the strongest, so he shouldn't be in any trouble, right?" Souza shook his head, "I have no idea if he's in trouble, but there is definitely something wrong with the system. It seems Fukin's route has been tampered with by someone. The system is designed such that every single person will take a different route. It's just like a one-way maze, whether they can get through it all will depend solely on their own strength, though they will ultimately meet once they reach the end. Fukin is different. He has long since been brought to a node, meeting up with several others. His vital signs are still present, meaning he's still alive, but the system has lost his whereabouts, Souza said, an ugly expression on his face. Xia Fei could not understand the symbols on the screen, so he asked, "Who are those people who have prematurely met up with Fukin?" Souza paused for a moment, before realizing that Xia Fei could not understand the special script that he was using. Thus, he waved his hand and turned the script into the common tongue. The first thing that caught Xia Fei's eye was Nanshazi. Next was Shu Yuhi. Crab. These people are Fukin's mortal enemies. He must have fallen into their trap. Xia Fei blurted out anxiously. This won't do. You must send me over there immediately. I need to find him. Old Fukin needs help right now. Are you certain that this is the work of his enemies? Souza asked cautiously. Absolutely. Those people are dark spiritualists, and they are the nemesis of the unrestricteds, which Fukin belonged to. Aren't you in control of the system? You should know everything that's happening inside. Xia Fei protested. Souza did not give an answer, but the expression on his face darkened even further. This was because he knew very well that this was not a simple event. It was not exactly accurate to say that Souza could control the gods and demons system. He had merely been given partial authority, it was those even higher up who had control of the entire system. Dark spiritualists hunting down and the subsequent killing of the Fukin might seem simple on the surface, but it had actually broken the system's mechanism. That was to say that they also had someone like Souza on their side, who wielded partial authority over the system. How could a group of dark spiritualists from the lower 5 stars be able to gain control of the system? That was clearly impossible, given how its use and construction has all been done in the higher plane, Annihilation. That meant that Nanshazi and his gang had secretly received help from Annihilation. Could there be a traitor in the alliance? The frightening thought was the first that came into Souza's mind. But he did not dare mention this in front of Xia Fei, since it was still too early for someone of Xia Fei's status. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Souza had scared himself with that crazy thought. That was when he suddenly heard a yell from Xia Fei, "What are you still sitting there stunned for? Quick, send me over. You won't be able to do it alone. The system indicates that the coordinates where Fukin disappeared from have at least 8 founder-tier experts." Souza cautioned him. "Then send Oro, Ulan, and Xia Guanghai together with me, as well." Xia Fei would not take no for an answer. 8 founder-tier experts was indeed a very scary prospect, but Xia Fei also remembered that he had a few people with him that he could rely on. "All right," Souza said after a momentary pause, making the decision, "you go ahead first. I'll send for backup." Xia Fei's mind was racing. He immediately sensed that something was wrong. Souza was an expert from the Annihilation universe, and he actually needed to call for backup? Was he not able to deal with a handful of warriors from the Alpha universe? But this was an emergency, and Xia Fei did not have the time to get clarification. Souza's fingers tapped on the screen rapidly and opened a spatial channel with a whoosh. Xia Fei leapt right in. After the channel closed up behind him, Souza suddenly thought of 2 more names, Zisur Knight and Anzu Knight. Xia Fei had asked about how the 2 siblings were doing, but did not call them to his side. Souza, who had no idea about the intricacies of the matter, thought those 2 were Xia Fei's friends as well. "I'll send those 2 over as well, maybe they could be of some help," Souza muttered to himself. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 4 beams of light. Xia Fei, Ulan, Xia Guanghai and Oro had all been sent to a place that resembled a prison. Darkness was all around them. Tightly sealed metal doors were shut around them, and aside from the sound of the wind, all they could hear was the echoing sound of water dripping on stone. "Xia Fei!" Xia Guanghai shouted loudly the moment he saw Xia Fei. "How did you end up here?" "Xia Fei, Ulan." "Humph." The one speaking was Oro. This man did not see eye to eye with Xia Guanghai, and all he did was snorted instead of calling him by name. "What's happened, Xia Fei? Have you done something abnormal again?" Ulan asked with understandable skepticism. Everyone else also looked at Xia Fei strangely. This had become a habit. The moment something unexpected happened, everyone would first think it was because of Xia Fei, almost as if all the troubles that happened across the universes were caused by Xia Fei's hand. "I don't have time to explain in detail, but Fukin has been ambushed by the dark spiritualists here in the collapsed expanse of the Founders, and he is in a precarious situation right now. This is the point where Fukin went missing, and if I'm not mistaken, he should be somewhere nearby," Xia Fei stated solemnly. Everyone was shocked to hear that news. Ulan was even angrier, as he was the one with the closest relationship with Xia Fei among everyone there. That was when 2 more beams of light flashed, and the siblings Zisur Knight and Anzu Knight were sent there. Anzu was very depressed, while Zisur was a little excited to see Xia Fei. She blinked and excitedly gushed, "Eh? Xia Fei? Why are you here? How have you been?" Shut up. Why would Xia Fei have the time to listen to her prattling, given the situation? He had brusquely cut her off in mid-sentence with a swipe of his hand. Same old rules, I'll lead the way and position in front, Ulan will take center, while Aura will cover our rear. Xia Guanghai shall be mobile support. Maintain no more than 500 meters from the person in front or behind you. Kill anyone we encounter. Xia Fei ordered. The operation began abruptly. The 4 of them had been together for a period of time and Xia Fei was keenly aware of their individual strengths. This formation he had come up with was the best arrangement for them. A small assault team was quickly formed without many words exchanged. Xia Fei was of course the one taking up the mantle of leader, which no one had any qualms with. Whoosh! Xia Fei tapped his foot firmly on the ground and went sprinting ahead. The others followed closely behind, with Xia Guanghai hiding in the darkness around them, since his job was to reinforce positions, as well as investigate the dark corners around them in advance. Zephyr had no idea what Xia Fei was up to, but she could easily tell from his attitude that he was up to something serious. Thus, she hurriedly asked, "Then what about us?" "Stay here, don't die," Xia Fei answered without even turning his head. "Are you worried I'll get injured so you have me stay here as a safety precaution?" was the thought Zisur promptly had. The young lady was truly naive. Her appearance here had been completely accidental, and Xia Fei had absolutely no desire to deal with the siblings, and was not concerned with their safety, either. Zisur waved to Anzu, "We should go, too." Anzu frowned, "Xia Fei asked us to stay here." "Well, I'm going even if you're not." Zisur stomped her feet angrily. Anzu naturally did not dare to slight her, so he had no choice but to follow Zisur as they carefully followed Xia Fei and the others' trail. What was the old saying of the Skywing clan? Where the fiendish blade points, gods and demons are all slaughtered alike. This was what Xia Fei intended to do right now. This dark dungeon looked somewhat like hell. It was quiet all around, and they had no idea where either Fukin or their enemies could be. As the main force, Xia Fei intentionally suppressed his speed, while Xia Guanghai was actually the one doing the searching. Xia Fei's role was to hold down the forward position. In this crucial juncture where every second counted, it was even more important for him not to panic. Circling around the back corridor a few times and not seeing a single soul, Xia Guanghai suddenly poked his head out from the darkness beside Xia Fei and said in a low voice, "I have no idea if it is Fukin, but there's a group of warriors 2 corners from here, on our left." "Let's go," Xia Fei replied simply, and the 4 turned to their left in a rather arrogant manner. Xia Fei's ocular cognition was very powerful, and he could see several figures with folded arms gathered in the distance by a flickering light source. None of those men were dark spiritualists, only mere warriors. This time, Nanshazi had brought quite a number of soul practitioners along to act as cannon fodder, and these had to be some of them. "Kill. Leave just one alive." Xia Fei hissed with a severe expression on his face. Swoosh! The 4 of them accelerated. Xia Fei and Xia Guanghai were the first ones to reach them since they were both speedsters. The difference between them was obvious despite it barely only being a kilometer distance. Xia Fei was actually a whole 700 meters ahead, and was the first to charge into their midst. Xia Guanghai was shocked, but a wide grin soon spread across his face. It seemed Xia Fei's speed had improved yet again, and aside from their grand ancestor Xia Guoken, there was most likely no one else in the clan who was faster than Xia Fei right now. Though he was charging in alone, Xia Fei's attacks were swift and accurate, displaying an advantage that could be called oppressive. It had to be said that Xia Fei's recent acquisition of Fiend Lock possessed a most vicious power. A single hair of thin thread flew through the air with such ingenuity that without a sound, heads fell down to the ground. Such power was not merely violent, but extremely lethal, catching people completely off guard. Boom! By the time Xia Guanghai and the others arrived, Xia Fei had already pinned the final one that he meant to keep alive right against the wall. 4 blade-like leaves from peacock blue were pierced through his limbs and driven deep into the wall. That individual let out a mournful wail, akin to a slaughtered pig. He moved at such lightning speed that the warrior did not even have the time to grasp just what had happened. I'll only ask you this once, where is Fukin? Xia Fei asked grimly. Not everyone would have a heaven-defying thinking skill like Xia Fei, and this warrior was so stunned he could barely hear what Xia Fei was saying. Crunch! Peacock Blue's sharp blue leaves parted, instantly tearing the warrior into 5 pieces. The blue leaves were all covered in fresh blood, making for a scary yet beautiful sight. Why didn't you wait for his reply? Ulan lamented somewhat. Talking about being worried for Fukin, he was not feeling it any less than Xia Fei. There's no need, I heard a sound from over there. Xia Fei's gaze moved to stare straight toward a narrow passageway right in front of them. Chapter 1192, Holy Beast Lone Gleam Eagle. There's no need, I heard a sound from over there. Xia Fei's 2 eyes moved to stare straight toward a narrow passageway right in front of them. Ulan and the others heard a loud cry at the same time Xia Fei finished his sentence, a bellow that was filled with manic rage not too far from where they were. Everyone was startled. It was not hard to tell that this cry came from a savage beast, and it had to be at least a level 1 divine beast. Ping! Furball woke up instantly and stood up straight, perched atop Xia Fei's shoulder. His entire furry body had instantly bristled, like a hedgehog that had found its prey. Xia Fei knew very well that this was how Furball looked when his fighting spirit was at its peak, and could tell that the creature that had made that sound was Furball's natural enemy. Even before that cry faded away, Xia Fei could already feel the sound of breathing in the distance quicken. Thinking about it now, that other creature must have gone wild after catching Furball's scent. Whoosh! Xia Fei went dashing forward without another word, traveling along the long and narrow passageway and making a turn. He saw several figures standing calmly, completely blocking the width of the passageway that was no more than 5 or 6 meters wide. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Xia Fei did not rush in, silently counting the 6 men standing before him. Ulan was right behind him, and leaned forward to whisper into his ear at this time, they are all dark spiritualists. 4 against 6? Xia Fei would not hold the upper hand in this fight. Aside from Ulan, no one on Xia Fei's side would be considered a high-level founder, while 2 out of the 6 men standing across him were at least high-level founders, and the others were intermediates. The thought flashed through Xia Fei's mind when he noticed 2 more figures appear behind those 6 dark spiritualists. One was someone Xia Fei was very familiar with, Shu Yuhi. The other was a one-legged eagle with a humanoid face. The Holy Beast Lone Gleam. At almost the moment they appeared, Ulan blurted its name out, a stern expression on his face. Lone Gleam, also known as the Lone Gleam Eagle, was a spirit-type holy beast. Its appearance could be described as strange, having only a single leg and a lone foot, and a face that looked like some sort of mutated human. Its triangular eyes brimmed with ferocity, and there was even someone dangling from its mouth. Upon closer inspection, they saw that it was Fukin. Fukin appeared to be very weak, tied up in thick and sturdy metal manacles. The Lone Gleam Eagle's serrated teeth were biting down on his waist, making it impossible to get out from its vice-like grip. Bang! The way Lone Gleam walked was very strange, because it only had one leg. All it could do was hop with it, the 5 sharp talons digging deep into the rock, leaving behind gouges with every step it took. Despite this holy beast looking like it was only a bit bigger than an average human, the Spirit Beast Codex actually had it recorded down as one of the most fearsome birds of prey known to exist. It was classified as an extremely dangerous creature. Holy beasts had spirits and were very proud creatures, difficult to tame. No one had any idea just how Shu Yuhi had come to own such a heaven-defying existence, and he was able to defeat Fukin with it. Xia Fei was powerful without Furball by his side, but with his pet next to him, he was an unparalleled force to be reckoned with. Xia Fei was well aware what it meant to go up against Lone Gleam, a creature whose ferocity index surpassed Furball many times. An inadvertent glance over at Furball showed that the little creature was not showing a hint of fear. In fact, just the opposite, Furball appeared to be displaying an unprecedented amount of excitement. His eyes glowed red, and even before these 2 beasts traded blows, Furball was already treating Lone Gleam as his nemesis. Holy beasts were different from divine or exotic beasts. No 2 holy beasts could ever coexist, because they were simply too proud. Anytime 2 holy beasts met, a death match was the only result. Shu Yuhi! Let Fukin go! Ulan demanded loudly, his face stern and rigid. Shu Yuhi chuckled and scoffed, Ulan, long time no see. How could you be so unfriendly the moment we meet again? This exchange hinted that Ulan was acquainted with Shu Yuhi as well, and the former's expression turned livid as he reached his left hand into his sleeve. It was unknown just what he was doing so surreptitiously. Xu Yuyi shook his head. Spiritualists of botany are just an offshoot of the profession, and hardly more than a handful of you are still alive. You better think this through. The moment you make your move, that means that you botanists and us dark spiritualists will engage in an all-out war. Originally, my master considered that given how sparse the number of you botanists there were, he planned to let you all off, so what you're doing here is no different from courting death. You and what other fellow sect brothers and disciples you have will be thrown right through the gates of hell. Xu Yuyi was employing an emotional attack. Spiritualists showed strict loyalty to their sects, and Ulan hailed from the spiritualists of botany. If he were to cross swords with the dark spiritualists here, that would also mean an open declaration of war between the two sects, exactly as Xu Yuyi had said. There had always been few botanists, and they lacked the powerful combat strengths of the unrestricteds or the purple jades. They might very well meet their end if they were embroiled in this internal struggle between spiritualists. Clatter. Ulan tossed out something deftly. It was a green badge bearing the insignia of a millennium vine. He had used great force with this throw, and the badge shattered into two halves the moment it left his palm. Right now, I'm no longer part of any sect, Ulan replied, his expression unchanged. Xu Yuyi frowned slightly, but soon broke out into a mirthless laugh. So you were the sect master of the botanists. You've been really keeping a low profile all these years, so much so that even I had no idea that your master had actually passed the position to you. If he was still alive and learned that you've ruined the green millennium vines that symbolized the post of the sect master, I'm afraid he might regret placing his trust in you. What Ulan had destroyed was an important token of the botanists. Every spiritualist sect would have a token, and holding it meant everyone would know that you were the sect master. Now that Ulan had destroyed the token that belonged to the spiritualists of botany, while it seemed like a childish urge, it was actually a very extremely major decision. He planned to participate in this fight without wishing to implicate his remaining sect brothers, so he was left with no choice but to destroy the symbol of his sect. Fukin's eyes remained shut as everything transpired. No one had any idea just what vicious hand these dark spiritualists had dealt him, such that an apex spiritualist like Fukin would be reduced to a near corpse, not moving in the slightest this entire time. But at the very moment when Ulan had destroyed his token, Xia Fei could very clearly see that 2 drops of tears had flowed from his closed eyes. Fukin had wept. Xia Fei felt emotions bubbling inside him. The friendship those 2 old men shared was not something common in this world, and despite the fact that they would normally be ridiculing and mocking each other, when it came down to the wire, both men would be old buddies that they could rely on. Shrugging, Xu Yuyi did not care for this display. So what if you've destroyed it? In any case, there are not more than 10 of you spiritualists of botany still alive, so it doesn't matter if any of you exist or otherwise. Who would care about a bunch of old fogies who bury themselves in their plant research? Xu Yuyi's attitude was rather arrogant. Ulan was angered to the point his body was shuddering, but he had no way of retaliating. As one of the less popular spiritualist lineages, botanists like himself had always been easily ignored. Glancing at Fukin in the mouth of the holy beast Lone Gleam Eagle, Xu Yuyi laughed. Looks like I'm wrong. You actually have people coming to your rescue, but it's too bad that these people are too weak, and the funniest part is that the strongest among them is actually a spiritualist of botany. The moment he said this, the other dark spiritualists around him broke into raucous laughter as well. Botanists should go back and grow your flowers. Get good at it and you could become a gardener for our master. Tisk. What would our master care for such trifling things? But that little porcupine is pretty interesting, baring its fangs. It looks like it wants to trade a few blows with our master's Lone Gleam Eagle. Yet another round of laughter came from those present. The porcupine that they were referring to was none other than Furball. At this moment, Furball was raring to take the fight to the enemy. The fur on his body was bristling, which did indeed make it look somewhat like a porcupine. Meanwhile, Xia Fei had learned that the holy beast Lone Gleam Eagle belonged to Nanshazi, the leader of the dark spiritualists. This fact surprised Xia Fei, because if the so-called number 1 dark spiritualist Nanshazi was also nearby, then the situation was truly troublesome for him. Of course, the unscrupulous dark spiritualists would have someone backing them. The stars and terrain were all in their favor, and even their cultivation was at a level that Xia Fei and his comrades could not match. Whoosh! An explosion of killing intent and his inner demon. The humiliation from the dark spiritualists provoked a strong retaliation from Xia Fei's side. This was especially true for the Skywings Xia Fei and Xia Guanghai. Neither man could contain the fury boiling inside them. What is it that our clansmen would say when in such a situation? Xia Fei asked with a smile. Skywing business, those uninvolved can scram. Xia Guanghai raised his voice and growled through clenched teeth. No, not that one, Xia Fei shook his head. Xia Guanghai was slightly taken aback, but soon loudly declared at the top of his voice, where the fiendish blade points, gods and demons alike will be slaughtered. At that moment when Xia Guanghai said the word blade, Xia Fei had already launched his attack. This narrow passageway was paradise to speedsters. Whoosh! With a speed of 30 million meters per second, Xia Fei's figure blurred, like the knife of a deadly apparition. The long-absent fiendish blade Nirvana came flying out. The black blur sped right toward the crowd, and though Souza had admonished Xia Fei before about not randomly using his law of speed to further boost the speed at which Nirvana was sent out, Xia Fei could not care less about that at this moment. With a charging motion, he sent Nirvana hurtling forth. Bang! That throw from Xia Fei, whose speed had easily broken the 30 million speed barrier, was anything but ordinary. The crossblade instantly broke the sound barrier, and the sonic boom that resulted thundered in the cramped space. Xia Fei was well versed in combination attacks, and he had never been someone that would attack alone. Just as Nirvana was sent flying, Peacock Blue abruptly broke through the ground and came bursting out. It turned out that the immemorial mystical armament had hidden itself already and had been lying in wait to strike. Furball, Xia Guanghai, Ulan, and Oro followed closely behind Xia Fei. This was a narrow corridor. Just Nirvana and Xia Fei alone could cut out a path of blood, tearing apart this pack of enemies in front of them, promptly killing any warrior that took even a step out from their formation. This was the standard wolf pack tactic. This was the formation that the Skywings were proud of. Xia Fei had already taught the intricacies to Oro and the others, and this was actually the first time they were applying it. The wolf pack formation never emphasized following the rules, focusing on dealing a vicious blow to the opponent through superior combat strength. Meanwhile, the key to this lay with Xia Fei. Xia Fei was acting as the lead wolf in the wolf pack formation, so it was his job to separate the enemies, one by one. As long as he could achieve that, everything else would naturally fall into place. Rumble. The driving force of Nirvana was unstoppable. It penetrated right through the crowd, but these dark spiritualists all had high cultivation, and barely managed to evade the assault despite the suddenness. But no one noticed the silk-thin thread that Nirvana was pulling behind it, which belonged to the latest weapon Xia Fei obtained, Fiend Lock. Swish! Fiend Lock was like a nimble finger, silently wrapping around the body of the warrior that was standing the outermost in the group. Because Fiend Lock had no weight and was far too thin, this individual didn't realize what had happened. Dragged blade style. Xia Fei exerted force through one arm, and Fiend Lock tightened. The sound of a sharp blade slicing through metal was heard. This was a true dragged blade, the formless blade that no one could even sense the presence of. Chapter 1193, The Monstrous Seventh Young Master Xiao. An Annihilator-grade soul weapon. No one knew who shouted that out, but the sound of breaking armor from the warrior who had been bound by Fiend Lock accompanied the cry. How could a Founder-grade war armor defend against an attack from an Annihilator-grade soul weapon? The sound of continuous cracking echoed forth, like the sound a ceramic jar would make after it was dropped on the floor. Those hair-thin threads from Fiend Lock easily cut through the war armor, and at the same time, Xia Guanghai, Ulan, and Oro rushed up and instantly tore the man apart. The dark spiritualists realized at that very moment that they had underestimated the strength of Xia Fei's forces. Most warriors in the Alpha universe were at the Founder tier, yet that thin thread that Xia Fei had just used was obviously an entire grade higher, none other than the Annihilator grade that was rumored to have come from the universe of an even higher plane. Forget about owning anything similar, even Shu Yuhi had never even set his eyes on a single item of that grade. Xia Fei's assault had been vigorous, but he was ultimately going up against a group of powerful dark spiritualists. They very quickly regained their footing and retreated, all the while compacting into a formation that lined them up forward and behind. A battle was all about momentum, do it once with force or end up suffering from fatigue at the second attempt, or exhaustion if dragged on to the third. Xia Fei eyed Xia Guanghai, who instantly understood what he meant. Pushing off the ground, he went charging forward in front of Xia Fei. Spiritualists ultimately possessed strength that went well beyond what a soul practitioner could wield, and these spiritualists instantly retaliated in an attempt to resist Xia Fei's heavy assault with a round of attacks from their end. In such a narrow battlefield, what mattered was being able to hold their ground. Because they had lacked that just now, Xia Fei's ambush had succeeded, but as long as they could hold on, they would be able to gain an upper hand given their superior strength. Rumble. Against the powerful dark energy attack, Xia Guanghai did not attempt to dodge but instead pulled out a soul weapon from his spatial ring like he was about to perform a trick. Open for me! Xia Guanghai bellowed. Perhaps he had used too much strength, but he looked somewhat savage at that moment, the veins popping out clearly on his neck. Bang! A hammer with a short handle spun hard through the air. It was the greatest boon that Xia Guanghai had obtained from the collapsed expanse of the Founders. It was the grade 6 soul weapon, detonation. It was really like an explosion. The very air actually turned as red as the hammer. The air heated up, and the walls turned boiling hot. The power from the hammer was extremely fierce. Totally ignoring the fact that the Skywing clan had always enjoyed the path of lofty elegance, Xia Guanghai was actually the sort who resorted to outright violence. The weapon he had used in the past was an axe, and now, it was this hammer that would smash people. Kaboom! Everyone saw a mass of thick smoke envelop the attack coming from that group of dark spiritualists, and the walls began to crumble. This immense airflow instantly caused that narrow passageway to be massively pressurized. No one could have imagined that the attacks from 5 dark spiritualists would actually be blocked by Xia Guanghai alone. Detonation was an uncommon soul weapon that manipulated airflow. It used its own force to move the air, transforming it into an attack. The moment it was hammered down, a large amount of air would be triggered and ignited. It was the best when used to harm groups of enemies. Such a powerful soul weapon naturally had its own disadvantages, and Xia Guanghai's face instantly went pale the moment he hammered it down. Which member of the Skywing clan was not an exceptionally tough individual? It was plain just how demanding the physical conditioning and energy requirements using detonation were. If Xia Guanghai repeatedly used this soul weapon, he would definitely end up collapsing from exhaustion. Whoosh! While the shadows danced and flickered in the conflagration, Xia Fei came dashing in right after Xia Guanghai. He leapt, using his left foot to step on Xia Guanghai's shoulder for a boost. Like a gecko, he moved parallel along the ceiling of that passageway as he hurtled forward. This was a tactic that Xia Fei had come up with on the spot. There was too much dark energy clashing in front of him, sealing up the already cramped corridor. There was only a small and narrow gap near the ceiling. It was the only chance for Xia Fei to slip right into the enemy formation. These dark spiritualists had covered their faces in a moment of panic. After detonation had ignited the air, it had created an intense heat. The men had no desire of getting their faces burned in the ensuing heatwave. Xia Fei broke in at just the right time. The Annihilator-grade war armor Fiend Scar extended a thin mask to protect Xia Fei's face from the heat. At the same time, the threat of the flames was reduced greatly because it was a stronger piece of equipment. Those dark spiritualists were quite astute. Xia Fei's speedy charge had Xia Guanghai's explosion as cover, yet the dark spiritualists had managed to react in time. Several of them dodged in unison, and actually turned the tables on Xia Fei, surrounding him. This is our chance. Kill him! Shu Yuhi bellowed loudly as he stood behind a wall of people. Along with Fukin, Xia Fei had also played a part in ruining his previous plans, so he had a deep-seated hatred for the old and young duo. Since Xia Fei had come charging in by himself, Shu Yuhi felt that this was the perfect opportunity to kill him. Whoosh! Shu Yuhi ignored the holy beast Lone Gleam Eagle beside him, as well as Fukin, to dart over, leading 5 other spiritualists in an attempt to slay Xia Fei. Rumble! The 6 great dark spiritualists attacked at the same time, bombarding Xia Fei with their powerful dark energy. 2 different changes suddenly occurred on the battlefield. The first was Xia Fei. Everyone saw him seemingly explode, a powerful wave of energy rapidly extending out from his body as its center. This was very strange. Xia Fei was a speedster, and he had never relied on energy-based attacks. When surrounded, he ought to retreat, so why would he instead detonate of energy, resorting to such a method where they would perish together? On the other side, the eyes of the holy beast Lone Gleam Eagle suddenly widened. It had sensed a powerful and baleful wind headed right for its head. Kaboom! Shing! The former thundered, while the latter pierced sharply. The sounds came from 2 different ends of the battlefield. The 6 dark spiritualists, including Shu Yuhi, were instantly eating dirt after taking that powerful energy explosion. Meanwhile, the holy beast Lone Gleam had one of its eyes pierced by a white longsword. Whoosh! Everything happened like a dream. It was clearly Xia Fei who had gotten himself surrounded, when he suddenly turned into furball. It relied on its small body to evade the attacks from its enemies, and went charging right for his nemesis, the holy beast Lone Gleam Eagle. In the meantime, there had clearly been nothing anywhere near Lone Gleam, yet Xia Fei was standing there now. He was holding onto White Dragon's Screech with one hand, the blade thrust right into Lone Gleam's left eye. It turned out that Xia Fei and Furball had swapped places while in midair. The one that was surrounded was actually Furball. At the same time, Xia Fei had relied on his link and assassin techniques to creep right up to Fukin. The holy beast Lone Gleam Eagle was in pain, and it let out a heart-rending wail. With a thud, it threw the motionless Fukin to the ground. The holy beast had lost one eye and was enraged to the point anger had clouded its mind. It could not have cared less about Fukin. What are you still standing around for? Kill that beast while it is injured. Ulan growled angrily from afar. But Xia Fei did not make a move. Even when Furball had flown to his side and was practically hurtling toward Lone Gleam, Xia Fei was still immobile. Crackle! A glaring blue electric mass flashed brightly beside Xia Fei. It looked like Xia Fei had knocked something out of stealth, making for a very strange sight. Xia Fei's eyebrows were squeezed tightly together. The holy beast Lone Gleam endured the pain as it pulled White Dragon's Screech out, and pounced toward Xia Fei. Xia Fei was still standing there, so it was a good thing Furball was dashing over from behind, using all his power to send the beast flying. The others had begun to realize Xia Fei's peculiar behavior. They did not dare to dawdle, and hurriedly attacked Shu Yuhi and the other dark spiritualists. If the men were to turn around and deal with Xia Fei, he would surely be in trouble. The situation was very odd, as Xia Fei was like a nail, not moving a muscle as he stared at the mass of blue electricity. The holy beast Shatterstar was going up against the holy beast Lone Gleam Eagle. Ulan, Xia Guanghai and Oro were fighting against Shu Yuhi and the other dark spiritualists. 2 battles, and no one was getting the upper hand. Boom! Furball was sent flying far away with the flap of Lone Gleam Eagle's wings. The little creature bounced up from the blow and continued with the fight. On the other side, Ulan and the others appeared to be straining hard. After all, they were going up against 6 founder-tier dark spiritualists, and every exchange of blows had them on the retreat. Ulan grit his teeth and once more placed his hand into his sleeve, seemingly ready to retrieve something. Another development appeared on the battlefield, as another figure arrived. Everyone saw White Dragon's Screech tremble mightily, the edge of the blade cut into that warrior's shoulder several centimeters in, yet it could not penetrate any deeper. It turned out that there was another warrior hidden next to the holy beast Lone Gleam Eagle. Xia Fei's attack had struck 2 targets. The holy beast was injured, but this other individual that had been hiding was in a deadlock with Xia Fei. Both sides refused to give up, which was why Xia Fei appeared to be rooted to the ground. Very quickly, this invisible person revealed himself entirely. He had a human form, but looked as savage as a demon. Black flesh covered his entire body. He looked like something that had just crawled out from the sewers, giving off a terrible stench that could stun a mule. The situation was even more complex than they had first imagined. Not only was Xia Fei's White Dragon's Screech being blocked, even his other hand had been caught by this monster. His black nails were about to pierce through Xia Fei's skin. The two were jockeying for position with each other, their legs locked. It was no wonder Xia Fei had been motionless. It turned out that he was caught in an all-out contest of strength, and his opponent had sealed off any opportunity for Xia Fei to advance further. Groar! This humanoid monster let loose a roar directly at Xia Fei. He had human-like teeth, except for 2 additional sharp fangs. Ulan, Xia Guanghai and Oro all inhale sharply. It was obvious that this monster's strength matched Xia Fei's, and he had managed to grab hold of Xia Fei's arm, making it impossible for him to utilize his speed. It might take some time for them to break this stalemate. Ulan and the others had the urge to help Xia Fei, but they were not in a good way themselves. There was no way they could lend him a hand. It was at that very moment when Xia Fei suddenly did something unthinkable. He actually rammed his head into his opponent. Bang! That one headbutt actually created a tremendous effect. It actually made that monster see stars, taking several steps back. Xia Fei was someone who had started fighting in the back alleys. Most people would not think of making such a move. Since his legs and hands were occupied, he resorted to using his head to bash into the enemy's skull. How was such a move any different from something a hooligan off the streets might do? You didn't think that yours truly's head could also be used to kill, hey? Xia Fei shouted. He took a step back and steadied his stance, pouring all his strength to use the law of primal chaos. Boom! A punch like lightning went straight for the chest of the monster. Before his fist even made contact, the voice of Anzu Knight suddenly rose, "Don't kill him, that's 7th young master Xiao." Chapter 1194, Craniotomy. "Don't kill him, that's 7th young master Xiao." Anzu Knight suddenly called out from behind Xia Fei. The siblings from Venus of Eternal Night had actually already arrived, but in that fierce assault just now, how could either of them intervene? It was not child's play to fight at a disadvantage. They needed powerful individuals like Oro and Xia Fei, so the siblings could only watch the battle unfold from the sidelines. At the end of the day, Anzu was from the esteemed Knight clan, and he had received a high-level systematic education. They didn't know what method he had used to discern that the monster battling Xia Fei was actually the Xiao clan's 7th young master, so he had shouted out to stop them. The Xiao clan adored Xiao Xiao. Forget killing him, if Xia Fei even harmed this young man, a horde of crazed women would have it out for him. Anzu had reminded Xia Fei of this purely out of the kindness of his heart. Unfortunately, Anzu's kind intentions were completely ignored by Xia Fei. Let an enemy go? That was never Xia Fei's style. He thrust his fist with all his might, the air howling from the momentum. At that moment he gathered his energy. Xia Fei had already imbued his fist with the maximum power of his Law of Primal Chaos. Level 7 Law of Primal Chaos. From level 1 to 3, it was considered to be at the primary standard, from level 4 to 6, it was considered intermediate. Xia Fei had already cultivated it to the advanced standard. One more step, and he would reach the apex. It would be transformative. That punch landed squarely on the chest of the monstrous 7th young master. The move itself was nothing huge. The force was nothing shocking, but it was chaos nonetheless. It seemed calm, yet it was capable of turning black into white. It was the most unreasonable law power. Bang! The monstrous 7th young master Xiao was sent flying straight out. He spat out a disgusting thick phlegm, completely incomparable to the suave and good-looking young master Xiao. The difference between him now and before was akin to that of dog tea and an absolute beauty. Crap! Shu Yuhi gasped from afar, almost as if he was truly concerned about Xiao Xiao. He was trembling, ignoring his fellow comrades as he went charging right to 7th young master Xiao. Xia Fei's philosophy in life had always been to beat the enemy while they were down. He would feel as if he was disappointing himself if he did not exploit the opportunity that he had been given. As Xiao Xiao's body went flying in mid-air, Xia Fei began to hurl his weapons straight at him. Xia Fei's concerted attack at extreme speeds created a colorful rainbow flurry as he rained down blows on Xiao Xiao with White Dragon's Screech, Fiend Lock, and Peacock Blue. Xiao Xiao was sent back down after being so brutally bombarded, creating a huge crater the moment he crashed into the ground. The passageway seemed like it could no longer hold on, and it gradually began collapsing. Scatter, came the screaming order. Everyone heard Shu Yuhi's spiteful shout, and those dark spiritualists did not hesitate to beat a retreat while the passageway was collapsing. Trying to run away. Not that easy. Oro and Xiangguigai both yelled out and went charging after them, but Xia Fei grabbed hold of each man and dragged them back to his side. Don't chase an enemy that has nowhere to go, the priority here should be saving Fukin. Xia Fei frowned. It was only at that moment when everyone realized Fukin was still lying on the ground. It was unclear if he was dead or alive. As long as their enemies still lived, there would come a day that they could find and kill them, but if their friend were to die, then that would be final. Behind Xia Fei's madness was an analytical mind and extraordinary calm, so he knew exactly what he ought to be doing and clearly distinguished what was more important. Undying old man, are you okay? Ulan held Fukin and shook him vigorously. Make way. Help guard our surroundings. Xia Fei ordered. At the same time, he placed his hands on Fukin's temple, transferring his spirit energy to Fukin's body. Xia Fei was a spiritualist of healing, and his spirit energy would have a greater effect than any miraculous pill or medicine. Standing to his left and right, Oro and Xia Guanghai protected Xia Fei, while Ulan waited anxiously by the side. As for the siblings from Venus of Eternal Night, all they could do was sigh. Xia Fei attacking 7th young master Xiao was not ideal given how crazy the women of the Xiao clan were. No one else was willing to provoke them, at any rate. Xia Fei inadvertently stole a glance at Ulan's sleeve. His hand had retreated when they were at a critical juncture of their fight, almost as if he had planned to release something from inside his sleeve. However, Ulan seemed to be very reluctant to throw it out, and he did not end up doing so. Xia Fei's curiosity had always been strong, and he could not help but wonder just what this prized treasure of Ulan's was. His seventh brain region has been sealed. Xia Fei blurted out, stunned. The situation was a lot more severe than he first believed. Fukin was not only severely injured, his seventh brain region had been sealed off, as well. Fukin was a peak spiritualist, a self-proclaimed orthodox spiritualist who could use both soul and spirit energy. How could someone have reduced him to such a state? What should we do? Without his brain region active, Fukin will be a cripple. Ulan panicked. With a furrowed brow, Xia Fei said solemnly, we don't have much time. If we don't immediately release Fukin's seventh brain region, it could very well cement into irreversible blockages. This is similar to a coursing river, where if it gets blocked for too long, it could very well dam up, and might not be divertible again. Xia Fei was speaking euphemistically. The truth of the matter was that the higher level an expert was, the scarier it was to have their seventh brain region sealed. The region was the source of the energy that flowed through their whole body. Without the support of the seventh brain region, a warrior would not have any strength to speak of, let alone fight with. Just as how a lack of blood circulation could cause the body to react with necrosis, a body that was used to having dark energy flowing through it would have a frightening outcome if the energy was suddenly taken away from them. Ulan was in somewhat of a daze. Of course he knew how scary it would be to have one's seventh brain region completely sealed, and he was panicking as he kept asking Xia Fei over and over about what they should do. We have no choice. All I can do is forcibly clear this blockage for him. No matter what, we must first save his life, Xia Fei said through gritted teeth. This method was very dangerous. Xia Fei had no idea just what methods the enemy had wielded to seal Fukin's brain region, and forcibly removing the blockage in the brain region would be just as dangerous as what Xia Fei had experienced with purple jade all those years ago. Xia Fei had relied on medication for many years before recovering back to normal. But given how things stood, there was no point in dwelling on that too much. The dangers increased the higher the warrior's cultivation, and Xia Fei had no choice but to take the risk. Getting Ulan to give him some space. Xia Fei gathered his concentration and was about to help guide Fukin's brain region, when all of a sudden, Xia Fei realized there was a very serious issue. Why was Furbal not by his side? The healing proceeded without a hitch. Xia Fei tried his best not to think about Furbal. As a holy beast, Furbal ought to be able to take care of itself. Like a precise surgical scalpel, spirit energy was being directed from his fingertip into Fukin's brain. This act of opening up the brain region was very dangerous, far more difficult than the most complex craniotomy. Fortunately, Xia Fei had prepared himself with extraordinary concentration before. Had he been a common man, he might not have even have had the guts to attempt something so complex. Several flashes of light suddenly appeared a distance away from Xia Fei. It was none other than Souza and several strangers who Xia Fei did not recognize. Oro and Xiagunagai were quick to stand in their way to face them, but neither made a sound. At such a moment, everyone was afraid to disturb Xia Fei. After all, a life was on the line here. After some thought, the siblings also took up positions behind Oro. Souza frowned. It seemed he was displeased with the boldness that Oro and Xiaguanghai were demonstrating. Just as he was about to say something, an elderly individual next to him reached out a hand to stop him. He pressed his finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. Pointing with one hand, that elder directed the people beside him to look at Xia Fei, a look of bemusement on his face. A mixture of skepticism and approval could be seen in his eyes. Souza was very surprised, because Xia Fei was in the middle of attempting an extremely difficult brain region assault surgery. This sort of surgery was done without a surgical scalpel, and was completely dependent on the surgeon's precise control of spirit energy. The seventh brain region was not large in the first place, so any attempts to attempt such a precise craniotomy in such a small space and with notoriously hard to control spirit energy was not something anyone could achieve without being a master with many years of specialized training. By Xia Fei's face, he looked no older than 25. For someone of his age to dare attempt this surgery for someone else. It was hard to believe that someone with such self-confidence and daringness could exist. Everyone was shocked, and stared closely at Xia Fei. Oro and Xiaguanghai could also sense that these people were not enemies, and quietly heaved sighs of relief. As warriors, they had of course learned to examine their enemies' cultivation levels, and these newcomers were at a tier that was beyond the heavens. It made the ever-bold Oro and Xiaguanghai break out in cold sweat just thinking about having to fight them. If that were to actually happen, neither of them would probably be able to trade even a single blow fairly. The situation had turned a little bizarre once more. The gathered people were all watching Xia Fei perform his surgery. Meanwhile, Xia Fei's state of complete focus left him treating the group of godlike individuals as empty air. He did not spare them even a single glance. Avril had once said that her favorite sight was how Xia Fei looked when he was serious. She found it very alluring, and now many people were also looking at Xia Fei as he devoted his complete concentration to the task at hand. That level of concentration made it very easy for others to think of a word: detachment. They watched as two of Xia Fei's fingers trembled ever so slightly. Everyone was fighting a cold war within themselves, even Souza. Xia Fei's concentration had already attracted everyone's attention, and they felt as if they were the ones performing the surgery. Xia Fei's 10 fingers suddenly began to make a flurry of motions. All they saw was a mass of afterimages in constant movement. Pulling, tugging, pushing, knocking, all happening in a tenth of a second. Xia Fei had actually managed to do no less than 10,000 precise assaults, so fast that it left everyone dazed. What made it even harder to believe was just how precise and steady his fingers moved, almost like a machine. There was no superfluous action, and not a hint of hesitation. Xia Fei's hands abruptly parted, and at the same time, a mouthful of blood spurted out from Fukin's mouth as the old man slowly opened his eyes. Watching from afar, Souza, as well as the other blue blood elites that had come along with him, were all in shock. They had just personally witnessed a surgery to unblock a 7th brain region. Meanwhile, the one who had done this surgery had been a warrior from the lower 5 stars, a young man in his 20s. Xia Knight hugged her brother, her eyes as white as apricots. She was a young woman, after all, and the admiration she felt for Xia Fei had reached a point that made him irreplaceable in her heart. Watching Xia Fei concentrate had been such a magical experience that the young lady of Venus of Eternal Night had found herself entranced. The elderly individual who had first stopped Souza could not help but applaud. How thrilling! I must admit that what you did was a sight to behold. Xia Fei looked up and did not say a word. He had spent a large amount of his mental energy just now, and his face was rather pale from exertion. Ulan hugged Fukin and poured the medication that Xia Fei had previously prepared into Fukin's mouth. Though he was unable to speak at the moment, the color on Fukin's face was at least gradually coming back to him. That was about when Furball returned without a sound. He jumped up and perched on Xia Fei's shoulder, not even sparing a glance at the blue-skinned people who had arrived. Furball seemed to be very weak, the fur all over his body no longer shiny. He closed his eyes. Where did you run off to, little rascal? I was really afraid that that holy beast Lone Gleam Eagle had actually killed you. Xia Fei's first words were expressions of concern to Furball. Though Furball was weak, its aura was not. Xia Fei saw his pet raise his head up high and spit out a bloody chunk of flesh. He then crawled his way over beside Xia Fei's neck, acting all cute. Upon closer examination, Xia Fei realized that that chunk of flesh had actually been the nose of the holy beast Lone Gleam Eagle. What a crazy Furball! To think he had gone chasing after his nemesis, despite it being higher level than him. Chapter 1195, A Shocking Transformation. Xia Fei and Furball were truly a master and servant pair, sharing astounding boldness. Xia Fei had forcibly done a craniotomy surgery on Fukin, while Furball had chased after the holy beast Lone Gleam Eagle and bitten off its nose. The blue bloods were extremely stunned after having witnessed everything. All of them had a bewildered look on their faces, their mouths hung agape and their eyes were wide. No one could even make sense just how crazy this pair was. Snap! After a good while, that respected elderly individual among the blue bloods closed his mouth, eyeing both Xia Fei and Furball with a measure of suspicion. He was none other than the patriarch of the blue blood Psadins, Roderick, who dominated a corner of the Annihilation universe. Your pet went to chase after the Lone Gleam Eagle? Roderick asked with a frown. Xia Fei petted Furball on his head and noncommittally answered, that seems to be the case. Why didn't you stop him? He took a great risk going after the well-known vicious brute, the Lone Gleam Eagle. Roderick exclaimed. From his tone, it seemed he thought Roderick was someone who liked exotic beasts, and he was blaming Xia Fei for not taking good care of his exclusive beast. Xia Fei ignored Roderick, and instead fed Furball more food, replenishing the energy he lost. He was full of praise. Beautifully done, you scamp. Who's my exotic beast? So, did you manage to kill that Lone Gleam Eagle? Furball could understand what Xia Fei had said, and shook his head slightly. Xia Fei replied with a hint of disappointment, well, that's fine. This time they had more people on their side, so you must remember that if we ever run into a similar situation like today, you either do nothing, or if you do, you must strike to kill. The master and the servant were having quite an intimate conversation. Xia Fei instructed Furball on how to kill their enemies in front of everyone, in a manner that was as vicious as they come. Roderick instantly understood that this cute little ball of fur had only done such a crazy maneuver because he was influenced by his master. The saying about how an exotic beast would act in a certain way in accordance with how their master conducted themselves appeared to ring true. There was a blurred flash, and a blue blood scout appeared beside Roderick. He leaned in to whisper a few words into his ear, causing a drastic change in expression on Roderick. He waved his hand, leaving in a hurry with his men. Don't go running around. Right now, the entire system has been shut down, so you should just wait here patiently, Souza instructed Xia Fei and the rest before he departed. After those blue bloods were quite a distance away from them, Xia Guanghai stowed away his soul weapon detonation, turning his head around to ask, who were those people? Xia Fei glanced over at Zisur and Anzu Knight. Xia Fei naturally trusted Xia Guanghai, Oro, and Ulan, so he had no qualms about telling them. However, he did not feel the same about the siblings. No matter how meek Anzu appeared to be, and how much admiration Zisur showed towards Xia Fei, he had never been the sort who could easily trust others. There was no way for that to happen unless they were like Oro, someone who had been in a life and death situation with him. Just some friends. They don't have any ill intent toward us, Xia Fei said simply. Xia Guanghai could tell that this was a topic Xia Fei did not wish to speak of, so he shook his head and inadvertently swept his gaze over to Zisur. Honestly speaking, she was a pretty girl, and he found it hilarious that Xia Fei was someone with a one-track mind, able to view pretty women as nothing, completely unlike how most men. His eyes squinted. Xia Fei said, you guys can tell the cultivation they have. They are very strong. These are the kind of people who have control of the entire collapsed expanse of the founders. It's unfortunate that they seem to have run into some problems right now. There are even others that dare provoke those people. Oro found it hard to believe. He was just a level 1 founder, and so he naturally had great admiration for these warriors from the Annihilation universe. Xia Fei answered, there's always someone stronger. If the collapsed expanse of the founders was not in trouble, these people would not have taken such a long time to arrive. Seeing how serious they looked when they left, I believe something wrong must have happened with the dark spiritualists again. Changing the topic, Xia Fei chuckled, but this isn't our problem, so let's not be bothered by them. When gods fight, there's no reason for us mortals to worry blindly over it. Xia Fei knew that if they did not talk, the siblings from the Venus of Eternal Night would definitely feel dissatisfied, so he did not miss a beat and directed the conversation away to more mundane matters. Zisur's eyes brightened. Love for a person extended even to the crows on their roof. A simple analysis from Xia Fei was enough to draw limitless admiration from the girl, and upon mentioning the dark spiritualists, she was once again reminded of the time when Xia Fei had saved her life. As such, Zisur's heart was thumping madly, slowly growing uneasy inside. Cough. Fukin spat out another mouthful of fresh blood, opening his mouth and appearing as if he wanted to say something. Xia Fei hurried over to his side, and took Fukin from Ulan's hands. He gestured for him to not get overly excited. Xia Fei pulled out a bottle of light blue liquid for him to drink, and at the same time examined his 7th brain region. Time passed very quickly, and everyone gradually grew restless. The collapsed expanse of the founders had already come to a halt, and before the system was being rebooted, everyone was trapped in this prison, uncertain when they could leave. Since Zisur was a woman, she had taken on the job of caring for Fukin. She was constantly wiping his body and forehead, and massaging his back and shoulders. As a lady of the distinguished Venus of Eternal Night, when had she ever found herself in a servant's role? This was a really trying time for her right now. Fukin's condition was slowly getting better, but he was still in this semi-conscious state, a fever breaking out every few hours. When Xia Fei had first attempted his surgery on someone as powerful as Fukin, he was not really confident that he could succeed. But after seeing how everything turned out, he was glad that Fukin's life was at least no longer tethering on a knife's edge. 48 hours later, Fukin was able to speak, and Ulan fed him a few golden sunflower seeds, which helped speed up his recovery. Still hesitant to speak, Fukin still appeared to have words for Xia Fei. Xian Guanghai was more observant, so he dragged the still confused siblings off to one side, while Oro knowingly strolled away to somewhere in the distance to drink some wine. Now that it was just Fukin, Xia Fei, and Ulan around, Xia Fei asked, "Is something the matter? You may speak now." Fukin somewhat feebly said, "Actually, the one who injured me wasn't Nanshazi." Ulan was surprised, but Xia Fei answered without batting an eyelid, I already know that. Ulan turned his head and eyed Xia Fei quizzically, how did you know? Xia Fei proceeded to tell them about what happened when he was in the evil Shadow Dragon Tower, before stating, when the system mentioned that the dark spiritualists had broken the rule of the gods and demon system, I already realized that this was not something mere dark spiritualists could do. After all, this was a system that an annihilator expert had set. There's no way someone like Nanshizi would be able to break this. Later, when I first asked to be transported here, Soza did not follow me. He is someone who is in control of the collapsed expanse of the Founders. Now that something has happened, he would of course come rushing over the first chance he had. But instead, he returned to call for reinforcements. That just goes to show that he had his reservations about this matter, and anything that could elicit such a response from a man of his caliber would definitely not be simply Nanshizi and his men. Third, I've spent quite a lot of effort helping you break your sealed brain region, and while Nanshizi might be a little stronger than you, I don't think he would be that much more powerful. If it was just him alone, there was no way he would have been able to injure you so grievously. I witnessed your strength not too long ago, and the most capable disciple of Nanshizi, Shu Yuhi, was also been beaten soundly by your hands. Fukin and Ulan's eyes shone. Xia Fei's analysis and inference skills were as heaven-defying as ever. Fukin did not even say a word, yet Xia Fei already knew what he was trying to get at. Indeed, the situation is exactly as you've inferred. The one who grievously injured me, and has ruined the system, was not Nanshizi. He merely sent his exclusive exotic beast, the Lone Gleam Eagle, and Shu Yuhi here to keep me detained. Meanwhile, he disappeared without a trace afterwards, Fukin said as he recounted what had happened. Xia Fei waved his hand dismissively, there's an old saying from my home world, there's someone mighty propping up the heavens. This isn't our problem anyway, and so even if there's trouble, it is on those annihilators. You should just rest up. No point worrying about those old monsters. Fukin really eased up after hearing what Xia Fei said. Despite his youth, Fukin really felt reassured having Xia Fei preside over the situation. He could not help but recall the words his exclusive soul, Wraith, had said, if there were more stubborn souls like Xia Fei in the sect, we might have had a different outcome. Fukin closed his eyes slightly as he mulled over that thought. He regulated his breathing, feeling plenty of emotions rolling around inside him. This time Fukin had truly felt as if he had undergone a rebirth, and felt a lot more cheerful than before. He had spent his life running around for the sake of his sect, only to end up getting expelled from it. If such a situation were to occur with Xia Fei, it would never have happened in the first place. Many people had found themselves in similar circumstances. They would suddenly find themselves having an epiphany over those things that they originally could not let go of after suffering a big accident. Fukin's actually smiling. Ulan turned around and whispered after Xia Fei, and he had walked a good distance away. Perhaps he finally made sense of something, Xia Fei commented as he lit himself a cigarette. Ulan sighed, that's a rare sight. Fukin has plenty of things that he has buried in his heart, so it's not often that he will let loose. But just how bad is his injury? Will this sealing of his brain region cause harmful after effects? Xia Fei tossed the cigarette to the ground and stomped it out. He said with a heavy heart, we don't really know for sure yet, but I have a very bad feeling about it. The control center of the fallen expanse of the Founders. The Blue Bloods, as well as several experts that had joined them afterwards, quickly took over the place. The one who gave the order was the Tsadin clan's patriarch, Roderick, a very ugly expression on his face. Meanwhile, the two who were originally controlling the system, the white-bearded man and that beardless man, could not believe their eyes. They had no idea what happened that had instantly drawn so many bigwigs out here. Sector 6, report, the imposing Roderick ordered solemnly. It's been cleared out. Sector 7. Roderick continued grimly. Sector 7 has been severely infiltrated, with more than half losses. Information trickled in, and the expressions of the experts present turned uglier by the second. The statistics were hardly optimistic. Leaning back heavily on his chair, Roderick shut his eyes, his eyelids twitching constantly. It was obvious that he was in a very bad mood right now. Patriarch, the final results are in. The dark spiritualists, as well as their henchmen, have practically plundered half of the resources in the collapsed expanse of the Founders, and have completely absconded away with them, a blue blood warrior reported in a small voice somewhat hesitantly. Soza sighed, lamenting, half of the riches in the collapsed expanse of the Founders are now in the hands of the dark spiritualists. It looks like Alpha, and perhaps all the spiritualist association from the lower 5 stars, will be completely broken. I'm afraid all that awaits them will be suffering. Roderick shook his head slightly, and said in a hoarse voice, that is naturally what will happen, but what I'm even more worried about here is ourselves. I'm afraid there might be another traitor in the Annihilation universe. A serious betrayal. Chapter 1196, The Dark Spiritualist's Forceful Comeback. The control center of the fallen expanse of the Founders. The statistical results had left everyone in dismay. The Dark Spiritualists, along with the traitor from the Annihilation universe, had absconded with nearly half of the prizes in this region. Though such things were not all that important to Annihilator tier experts, this was nevertheless a development that could bring forth earth-shaking changes to Alpha Universe, considering their dearth of soul weapons. Heaving a long sigh, Patriarch Roderick got up and solemnly addressed everyone present, "What are you all still being stunned for? Head on back. In any case, what happened has already happened, so I believe the Alliance will come up with a strategy for this." Souza was silent for a moment, but soon asked hurriedly, "Are we just going to watch as these dark spiritualists make off with the treasures we prepared for the lower 5 stars? We ought to teach them a lesson, shouldn't we?" Roderick let out a bitter chuckle. "Teach them a lesson? Honestly, we ought to be punishing the one who secretly betrayed the Annihilation universe, and us as well. Those dark spiritualists were no more than pawns. If I'm not mistaken, there must be someone among the Annihilators who wishes to make a mockery of us. It's too bad that we trusted this system too much, after having been ruined by someone else's hand but having no counter-strategy for it." The experts around shook their heads. What Roderick said was not wrong. The situation was hardly as simple as it looked on the surface. While it was a group of dark spiritualists that had stolen from the collapsed expanse of the Founders, it was really in fact an internal conflict within the Annihilation universe. Instead of directing their efforts toward the lower 5 stars, they were better off coming up with solutions to deal with the coming storm in Annihilation. Roderick believed that this was all just the beginning. Their enemy was testing the strength and reactions of the new Hero Alliance, and if they were not careful, the other party might very well attempt something on a larger scale next time. Beckoning with one finger, Roderick made a surreptitious motion for Souza to stay. Souza was very puzzled deep down, but he did not ask any more questions, and just pretended that he was collecting his things. Since the person in charge had ordered them to disperse, the warriors swiftly returned to Annihilation. The only ones left in the control center were Roderick, Souza, as well as the two who were monitoring the place, the Whitebeard and No Beard. "Both of you, remove yourselves. Don't come back in without my permission," Roderick ordered in a heavy voice. Whitebeard and No Beard hurried out like they had just received a pardon. After all, Roderick was the Blue Bloods Psadin clan patriarch, and they were just some insignificant soldiers sent to monitor the system. The difference in status was tremendous. Waving Psadin to take a seat, Roderick began, "The higher-ups will have countermeasures, but we Blue Bloods have to make preparations on our end, as well. I think we should let the one called Xia Fei loose down there." Souza frowned. "You mean to say that we should make Xia Fei our new mole?" "That's right," Roderick agreed. "I've met the person you've chosen myself, and he's very decent. A man with means, sufficiently vicious, and clever, too. If I'm not wrong, given the skeptical nature of those above, no one outstanding from this collapsed expanse of the Founder will be sent up unless they can clear them of suspicion. Xia Fei might not have the opportunity to go to Annihilation, so we might as well make use of him while he stays in the lower 5 stars." Souza nodded. "That's true. There will be a mess of suspicion from those above. The Annihilation universe will surely be thrown into a storm now. There's no telling just how many will have been implicated. Bringing Xia Fei up now is definitely not a good idea." The strange going-ons in the collapsed expanse of the Founders had brought about a series of chain reactions. While Xia Fei and the others welcomed this long absence of peace, and Fukin was making a steady recovery, Radix and Nirvana had also returned. Even Xia Fei had a rare moment, since he was not completely embroiled in the troubles of the place. Could his fate of always getting into trouble be changing for the better? Time passed and they were soon in their 3rd day of isolation. Fukin could already stand up on his own and move, and was currently taking a stroll while supporting the old man. That was when a flash of light appeared, and Souza appeared nearby. He was acting all secretive as he called Xia Fei to one side, and proceeded to whisper a few words to him. Since he was an annihilator, no one could hear a word between the conversation he had with Xia Fei, despite being in close proximity to the others. The more precautions he took, the more interested the others became in this interaction. Everyone's attention was fixed on the two. Smiling, Xia Fei said, "What you're asking for isn't a big deal. You want me to inform you of whatever happens in the lower 5 stars, and if I am given the chance, find out who these dark spiritualists have been in contact with, right?" Souza nodded. Xia Fei chuckled, "I'm not the sort to deal in matters not grounded in reality. Since you're asking for my help, it's easy. Give it here." With that, Xia Fei reached out one hand and beckoned to Souza twice. Souza was shocked. "What do you mean by that?" "Remuneration, of course," Xia Fei said matter-of-factly. "I'm not in the habit of giving out help for free, and since you want me to be your eyes, you have to pay me for my services, right?" Cough. Souza nearly spat blood. Xia Fei was just a warrior from the lower 5 stars, yet he actually had the audacity to discuss conditions. Normally, an expert merely had to wave his arm and plenty of people would compete to work hard at his behest. After all, Souza and those of his people were very powerful in the Annihilation universe, and being able to befriend them was definitely not a bad thing for Xia Fei. Unfortunately, Xia Fei did not share this thinking. A yard was a yard, and becoming an Devil Shadow Dragoon was something that he had staked his life to attain. He did not depend on anyone's help or sympathy getting there. By that logic, since the Blue Bloods wanted his help with the lower 5 stars, he ought to be paid. That was just the way business worked. Souza watched as the corner of Xia Fei's lips curled at a strange angle. Xia Fei said in a low voice, "I don't wish to cause you trouble, but you've said so yourself. You've lost well over half of the equipment stored here in the collapsed expanse of the Founders, and no one will miss anything if you lose a bit more things, given how chaotic the situation already is. We can just put it all on those dark spiritualists' heads, and let them be the scapegoat. Don't you think that makes sense?" Souza blinked and replied slyly, "You're definitely not causing me trouble, but you're looting a house while it's on fire." Xia Fei actually thought Souza was praising him, so he nodded, Well, I do indeed enjoy looting a house while it's on fire." Xia Fei had never been a righteous gentleman, and in his eyes, not choosing to profit off someone when given the chance was the definition of stupidity. Souza had wasted a lot of time before he finally understood what Xia Fei was getting at, and after careful consideration, he realized there was no flaw in his words. It was just that Souza had a hard time wrapping his head around how unreasonable it was to only care about his own profit at such a time, and not about finding the real culprit behind this mess. He hesitantly brought Xia Fei around the collapsed expanse of the Founders. Xia Fei collected all the soul weapons he set eyes on along the way and stuffed them into his spatial ring, without sparing them another glance. There was a lack of soul weapons in this day and age, and Xia Fei had already made the decision to use this opportunity to help prepare weapons for his comrades in the lower realm. Though Ulan, Fukan, and himself were spiritualists, they would only tire themselves to death if they were to try and equip the entire lower realm just themselves. As such, he figured the solution was taking advantage of this round while the collapsed expanse of the Founders was a mess. The lower realm had just joined the Alpha universe, and had yet to solidify their foothold in the place. This bunch of soul weapons were simply too important to everyone. They returned to the meeting point, Xia Fei having already filled his ring to the brim. The exact number was uncertain, but it was definitely by no means small. Unfortunately, Souza did not like how Xia Fei did things, and so Xia Fei did not manage to get any high-grade soul weapons. Fortunately, because the lower realm had just joined Alpha, their requirements were not as great when it came to high-grade soul weapons. It was fine as long as there were enough. Nodding, Souza turned to leave, even as Xia Guanghai and the others came crowding around curiously. Why did that blue-skinned person come and leave so mysteriously? Where did he bring you to just now? Oro asked. Xia Fei could not help but burst into laughter. It's nothing bad. It's time, and the collapsed expanse of the Founders has completely opened up. Let's get out of here, too. With that, Xia Fei took out the remote that Souza had given him and pressed the only button on it. Swoosh! Having already been preset, Xia Fei and everyone appeared beside the Silver Spectre. Xia Fei waved his hand, gesturing for everyone to get on board. As there was not even a trace of any humans around them, Anzu Knight frowned, feeling somewhat uneasy. That was when Xia Fei said while staring out into the distance, "Stop looking. You'll understand once we get out of here." Whoosh! Silver Spectre sped off toward the entrance to the collapsed expanse of the Founders. By all right, this should have been a very busy place when the collapsed expanse of the Founders was about to close. Warships there to pick up or who had originally entered this place should all have been gathered right outside. Those who managed to benefit from this foray would be laughing and bragging about what they had plundered, while the clans who had lost their clansmen would be crying their hearts out at their tragic fate. But right now, silence pervaded the collapsed expanse of the Founders. Only after they had reached the entrance did they see a scattering of warships far away. As they slowly drew closer to the entrance, Xia Fei narrowed his eyes and the expression on his face turned severe. "Why are there so few people here?" Anzu asked. "The world has changed," Xia Fei answered vaguely. Anzu did not care to probe further, as the scene right in front of his eyes stunned everyone. Widespread wreckage. Countless wrecks were floating by the entrance, as if there had been a catastrophic battle. These warships were all the troops that the major clans had sent, yet now they had all been annihilated. Not only were those warriors who had entered the collapsed expanse of the Founders obliterated, even the commoners suffered the same fate. What happened here? What exactly happened? Who did this? Anzu Knight asked in a rising voice. Everyone turned their gazes towards Xia Fei, because he was the only one among them who knew what was going on. Swallowing hard, Xia Fei solemnly explained, 3 days ago, about 2 hours after our fight with the dark spiritualists, those same evildoers forced their way out of the collapsed expanse of the Founders. Those troops that were waiting for their kin outside ended up on the receiving end of the dark spiritualists' assault. Xia Knight tugged on Xia Fei and asked, "Then what about the guards from my clan? My clan sent quite a lot of people here. Are they also?" Xia Fei shook his head, "I don't know. I think it would be hard for them to still be alive." That was when everyone understood. While they had been sealed in the collapsed expanse of the Founders, an earth-shaking change had already occurred outside. The dark spiritualists had made a forceful comeback. It was not just Xia Fei. Every warrior that had managed to leave the collapsed expanse of the Founders was deeply shocked by the scene that unfolded before their eyes. Normally, warriors would fight against warriors, but these dark spiritualists had also massacred the commoners, and they all could not help but feel indignant resentment building inside them. Xia Fei did not say another word, turning on the warship's network connection. They were able to connect to the Alpha Universe's news network here, and reading the news was the fastest way to learn what had happened. BZZT. The screen appeared, and the first headline that grabbed his attention was big and red. The reappearance of the dark spiritualists, the major spiritualist sect Purple Jade, bathed in blood. Chapter 1197, The Three Spiritualists. Everyone was panicking. It was a more than appropriate way to describe what everyone in the Alpha Universe was feeling right now. In just the span of 3 short days, first Nanshazi's dark spiritualists had suddenly burst forth from the collapsed expanse of the Founders, slaughtering the countless innocents that had gathered to wait for their fellow clansmen. They had racked up a shocking body count, and immediately afterwards paid a visit to the local major spiritualist clan, the Purple Jade sect. Perhaps because massacring the commoners was not enough to prove just how committed they were, these dark spiritualists had chosen Purple Jade, considered to be the strongest organization among the unrestricteds, the dark spiritualists, and the spiritualists of purity. While the initial encounter made everyone feel indignant and angry, the bloodbath they brought to the Purple Jade instilled actual fear in everyone. No one had any idea just who would be their next target. On the screen, the corpse of Qi Dixuan, the second in command of the Purple Jade sect, was embedded right in the middle of the mountain gate, his chest having been torn apart. It was an extremely gruesome sight to see. Xia Knight could not stand watching any more. She turned her head and slumped onto the shoulder of her brother, Anzu Knight, distressed. Uncle Qi died so tragically. He and grandfather were drinking buddies for many years. I'm sure my grandfather must be very sad seeing this. Ulan and Fukin were also sighing uncontrollably. Qi Dixuan was the second in command of the Purple Jade, and had had quite a bit of contact with one another. Given how a hero of their time had been slaughtered like a mere mongrel, they could not help but feel their hearts beat in trepidation. Xia Fei reached out to turn the screen off and addressed everyone, "This is only the beginning. I believe the dark spiritualists massacred Purple Jade as a show of strength, and things in the Alpha Universe will only get worse." Everyone turned to Xia Fei, almost as if to ask what could actually be worse than the current situation they were in. Swallowing, Xia Fei narrowed his eyes. Though there aren't many spiritualists around, they are nevertheless the dominant force across the entire Alpha Universe. Now that the dark spiritualists have begun their comeback, and have further demonstrated sufficient strength, the various major clans in the universe will have to choose sides. Will they continue to back the Spiritualist Association, or will they turn to the dark spiritualists instead? If I'm not mistaken, there will be a calm before the storm. The dark spiritualists will use this chance to secretly win people's hearts over. By the time the division is over, all those that choose to view the dark spiritualists as the enemy will be ruthlessly suppressed, until one side will be able to achieve a clear victory in this dispute. Everyone could not help but tremble. If what Xia Fei suggested was true, then this would be a new universal war. No matter if they were spiritualists or soul practitioners, all would be involved in the fighting. Then what about the even more powerful experts, like that group that we met in the collapsed expanse of the Founders? If they are willing to intervene, the dark spiritualists will surely be no match. Ulan asked somewhat naively. Xia Fei chuckled and retorted, when we were in the lower realm, and had a hard time going up against the inverse, did any of you think to attempt a mediation? Did anyone care for our lives? That war wiped out half of the elite warriors of the lower realm. It was a heartbreaking response. Ulan, Fukan, and even the siblings from the Venus of Eternal Night could all feel their ears turn red. The Alpha Universe was considered the core of the lower 5 stars, but who cared about the even lower realm? When Xia Fei and Xia Guocan had led the lower realm in the fight for their existence, the leaders of the Alpha Universe were still sleeping soundly. Most had no idea there was another group of sapient life forms beyond the Alpha Universe, and even if they did know, they did not care about them a bit. After pausing, Xia Fei remarked, at any given time, everyone only cares about their own strength. We may borrow strength from outsiders, but we cannot become reliant on it. Zisur and Anzu Knight, this will be where we bid each other farewell. I'm going back to check up on my own comrades. It is especially during times like these that we must not cause chaos within our own ranks. Cosmic Gate. The first fortress from the lower realm in the Alpha Universe. Xia Guocan walked out from the recently built conference center with a stern expression. He raised his head and looked to the sky. All he saw were the countless black warships that surrounded the lower realm's stronghold, their black cannon barrels pointed straight at him. Every ship had the insignia of a crown and a pair of horns, like a monster who had grown a set of horns while wearing a metal hat. That was none other than the logo of the Black Angel Corporation that operated on the fringes of Alpha Universe. Ever since the lower realm had stepped into Alpha, the forces around them had begun to eye these newcomers. Among them, it was the Black Angel Corporation who took them most seriously. The last time they came to find fault, it was the Grand Ancestor Xia Guocan who had rebuffed them, and the two sides had since harbored great animosity toward each other. During this period of time, quite a few lower realm warriors had been ambushed, and the newly constructed barracks 2 days ago had even been blown up by someone using ultra-long-ranged weapons. The shadow of the Black Angel Corporation hung ominously behind every single one of these incidents. Unfortunately, the lower realm had just newly joined Alpha, so they lacked information. They had only recently understood the power distribution of those who surrounded them. Even those warriors from the Aurora clan had come from the core region of Alpha, so they were also at a disadvantage in terms of their knowledge pertaining to the local customs and actions within the fringe region. In any case, the lower realm found themselves in a passive position, and they were feeling more and more depressed with each passing day. Just yesterday, the Black Angel Corporation had actually sent a fleet and had the lower realm's fortress surrounded, clearly displaying their determination to continue with hostilities. Whoosh! A Black Angel Corporation warship suddenly landed, and out walked a single individual. It was none other than the envoy Victor, who had taken a loss by the hands of Xia Guocan. He was acting even more arrogant than the last time, his head nearly facing vertically up to the sky. So we meet again. Victor used his hand to pinch his nose and continued, I already told you that there's a limit to Black Angel Corporation's patience, so don't try and test our bottom line. If not, you just might find yourself in an unpleasant predicament. His gaze casually swept their surroundings before Victor continued, I'm sure you already know that Alpha is on the brink of chaos right now. With the dark spiritualists making a return, every major clan will be looking out for their own safety, not to mention you lower beings who have only just taken their first steps here in the Alpha Universe. If none of the significant organizations are willing to take you in, it won't be long before you'll find yourselves eaten up, not even leaving enough gristle on your bones to be gnawed on. The chairman of our Black Angel Corporation has a heart for everything under the stars, and is more than willing to accept you and your people, protecting your sovereignty in the fringes of the Alpha Universe. Of course, this would come at a small price. Victor extended a finger and a thumb and rubbed them together, miming as if he was counting money. Before he even finished, however, Grand Ancestor Xia Guocan already snorted, no need. The answer I gave the last time is already very clear-cut. Besides, bringing such a large fleet along with you, is that how you plan to invite us? Invite? Victor pursed his lips sinisterly. That's nothing more than a nice way of putting things. Today, if you agree, then that's that. But if you refuse, the Black Angel Corporation plan to lay waste to your base with each passing minute. We'll slay your warriors, plunder your loot, and take women. See if we will do that. Victor had naturally spoken this without a hint of fear. He had not come alone, and had even brought an entire team of founder experts with him. There were also thousands of Alpha Universe warships in the distance, all of them forming an immense threat to the Lore Realm. Gritting his teeth, Xiaoguqin lifted the left hand that he had hidden behind his back this entire time, and balled it up into a fist. His entire time as a Grand Ancestor, he had been the one to bully others. When had he ever been made to face such humiliation? The color of his eyes were slowly turning blood red, and he revealed a fierce expression. What do you think you're doing? Are you not afraid to die? Do you not fear your clansmen's lives? Victor was quite frightened after seeing Xia Fei's fierce expression, and hastily backed away, suddenly uneasy. Actually, what he had said was true. The Skywings were still a bunch of evildoers who really had no fear of death. Unfortunately, this was no longer just a Skywing clan matter. This outpost into the Alpha Universe concerned the entire Lore Realm, and there were countless ordinary Lore Realm warriors and citizens who were looking toward him. If it was just the Skywings, they would have long since declared war against the Black Angels already. Alpha Universe was filled with dark energy, an irreplaceable benefit for a warrior's improvement. Their technology level was high too, and everyone was hoping that they could reduce the gap between themselves and the powerhouses of the Alpha Universe once this outpost was up and running. Unfortunately, reality was often cruel, and rather than the Lore Realm being ignored, it had instead been viewed with hostility by everyone in the region around them. Seeing Xiaoguqin undecided, Victor mistook it for him being afraid, and was just about to say something shameless. That was when a silver warship came streaking across space at an unreasonable speed. It was none other than the Silver Spectre. It moved with such speed. The Silver Spectre flew between the gaps of the Dark Angel Corporation warships, sending all those warships flying immediately. They were like ships that had been rocked by a turbulent storm, which only went to show just how powerful an impetus and speed it had. Rumble. Silver Spectre did not use any conventional methods to dock itself, but instead dove right into the ground like an arrow, generating an earthquake that shook everything around it. Dirt and dust scattered in the air. They heard the sound of a door opening. Xia Fei came striding out from the warship, a fierce expression on his face. Behind him followed the two great spiritualists Fukin and Yulan, as well as Xiaoguqin Gondoro. Furbal sat on Xia Fei's shoulder, snoring softly. Everyone, come look. Xia Fei's back. Everyone crowded around, their voices clamoring. It was as if all of them had seen hope, and they were all looking toward Xia Fei fervently. Old man, are these people here looking for trouble? Before Xia Fei could even ask, it was Xia Guanghai who had spoken up first, his head crooked to the side with his hands in his pockets. Seems so, Xiaoguqin replied with a smile. Have you really gotten old? Someone's trying to block our front door, what is there to talk about? Can't we settle this if we just kill them outright? Xia Guanghai remarked with a hint of viciousness, spitting on the ground to demonstrate his distaste. Not counting Xia Fei, Xiaoguqin and Xia Guanghai were the most barbaric and unreasonable in the Skywing clan. But while Xia Guanghai was very fierce, he lacked the ability to see the bigger picture. He was not thinking in Xiaoguqin's shoes. If this had been up to Xiaoguqin and his temper, they would have already exchanged blows long ago. Why would he need to wait until Xia Fei returned? Xia Fei had not spoken a word this entire time. He understood the difficult spot Xiaoguqin was put in. Fighting had never been the problem for the Skywing maniac, but what Xiaoguqin was really helpless over was throwing all the ordinary warriors from the other clans under the bus this way. That was when a warrior behind Victor leaned into his ear and whispered a few words. Victor was at first startled, but soon showed a big plastic grin on his face and paid respect to Fukin with cupped hands. Ah, so an esteemed spiritualist had come. Forgive me for the disrespect. Fukin harumphed coldly and continued to follow behind Xia Fei, staring daggers at Victor and the others. Ulan barely took a step out of the association, but Fukin had been famous across the Alpha Universe. It was not uncommon for someone among these founders to recognize him. Since you recognize this old man, then why haven't you gotten lost? Fukin scoffed. Well, Victor flashed him an awkward smile. The chairman gave us a death order before we came, so if we were to leave now, I'm afraid there's no way for us to give an account. Simple. Yours truly shall follow you back. I would like to see just who this chairman of yours is. Fukin waved his hand grandly. Victor quickly responded, of course, that's perfectly fine. As an esteemed spiritualist like yourself coming for a visit, that would be a great honor for the Black Angel Corporation. The word spiritualist was not merely bragging, and even if the Black Angels could act like a tyrant in the fringe regions, they could not afford to not show face to Fukin. But Xia Fei frowned. He had personally healed Fukin, and no one was clearer than him as to Fukin's current condition. In the past, Fukin did indeed have the strength to sweep everything away with a wave of his hand, but now. You should rest. This is a low realm matter, so I'll be the one going with him. Xia Fei stopped Fukin. You. Victor showed a disdainful expression once more. Xia Fei did not look too old, and he did not think he was anyone important. What about me? Xia Fei glared back at him. I'm a spiritualist, too. Crumble. With that, Xia Fei swung his hand and a boulder 10 miles away shattered. He had used spirit energy to do that. Even the warrior behind Victor could not hold back and exclaimed in shock, 2 spiritualists. This was the fringe region after all, and for 2 spiritualists to appear like this had surprised these founders. Another boulder even further away cracked in 2, yet another display of spirit energy. Ulan pulled back his arm and corrected him softly, you're wrong. There's 3 here. Chapter 1198, White Haze. 3 spiritualists. The warriors from the Black Angel Corporation were all surprised. No one had expected that this bunch that had only recently entered Alpha Universe would actually have more than a single spiritualist supporting them. In terms of combat strength, because spiritualists utilized a different energy system, they were able to wield a power more explosive than the soul system, and even more crucially, spiritualists were capable of forging soul weapons. It was a position that far surpassed elite artificers from the low realm. Warriors needed the soul weapons spiritualists created, a warrior without a soul weapon might as well not fight at all. It was also precisely because of this reliance the soul system had toward the spiritualists that decent spiritualists could easily gain the support of fairly powerful warriors in a fairly simple way, forging soul weapons for them. That was also why the status a spiritualist held in the universe did not solely depend on their cultivation level, but also the forces that rallied behind them. Victor blinked. An envoy could not be too much of a fool, and he instantly realized that it might be too difficult for them to harbor designs toward the low realm at this rate. Furthermore, if Xia Fei was so willing to come back with them, he could at least explain himself to the corporation, and it would not be too much of trouble for himself. With that fallback in mind, Victor hurriedly laughed, oh, so this young man is also a distinguished spiritualist. Truly, a talent despite your young age. It's rather awkward now that you mention it, because since I've received a death order, I do indeed need your esteemed self to take a trip back with us. The skywings around watched unhappily as Xia Fei was escorted off with the hostile men, their eyebrows all arching. Xia Fei thought nothing of it. Don't worry. They don't have the strength to do anything to me. Whoosh. The Black Angel Corporation's warship fleet disappeared into the stars, and only then did the people from the low realm heave a sigh of relief. However, the wolf pack of the Skywing clan all had ugly expressions on their faces, because Xia Fei had also gone along with them. How could you let Xia Fei go on his own? Fukin grumbled, slightly discontent. Xiaogukin shook his head, you should be aware of his temper. No one can sway Xia Fei once he makes up his mind. Despite being the patriarch of the Skywing clan, even I am helpless to stop him. Fukin and Ulan looked at each other. What Xiaogukin had said was true. Sometimes Xia Fei could be very obstinate. All right, let's do what we should do. Xiaogukin waved his hand. The Skywing Wolfpack immediately split up and went about their business, fast but orderly. Warship after warship made ready to take off, making it look like the low realm was preparing to abandon this fortress. What are you all doing? Ulan asked, confused. Xia Fei had not returned, and Xiaogukin had already begun to send his men away. This seemed to be absolutely insincere. This is Xia Fei's decision, Xia Guanghai explained. Before he left, Xia Fei gave us this order through hand motions. He wants the people who aren't strong enough to leave, so the warriors will not have any worry. Fukin and Ulan suddenly recalled that Xia Fei did indeed make some surreptitious gestures to Xiaogukin before he had departed. It turned out that he had been giving them hand signals to give orders to his clansmen. So what are you doing after they leave? Fukin asked again. Xia Guanghai's face was stern as he hissed back, the Skywing clan avenges every slight. No one has ever provoked us and gotten away with it unscathed. On board the warship during its journey back, the men from the Black Angel Corporation were both respectful and wary of Xia Fei. Despite Victor constantly pouring Xia Fei tea, his small and beady eyes were constantly trained on Xia Fei's face, most likely trying to guess just what Xia Fei was really thinking. Xia Fei stood up and said, "I'm going to the washroom for a bit." Two fairly good-looking female staff members hurriedly brought Xia Fei out of the guest room. Victor had specifically instructed these two gorgeous women to take care of Xia Fei, but it was too bad that Xia Fei had never been one that let his other head make decisions for him, so he did not care for their coquettishness. Xia Fei just pretended to not see them. "Let me help you, good sir," a woman with a beauty mark on her chin giggled softly. Xia Fei immediately glared and angrily barked at her, "What has me pissing anything to do with you?" Scram! Zing! That woman's cheeks burned scarlet red and she hid in a corner, embarrassed. When Xia Fei entered the washroom, both women began whispering behind Xia Fei's back. In their eyes, Xia Fei was simply a monster. He was at the age where his blood should be gushing with vitality, so why was he not showing any fondness toward women? Could there be something wrong with him? What neither woman knew was that Xia Fei had braved a sea of women in his lifetime. Be it Zisur Knight, Suzu Treasure, or Nicole Sawyer, which of those ladies was not considered a goddess? Yet they were all similarly rejected by Xia Fei, and though it was said that men who seek to achieve greatness must never be bewitched by the fairer sex, Xia Fei was being far too strict on this aspect, and had broken plenty of ladies' hearts. After a quick examination of the washroom facilities, it was plain that they must not have expected Xia Fei to join them along on board, which was why the washroom did not have any monitoring devices to speak of. Xia Fei brushed his finger over his spatial ring and took out an orb that was constantly shifting in color. This was the communication device that Souza had given him. People from both the Alpha and Annihilation universe seemed to really like this orb shape, seeing as how the currency for the former were white pearls, while the communication device Souza had given Xia Fei was also in the shape of an orb. "That's the Big Xia orb, right? The device that allows you to contact the Annihilation universe," Radix clarified. Xia Fei did not keep much from him, so Radix knew about Xia Fei's secret dealings with the Blue Blood Satins. "Yep," Xia Fei nodded. "Souza said that I can contact the Alpha Universe representative to the Annihilation Universe through it. I figured that this is a good chance for me to give this thing a try." Radix stuck out his tongue. Xia Fei's personality was simply too black-hearted. He did not even trust the communication device that Souza gave him, and wanted to find a chance to test it before letting the matter go. No wonder Xia Fei was still alive today. It was because of this trait of his that most people would have trouble attempting anything funny against Xia Fei. Spirit energy surged, and Xia Fei easily turned on the Big Xia orb. Two options popped up on the orb. One was emergency communications that would directly connect him to Souza, all the way out in the Annihilation universe, and the other was the contact person from Annihilation who was out here in Alpha, someone who went by the name of White Haze. Tapping with his finger, a screen suddenly popped out, and a man in his 40s appeared. He was dressed like a merchant, and even wearing a comical pom-pom hat. "Are you the contact person from the Annihilation universe stationed out here in Alpha?" Xia Fei asked without any preamble. White Haze chuckled, "The Big Xia orb is an exclusive communication device from Annihilation. Not many people would have such a treasure here in Alpha, yet you still suspect my identity." Xia Fei nodded. White Haze's composure made it seem like he was not telling any lies. But this person looked rather cunning when he chuckled, not looking a bit like an expert at all. In fact, Xia Fei even thought him to be similar to a hawker selling candied haws right out on the streets. "Is there something you need from me, Sir Dragoon?" White Haze asked with a smile, still looking as slick as ever. Xia Fei frowned, "Call me Xia Fei. I'm still a neophyte and not officially an evil shadow dragoon yet." White Haze hurriedly corrected, "A neophyte dragoon is still a dragoon. I have no idea how capable others are, but seeing just how distinguished you look, I'm sure you'll make it to be a dragoon. No questions." Hearing his words of flattery, Xia Fei was momentarily startled, but soon understood that White Haze definitely fit the bill of an unscrupulous businessman. White Haze suddenly wrinkled his eyebrows and asked, "What dragoon did you say you're just now?" "Evil Shadow," Xia Fei replied. White Haze's expression changed, instantly changing his attitude towards Xia Fei. Among the four dragoons' paths, the Devil Shadow Dragoon was one of the most mysterious. White Haze had been a contact person for all the other different dragoons, yet this was the first time he would be doing so for an evil shadow dragoon. His eyes glowed as he regarded Xia Fei. Xia Fei did not really care much about White Haze's attitude. A dragoon was no more than a title, and it was not even an official position just yet, so Xia Fei did not place much importance on it. I need information about this Black Angel Corporation that is active in the fringe region of Alpha, Xia Fei said. White Haze nodded repeatedly, no problem, I'll get on it right away. It did not take more than a minute before White Haze returned with a file of information he had just researched. He skimmed through the information quickly and gave his report. The Black Angel Corporation is considered a fairly large force in the fringe region. It is said that the corporation doesn't act too differently from a clan, only their name is different. At present, the chairman goes by the name of Su Nanjun, and is a spiritualist, a disciple to the spiritualist of heavenly might, Chu Xingbang. The Black Angel Corporation has been a family business handed down since their ancestors' time. White Haze lived up to his name as the spokesperson for the Annihilation Universe. The information he had was first-rate, and Xia Fei very quickly had a cursory understanding of the Black Angel Corporation. The spiritualist of the Heavenly Might sect and Chu Xingbang. Xia Fei could not help but think of the sinister Chu Yang, and his expression gradually filled with killing intent. The fact that the Black Angel Corporation's chairman was actually a spiritualist was unexpected. Okay. I understand what's going on now. Xia Fei ended the connection with White Haze with that. Xia Fei did so with such speed that White Haze had no time to discuss the matter. Looking at the now dark screen, there was sweat beating down White Haze's face already. He muttered to himself, crap. Could Xia Fei be acting against Su Nanjun? His master Chu Xingbang is a dragoon as well. You fool! What use is it to bring Xia Fei to me? Use your head and think. Since you've already butted heads with Fukin, then shouldn't you just call it quits on this matter? Do you know what sort of person Fukin is? He was once the sect master of the Unrestricteds. Even if they don't make a move on us this time, the grudge will already be made. It'll be a matter of time before we clash. Xia Fei had left for the washroom, so Victor used the time to rush over to the command deck to make a report to his chairman. Never would he have thought that Su Nanjun would berate him as a result. Victor panicked and hurriedly asked, what should I do? We're already on our way back. You feckless fool! What are you getting flustered for? Su Nanjun rebuked him forcefully. First bring him to me, and if he dares to do anything strange along the way, just kill him. Thump! Su Nanjun waved his sleeve angrily, turning the screen off in a huff. He held one hand to his head and kept massaging his temples. Fukin had been quite renowned in Alpha Universe all those years back, and he was getting quite a headache from having accidentally angered this elder. It was at this moment when a slender figure came walking from a distance. He was yawning as he strolled, seemingly very tired. Nanjun, who have you gotten so riled up with so early in the morning? The skinny man asked nonchalantly. Sect brother, your arrival has been timely. My underling has messed up, and I'm currently fretting over it, Su Nanjun sighed. Chapter 1199, Ulan's Trump Card. Senior Sect Brother, your arrival has been timely. My underling has messed up, and I'm currently fretting over it, Su Nanjun sighed. This skinny and frail-looking man was none other than his senior sect brother Bai He. The Spiritualists of Heavenly Might was the second largest organization that nurtured spiritualists, if the Spiritualist Association was excluded. Under Chu Xingbang's leadership, their sect had acquired several decent students these last few years, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that they had disciples everywhere. Su Nanjun and Bai He had formed quite a decent relationship when they were in school. The latter had a hard life and did not have any capital to his name, while Xy Nanjun had inherited his family business when he was very young. With all his money, he often treated Bai He to meals, and this helped them become fast friends. Su Nanjun had not had too much potential as a spiritualist, and was quickly kicked out of school by Chu Xingbang. He had returned back home to manage the matters of the Dark Angel Corporation. Meanwhile, Bai He was completely different from Su Nanjun. He had been absolutely miserable for the first half of his life, but suddenly became enlightened when he reached middle age. Now, he had actually become an entrant disciple of Chu Xingbang, and was a level 6 spiritualist, just a step away from being acknowledged as a great spiritualist. On the account of Su Nanjun treating him well when he was down and out, Bai He would often make a trip out to Su Nanjun's, and when the former saw how the latter was getting stronger and stronger as time passed, he even offered his wealth to help him out. Su Nanjun told Bai He about the incident that had happened when his underling encountered Fukin, and Bai He could not help but arch his eyebrow. Outsiders always think that spiritualists get along well with each other, so how could any of them know that the internal conflict we face in the circle is far more ferocious than what they have out there? All it takes is a momentary slip-up and we might find ourselves falling for the ploy of another. This underling of yours is really far too naive, since the other party has a spiritualist backing them. Wouldn't it be better to show them face, sending your troops back to foster a budding friendship, instead? This way, you could avoid future misunderstandings from happening. Su Nanjun let out a bitter laugh. You're right. How would they know that once spiritualists become enemies, neither side will ever let things go? Now that he has actually made his own decision and brought this person to meet me, how could we not know what they are thinking? Perhaps this Xia Fei person plans to commit my face to memory so that he can kill me off in the future. The more powerful experts became, the less likely it was that they could build trust between them. Xy Nanjun and Bai He were certain that there would not be a simple solution to this case anytime soon. After some thought, Beige grit his teeth. Well, now that it has come to this, we might as well see this through to its end. Bai He mimicked himself cutting a watermelon, causing Su Nanjun to jump as he hurriedly said, "Senior sect brother. This is Fukin we're talking about. He's the ex-sect master of the Unrestricteds." Bai He rumbled, "Right, he was once the sect master of the Unrestricteds. I heard from my master that Fukin had been expelled from his sect by his own sect brothers, which means to say that if we really were to finish him off, the Unrestricteds will not be avenging him, but would instead secretly cheer for his death. As for this Xia Fei person and that other nameless spiritualist, I'm positive they will not be any problem. Given how many men you have at your command, would they really have trouble slaying 3 spiritualists?" Su Nanjun was still somewhat hesitant. Those people do indeed not have many experts on their side. From our reports, they have little more than 30 warriors at the founder tier, which is hardly a powerful force out here in the fringe region of Alpha Universe. However, they also have a group of Aurora clan warriors that hail from the core region. I'm afraid a direct confrontation would result in losses. Beige impatiently waved his hand. How could you expect to accomplish anything of significance if you're being so indecisive? Besides, I haven't told you how we're going to do this. Don't you forget what your big brother is adept at, and in the worst case scenario, we still have our master and other disciples of the sect that could support us." Su Nanjun was slightly taken aback, but his eyes soon revealed a glint of ruthlessness. "Fine. Since that's the case, then I'll beseech my senior sect brother to help with this. Once this matter is settled, Nanjun will be sure to reward you handsomely." Bai He flashed a knowing smile and waved his hand dismissively. "We're all fellow brothers of the same sect, there's no need to nitpick on the details. We can always discuss the finer details later." While Xia Fei was being ferried to the headquarters of the Dark Angel Corporation, Bai He secretly led men back toward the Law Realm's fortress. The moment it was time, both sides would act at the same time. Standing by the window, Xia Fei gazed out at the looming silhouette of the Black Angel Corporation's headquarters. The company had occupied a planet with decent scenery. After countless generations of people running businesses here, this planet had already become densely populated and heavily guarded. After the warship docked, Xia Fei followed Envoy Victor toward the tallest building. There was a large meeting room on the top floor, and Xia Fei finally got to meet the chairman of the Black Angel Corporation. The two of them exchanged pleasantries for a while. Su Nanjun invited Xia Fei to sit in front of a window that afforded a good view outside, and Xia Fei's ability to pretend was decent enough that the two managed a fairly enjoyable conversation, which eased Victor's worries considerably. "Brother Xia Fei, to think you've made a breakthrough despite your young age, attaining the spirit system and learning to harness dark energy. Truly, you've opened my eyes to the world beyond. I can't help but wonder who Xia Fei's master might be, and whose sect you've sought training under." Su Nanjun asked with a smile. Xia Fei returned an even brighter smile as he breezily answered, "I'm considered an independent, how would I belong to any sect?" Su Nanjun was slightly surprised and flabbergasted. "Brother, have you established your own sect? Is Grand Master Fukin not your master?" Xia Fei shook his head. "How do I explain this? I met Fukin due to a chance meeting, and he can be considered my mentor and friend, but I really am not related to him on paper." Su Nanjun nodded repeatedly as he listened. It was even better that Xia Fei and Fukin did not have any formal relationship to speak of, and there was even less of a problem killing an independent spiritualist, too. With that thought in mind, Su Nanjun revealed a hint of impatience in his eyes. Xia Fei continued to drink his tea, pretending to have not noticed it. Like he was spending time with an old friend that he had not met for a very long time, Xia Fei and Su Nanjun began to have a chat, each harboring unspoken thoughts and designs in mind. At the same time, the fortress that the Lore Realm had established in the Alpha Universe, nighttime. How is it? Have you located the positions of those two spiritualists? Bai he whispered while hiding in the shadows. Not yet. But our spiritual searcher said there's something strange about this situation. What's so strange about it? Fukin is a peak spiritualist, and so he ought to have a very powerful spiritual sense, but our searchers have had trouble locating him with it. This situation could mean that Fukin's strength has deteriorated, or perhaps he knows of some other trick that intentionally suppresses his spiritual signal. Bai he was taken aback. He stroked his chin and contemplated this new information. Given how peak spiritualists had the most powerful spiritual senses, an experienced searcher would locate them very easily. But right now, Fukin was actually very hard to locate, which was something the searcher had not expected. That's impossible. There's no way Fukin could know what we are up to. There must be some problem with him. Transmit my order to continue the search. Bai he ordered. At the same time, he smirked as he thought to himself, truly, it is as if heaven is on my side. It turns out Fukin has been heavily injured. Back in the guest room, Fukin and Ulan were seated facing each other, a pot of tea and a few snacks shared between them. Fukin seemed to have something on his mind. He reached a hand out and waved it in front of him, muttering, how could I become like this? I feel like I cannot exert even a bit of strength at all. I clearly have energy stored in my brain region, yet I don't seem to be able to release it. Just what is happening to me? Ulan quickly consoled Fukin. Xia Fei had already said that someone sealed your 7th brain region, and recovery will take some time. There's no rush, take your time to recuperate. Although that was what he said, Ulan was nevertheless even more nervous than Fukin. While Fukin's condition had stabilized and he was no longer at risk of dying, he was becoming weaker and weaker by the day. There was not even a shadow of the peak spiritualist that could cause havoc everywhere he went. Fukin felt helpless. All he could do was nod slightly and take a sip of tea. His gaze shifted out the window. Everything around the cosmic gate was pitch black. There was no moonlight, and it was always very lonely here at night. I wonder how Xia Fei is doing, and whether those people will make things difficult for him, Fukin said to no one in particular. Make things difficult for that rascal. Ulan stuck his tongue. It's not like this is your first day meeting Xia Fei, is there anything in this world that could make that kid take a loss? In any case, I don't believe it. When it comes to cunning, treachery, and viciousness, I've yet to meet anyone that could outstrip Xia Fei in those aspects. These two old men laughed as their eyes met, and they began to feel a lot better. Xia Fei was like someone that always made them happy. No matter how simple a situation could be, he would always find a way to complicate things, and over time, they had derived a perverse form of joy from living like this. These two were only focused on chatting. Neither noticed that a shadowy figure was slowly entering through the window from the murky darkness, drawing closer to Ulan and Fukin. It hardly made a sound, like a venomous viper slinking through the shadows. This dark shadow moved very slowly. It slowly crept up to the shadow cast by Ulan and Fukin by the overhead lights, and just as the shadows merged, something strange happened. At that very moment, Fukin nor Ulan stopped talking. That was because both men felt their bodies being weighed down with a force of over 1,000,000 kilograms. The pressure was so immense that their bones rattled and immediately had them sprawled on the ground. Oh no! There's a shadow manipulator. Fukin was very experienced, and had sensed the peculiarity at the first instant. The situation was dire. Ulan was still fine, but Fukin was no longer who he was in the past. This shadow manipulator was doing serious harm to him, and if Fukin could not regain control in time, he just might suffer permanent damage, and might even die. Bit Irvin Sky Entangler. Ulan was at first stunned, which then turned into rage. A single tree vine full of thorns came shooting out from his sleeve, instantly breaking rock that dug deep into the ground. Rumble. This tree vine made a lot of noise. It was actually engaging in a fight with the shadow. Ulan's two eyes were bloodshot, looking extremely scary and savage. Ever since Xia Fei had met Ulan, this might have been the first time he could have seen Ulan so enraged. It was because someone had ambushed them, and injured his best friend. Crumble. A huge wave rose, like a mystical dragon emerging from below. This vine from Ulan was extremely frightening. It had instantly grown to well over dozens of kilometers in length. It was also unreasonably thick, spanning well over a kilometer in width, and was completely covered in thorns. From afar, it looked like a super-gigantic centipede, tearing the ground apart, destroying that two-story building that Fukin and Ulan were staying in. Destroy everything! Ulan bellowed loudly, and that vine suddenly exploded open, turning into millions of frenzied insects, crawling all over the entire world. It was an extremely terrifying scene, a scene far more dreadful than the most frightening horror flick. Had anyone not seen it with their own eyes, no one would believe that someone as honest and good as Ulan would actually have such a nefarious weapon in his arsenal. Yes. This was the final trump card Ulan had up his sleeve, the Bittervan Sky Entangler. A humongous vine, punishing the sky. It was enough to make the heavens cry. Chapter 1200, The Enhanced Wolf Pack Formation. Indeed, Fukin was no longer who he was in the past, as he no longer had any combat strength. But that did not mean he could be bullied arbitrarily, because there was still the top spiritualist of botany beside him, Ulan. There was also the 1,000-year-old inheritance of the botanist, the Bittervan Sky Entangler. Spiritualists of botany were considered one of the weakest types of spiritualists, and so often found themselves oppressed by other spiritualists. However, the reason why these plant-rearing spiritualists had managed to survive through the ages was because they controlled a type of enigmatic plant that was very powerful. Rumble. The huge Bittervan Sky Entangler shattered. Like a skyscraper that had instantly turned into fine sand, the countless vine-shaped plant rhizomes became like a murky cloud of ants that dragged out those warriors hiding in the darkness. Spiritualists of shadow were a type of spiritualist rarely found in the Alpha universe. They were masters of the shadow, a truly dark energy. He was a spiritualist of shadow, and could manipulate shadows however he pleased. Those soul practitioners that Su Nanjun had sent over had been sent into the shadow by his hand, and had used that cover to get close to Fukin and Ulan. The original plan was, with the hundreds of warriors hiding in the shadows, all they needed to do was drag Fukin and Ulan into the shadows. No matter how powerful the two were, there was no way they could escape once inside. After all, spiritualists had their domains, and the shadows were his territory. He could turn it into his enemy's hell. But right now, the fragmented Bittervan Sky Entangler was like a wave made up entirely of insects. It tunneled into the darkness and dug into the bodies of those warriors, using the cruelest methods to drain them of their flesh and blood. No one knew that the botanists, who usually kept a low profile, would actually have such a sinister and vicious plant. This style of fighting was like an evil technique, completely slaughtering the other side. Off-H. The warriors let out a cacophony of piercing screams, and began running out from the shadows. The vine-like insects were crawling all over their bodies, rudely gnawing bloody holes through their flesh. No matter the armor they were wearing, it could not stop the Bittervan Sky Entangler. There was no such thing as an airtight wall, and by that same logic, there did not exist a war armor that was impregnable. As long as there were gaps, the Bittervan Sky Entangler would be able to find them, and countless insects would tunnel into their enemies' bodies in a black mass, exiting out from their various orifices. Xiaogukan had trained his low realm warriors well, and they had swiftly rushed to the incident and formed up. When they saw this scene in front of their eyes, any human with common sense would feel their heart tremble, for this was an ocean of insects, entering through every opening. It was absolutely sinister to behold. Bloodthirsty. All of you shall die. Ulan bellowed, his face flushed with rage. This was the second time his best friend Fukin had been injured right before his eyes. Ulan could no longer stand this, and had finally exploded. At this moment, Ulan's expression was so savage that he would have frightened even himself. When someone reached an extreme point of anger, even the nicest person would turn into a demon. Roar! Ulan extended his arms and raised them up to the night sky, letting out a rage-filled shout toward the heavens. A keening sound followed, and the Bittervan Sky Entangler changed once more. The bugs became even more plentiful, more numerous. There were so many that the wicked plant covered nearly half the planet. No wonder Ulan had always been cautious with it, unwilling to easily use his killer move. As it turned out that when this Bittervan Sky Entangler came out, even Ulan himself would have a hard time predicting just what might happen. Whoosh! He was bound like a mummy, and as he was engulfed by the plant, he inadvertently found himself deposited right by Ulan's side. The insect-like plants had already perforated his body with countless bloodied holes, and at this very moment, he was in a state between wishing he could die and yet not attaining the relief of death. He was in a grotesque amount of pain, and it only increased with every second. A great spiritualist was not an empty title. In this fight between the shadow manipulator and the botanist, Ulan had completely dominated Bai He. Not only did the former kill off all the soul practitioners who had come along with the latter, even Bai He himself was completely at the mercy of Ulan. "Who are you? Why did you wish to attack us?" Ulan demanded with a glare, his eyes bloodshot. Bai He hesitated, and Ulan immediately urged his Bit-Irvan-Sky Entangler to dig into Bai He's body even further, constantly churning through his internal organs. This sensation was similar to having tens of thousands of arrows piercing his heart all at once, and Bai He let out an appalling wail. "Who are you? Speak, or I shall kill you!" Ulan ordered again. "Spare me, venerable sir. I have been forced by the Black Angel Corporation's Su Nanjun. I had no choice." Bai He cried out in anguish, and he was not pretending. The thousands of insects that were running rampant in his body felt worse than being sent to the depths of hell. The Bit-Irvan-Sky Entangler was truly a ruthless method of attack. Ulan was still pissed, and Bai He had abandoned what brotherly camaraderie he shared with Su Nanjun. The cad was willing to do anything as long as he could ensure his own survival. Ulan slowly lifted his left hand, his fist rising like a mountain, looking like he was about to land the killing blow as he spoke. Bai He panicked and yelled, "Venerable sir, I am a disciple of the great spiritualist Qiu, from the Heavenly Might School. Please spare my life and stay your hand this one time, on account of my master." Rumble. Ulan's anger was so great that his mind was blank. He did not hear clearly what Bai He was saying, and he simply struck down with one palm, right on the top of Bai He's head. Brain pulp and blood spurted out in every direction instantly, painting Ulan's face with a mess of viscera. Wiping his face off with one hand, Ulan flicked away the traces of blood on his face and forced himself to help Fukin up to his feet with a smile. At this moment, Fukin's eyes were empty, and his expressionless face was staring right out into the dark night. He was not saying a word and sighing repeatedly. The difference was too great. Fukin had once been a peak spiritualist, representing the orthodox spiritualists who possessed the strongest combat strength, but he was now reduced to being a mere mortal. To think he would actually need the spiritualist of botany, Ulan, to protect him. How could Fukin take this? He had been expelled from his sect by his own sect brothers, and Fukin was already feeling abject sorrow for what had happened. Now that his cultivation had also been crippled, how was he any different from an ordinary human being? As the saying went, the higher you stood, the deadlier the fall. A person who had not once stood atop the summit would never understand the despair that Fukin was feeling right now. "It'll be fine. Everything will be fine. Xia Fei has already said that you are only temporarily losing your powers. Give it time and you'd be back to how you were," Ulan consoled Fukin. Fukin shook his head, voicing out in pain, "Stop lying to me. Did Xia Fei really say that?" Ulan was at a loss for words. Xia Fei's original words were that he was helpless as well. Saving Fukin's life had already been the limit of his capabilities. Forcing himself to smile, Fukin said, "You're nowhere as slick as Xia Fei, unable to even tell a lie. From the first day I've known you till now, after all these years, this is one part of you that you've not made any improvements on." When people were depressed, they enjoyed reminiscing on old memories. Fukin began recalling plenty of things in the past, and Ulan began crying on hearing them. "Wait here for me," Ulan hissed, getting up and wiping his eyes with one hand. "Where are you off to?" Fukin asked carelessly. "Though I haven't been willing to admit this after all this time, the truth is that you're the one I'm the closest to, after my master. I, Ulan, have never enjoyed killing people, but today, I'm willing to kill everyone I lay my eyes on." Hearing these words coming from his heart, Fukin was at first stunned, but soon muttered, "What for? Is there even such a need?" Ulan made his way to the spaceport, only to discover that Xia Fei's silver spectre was already gone. "Where's that ship of Xia Fei's?" Ulan asked, curious. "It's already gone," answered Xia Lianing, who had been guarding the ship. "Where's it gone to?" A mild glint of killing intent flashed in Xia Lianing's eyes as he replied, "No one that provokes the Skywing clan will remain safe and sound for long. If I'm not mistaken, we of the Skywing clan must already be officially declaring war on the Dark Angel Corporation. So soon?" Ulan was surprised. These maniacs were no doubt the sort that would leave no slight unavenged. While he had been taking a breather with Fukin, the Skywing wolf pack had already set off without a word. About 10 minutes before Bai He attempted his ambush on Fukin and Ulan, the fringe region of the Alpha Universe, outskirts of the Black Angel Corporation's main base. Whoosh! Xia Fei's strange silver warship had appeared in space from out of nowhere, using its stealth systems to remain hidden amid the stars. On board was the full might of the Skywing clan. Aside from the two retainers Xia Ke and Xia Lianing, who had stayed behind to defend, every able-bodied warrior that was above the level of Law God had been mobilized. Grand Ancestor Xia Gukan strode purposefully toward the largest viewing window on the command deck, standing before it as he pointed toward the well-lit planet not far away in front of him. This afternoon. That was when this lousy corporation called the Black Angel had our only stronghold in the Alpha Universe surrounded. Though they merely surrounded us and did not attack, and while no one was injured, we are the Skywings. Forget surrounding us, even if they glared at us a few more times, we will gouge their eyes out as a recompense. Unfortunately, because we had plenty of common citizens with us just now, yours truly could not truly go wild this afternoon, and that angered me immensely. What dogshit Alpha Universe? What higher tier warriors? We Skywings aren't some punching bag that will take things lying down. Rules. Anyone that dares point their cannons at us means they will see their people exterminated. Xia Gukan's words were unruly and illogical, but when had the Skywings been people who were reasonable? The Skywing Wolfpack behind him were invigorated from his words, breaking out in laughter. Ever since they had arrived here in the Alpha Universe, the Skywings had felt very awkward. That was because there were always people provoking them. After all, this was no longer the Law realm, and who would not take an alternate route when they saw the Skywings walking down the streets there? But it was different here. There were actually people out here who treated the Skywings like they were soft persimmons, ripe for the picking. How could these wolves with their strong personalities accept that? Well said. We should slay them right now. Quick, give the order. I've been impatiently waiting to charge right up to them for a very long time. Xia Gukan reached out his hands to settle the crowd down, before turning around and hollering, "Begin the main assault! Charge! Roar!" Xia Guanghai grit his teeth and pushed the Silver Spectre's acceleration handle to its maximum. Silver Spectre was a higher-tier superspeed warship that came from another universe. In an instant, a brilliant meteor appeared in the sky, rumbling loudly as it came hurtling down. At the same time, the Skywing Wolfpack all donned their gloves, which were none other than the close combat soul weapons that Xia Fei had forged for his comrades, the winged roar gauntlets. Thum! Silver Spectre crashed into the ground like a missile, but because of just how sturdy the ship was, it was not in the least bit afraid of the impact, which was why the Skywing Wolfpack treated the ship like a bomb that they crashed right into the enemy's military base. At the same time this was happening, the Skywing warriors came charging out from the warship right before the ship crashed, and using their superspeed, they swarmed right into the base of the Black Angel Corporation. Kill, kill, kill! They killed everyone they saw. In this world, there was a type of law that was the hardest to cultivate: speed. Every member of the Skywing clan were the experts among speed experts. There was also a type of weapon in this world known as fists. Close combat fighting that was as violent as they come. A single punch could shatter bones. Then there was also a type of tactics that speedsters utilized, known as the Wolfpack formation. Against a single enemy, a wolf pack would attack in unison. Against an army of thousands, the wolf pack would still attack together. These were the very assets that the Skywing clan had established themselves with. No one would dare attempt to mimic them, but today, was the Skywing clan's wolf pack formation perhaps a bit different from before?